Alrighty, ladies and gents, welcome back. Day number 3. And we are back. Day number 3 of the PGL Wallachia Season 4 qualifiers for Southeast Asia. Good morning, Whoop 213. Let's see, I think not too happy with the color correction. This orange is about right. The color is, brightness is a little bit too high. Alright. There you go. That's about what I like. Playing with gain here. There you go. Good morning. Whoop 213. Hello, Sleepyhead26. Steady Jorge. It's Renchi. Alleluia. Jazzer Senpai. Let's see. Christian Paul D. Velasco. That's Fusa Kamsa. Magandang. We are heading into the lobby. We're in a party with Abed. For whatever reason, he invited Nate. I asked to be in, and then we flooded Abed's chat just a little bit, as friends do. Last night's Chicken and Friends versus Kuku was fire last night. It was certainly fire. Honestly, not as exciting as I'd expect. The pause times were longer than it felt like the games were. For this one, we should have Mr. Permises showing up. But yeah, 15-minute delay on Dota TV as per usual. I fixed my bed, so we have our actual background now. But we can always change that. Legitimately, I'm not sure if I do. You know, this is pretty chill. With music, it's pretty chill. I just wish it was a bedroom. I keep looking. DuckDuckGo might be better than Google at this point. Pixel art bedroom. There are some pretty good pictures of pixel art bedrooms on DuckDuckGo, but that's a nice one. A lot of them are on freepic.com, which I don't enjoy. Why is it all freepic? AI images. Yeah, never mind. How's everyone doing? Still have a little bit of a cold, so that could play up just a bit. Hopefully not too badly here, but I'm trying to check if my audio is loud enough as well. I feel like my microphone has been soft, and I don't know why. Maybe because I'm not like always on it, and I guess I have to be, just like this. So hopefully it's gonna stay fine as long as I don't move my head around. Which kind of sucks. I move my head around a lot, but hey. Let's see. Okay, let's check this freepic.com out. Oh, that's terrible. How do you know pixel art of a bedroom? Maybe I should just make one myself later on. John Xfire joined. Kuku is casting Ayo03. Wouldn't mind. Fortunately, I only see a CS team. Armel, Nape, Yawo, and no one else online. No one's in the casting X casting slot. And I'm supposed to have Permiste's mic on. But Permiste's mic seems to still be asleep or waking up. He was awake already, so I'm not sure. But this should be an interesting one. Mudang Warriors up against Boom Esports. I would honestly say Boom's probably the favorite here, but again, Boom took a surprising loss to Chicken and Friends. Which I don't think anyone could have expected whatsoever. Okay, we got a pixel art bedroom now. Let's see if this looks okay. Watching a little bit of the South American games. Oh, yeah. Oh, that looks good, yeah. It looks like my bedroom, but pixel art. That's exactly what we want. I know. Like, my bedroom kind of feels drab today. But yeah. Mudang Warriors up against Boom should be interesting enough. I would favor probably Boom just a bit. I think Mudang. I think Mudang's a fine team, but I think they've got some fundamental issues to work out. And I think it's a little bit harder as well to just fully focus on your game when, like, you lose an org, you lose, like, you worry about money. Although these players shouldn't be worrying about money for the most part. They've been in the scene for so long, they've played so many lands that they should have a nest egg. And should is the key word there. Knowing most players, they probably don't. Dong size John Xfire. Hell yeah. Throw with a Scotty. That's what we like. That's spam from Nef Sensei. That's the good spam. That's the good stuff. Let's see, it's been a 6-minute wait. It's around 9 more minutes until I guess it's live on Dota TV for us. Hello on YouTube, Dota Aegis. Thanks for watching. Of course, we're on YouTube as well and Facebook if those streams work out better than Twitch for you. As I personally know, Twitch is a bitch to work. So, those are there as well. Let me just check if Permistes mic is online. He is not live yet, so my boy is a little bit asleep. He's EP, it's fine. I'm kind of EP too. Hello, New Logic. Let's see, I did want to change my alert box. What I'm using, Streamlabs, right? Streamlabs. Change the images coming out in my alert box to what did I want it to? Wanted to Fix my alert box. What's afraid there's no English cast? This is hype, thanks New Logic. Did wake up in time. I don't need a tutorial. Where are my alert boxes? Follows. Enabled image above text image. It's not even showing my stuff anymore. Just want to change it to Dota 2 emotes instead. Is there any LAN events that you will cast anytime soon? I hope so, Whoop, but I don't know. At the very least, not until maybe April we'll know. But as of this moment, no. Hopefully we get something. Hopefully we get more lands. That would be lovely. New followers, generic centered, so that's Twitch followers. How do I check each one? It's Twitch followers. Yeah, that doesn't even work. Yeah, my webm's dead, huh? YouTube subscribers there as well. Facebook stars. Likes. Oh yeah, that's the likes. I can probably use some funny Dota 2 stuff. Hang on. Nothing much is happening. We had some great games last night, though. It's a WebP. God damn it. Why did he use WebP for compression? Just annoying. There you go. Still a WebP file. Still a WebP file. Dota 2 Emoticons. Wikipedia probably has this in actual GIF file. Yeah, they do. See if this looks decent. We've got about 4 minutes left to go. Mayang buntag, Sir John. Shout out from Toronto. Rex Viva. Shout out to you in Canada. All the way up north. Hopefully the weather's been treating you well. It's been a little bit cold, I hear. Well, at least in my experience in, say, like Osaka, it was fairly cold. So hopefully you've been doing well. To resize this myself, I wonder. Review. Stop. Review. Review. Save settings. Review. Yeah, there you go. There's like the stream, subs, members, chats. Okay, there you go. That's a little bit funnier. It's really cold. Amping the up, bro. Thank you very much. Hopefully you're hanging in as well. Titushki, you feeling good, boss man? Still a little bit sick. I'm hoping it fades away by Sunday. We are doing the remote cast for Dream League 25, and that does start Sunday. So hopefully this little sniffle clears up by then. Yeah. It's also a question of which Mudang Warriors do we get today, right? Like,
5 seconds, boss. Radiant's
what
bad.
version of them do we get? Do you jump into it? Game has begun and draft is on hand. And drop our Spotify just a tad
10
bit here.
seconds remaining.
Titushki, thanks for casting our game. Finally, stream I can watch. No problem.
5
Titushki.
seconds remaining.
Are you from Boom? Our game is
Dyer's bad.
kind of a strong possessive. But yes, I'm happy to be here. See our bands. Boom
10
Esports
seconds
starts with a Tiny band. I'm a little bit surprised Tiny's been getting high profile bands and picks nowadays. I feel like the hero is still awkward.
Dyer's turn to ban.
And like, its timings are just a little bit not rough, but tight.
10
Timings
seconds
are pretty
remaining.
tight in that one.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
The Bristleback and Alchemist being banned by Mudang as well, with a Pangolier being respect banned by the side of Boom Esports, so not wanting to give Abed that pickup.
10 seconds left. 5 5 seconds, boss.
See what else is banned out. I mean, DK's still there. Probably the big one. Lena's still there as well. We haven't really seen Shadow Demon in these qualifiers. In Southeast Asia, at the very least. So, not the highest priority. We've seen Chen a little bit more. We've seen Ricky. We've seen Bounty Hunter, Nyx, Dawnbreaker. Those are all pretty top tier things to ban out as well. So I can see that being taken out already if they want that. Taking their time on Mudeng Warriors for this next ban. I mean, what do you want to take care of? You want to take care of Jackie here or not? They take care of that Bounty Hunter we just mentioned. So Nyx Assassin, Dawnbreaker, probably next bans. One of these two tend to be taken out along with like a Lena. Unless either side's feeling frisky. Wants to take Lena themselves. Which will it be? Boom or Mudeng Warriors? They ban out the PA. So they don't want to have to play against the Phantom Assassin, which leaves the Lena. Which leaves the Nyx and leaves the Dawnbreaker. I think if you're Boom Esports, you're very happy about seeing these kinds of heroes left in. Easily go for any of those. See what they opt for on the side of Boom. Spectre's still there as well if they want to go that route on Boom Esports end. There's the Spirit Breaker, there's the Bat Rider as well. Earthshaker, Monkey King. They're not being banned out. Tempest and Dota. Cocklench on Xfire. Yeah. We gotta get that command in. We ain't like Neff. We ain't scared. We'll put something fun in there. I don't know what. Can I farm clips in your stream, Tatushki? Yes, of course, for sure. There you go. Look what I said. They left Nyx, they left Dawnbreaker. Guess what gets picked up? Nyx. Guess what's still left? Dawnbreaker, Spectre. And I doubt if you're Mudeng, you want to put Dawnbreaker into Nyx. So chances are you can't do that. You're going to have to ban it in the next phase.
10 seconds left.
It's always a little bit interesting. I feel like Nyx is in a good spot. We have had games where Nyx has looked rough. I think if you're off to a slower start, if you don't have that combination, it can look bad. Mudeng instead will opt for the Bat Rider. New logic. Are Mudeng the best team out there without an org? Probably you can make arguments about maybe Kukuis or Chicken Fighters. I don't know. I think Mudeng's still probably better than those two teams. Technically, Kukuis, I guess, has teamed up with Essence, which is an org. Not a big org, mind you, but still is. So there's an argument to be made. But yeah, Bat Rider comes out. Nice and safe. This is something Mudeng Warriors has been familiar with at least 2 years of playing this on support. So all you jabs should be able to kind of flex this around. Probably all you're going to be picking up. What does Mudeng mean? I think Mudeng actually means something in Thai. Mudeng meaning. It means bouncy pork or bouncy pig. That's exactly what Mudeng is. A cute little hippo that looks like a bouncy little piglet. See the Broodmother being banned out along with a Monkey King now from Boom Esports. So not wanted to give that Broodmother option 423. Erwin Ba, thank you. I am back from Japan. It was fun. I'm a little bit sick. Rex Viba, Sir John, who do you think is the best C team right now? I feel like it's Talon Esports and nothing's even close. I think that's the... And I'm not particularly happy about that. I think Talon's good. I am very disappointed no one's matching it. You know, it's not like Talon's beating like extra strong teams. I think there's definitely more of a skill gap right now, and it's not satisfying. Because how is the best team in this region supposed to be tested when they're playing against teams that just aren't as strong? You know, I feel like teams have to step it up. I think Boom is the next closest, but not that high. Erwin Ba, is there a delay here in stream? No delay on the stream itself. We are on a 15-minute Dota TV delay. We aren't in lobby. So you're watching from Dota TV. Yeah, I mean, Mudeng Warriors takes this Abaddon, which can run pause 1 off lane. But the Lena Nyx is already great. You can pick Dawnbreaker up now as well for Boom Esports. I legitimately have no issues with anything on Boom. I think this Abaddon's cool. You don't really have a save for the Bat Rider, Lasso. Sure. Those are pretty big things. But I think you just go Dawnbreaker. You just go Dawn. Erwin Ball, why would they allow Youngblood to play in Western Europe? I don't think they actually went home. I think Youngblood is actually still stuck in Europe because of the tournaments they're playing, right? So they don't have time to go back to China and then head back to the EU to play some other tournaments. So they have to play the Western Europe. Oh my lord, Kuku! Why? This is a boom game. How'd you do this, Kuku? How'd you convince them? Nate, what the hell are you doing? Nate Analyst. Mushi, what the hell is this? What the hell is this? Venomancer. It's been a while. Last time we saw Venomancer, it was like Lewis playing it on mid, and he'd have a centaur off lane. They'd rush centaur Ags. You'd get the Ags up on bloody Venomancer, and you'd run them down. What is this? Gross. I'm looking forward to it, though. I think it's fun. Picking Venomancer into Abaddon is also a very big question mark, because he already has a Dispel to deal with Gale, at least in lane. So I'm not sold. And I like this counter action from Wudang. They do get the Spectre. That's a way to get on top of this Lina. Very low committal. Your follow-up for the Spectre, though, or your setup for the Spectre isn't particularly amazing outside of like the Bat Rider. But I'm not sure.
10 seconds remaining.
Erwin Baugh and Alan Lester Agita, thanks for the follow. Thanks for the notifies. Joe Gaming Kuku. Yeah, it feels like it. Isn't Venomancer meta, especially Jungle Venom? No, I don't like it. Dislike is back na pala. Tops. Dislikes are back. Oh, did you dislike the stream? Damn. We just started. When is our next tournament? We are doing Dream League Season 25 remotes. Me and Michael of Phoenix. That is on Sunday. Kickoff time is 5 p.m. Singapore time, I believe. Unless I misread the time and it's actually like 7 p.m. Singapore. It's probably 7 p.m. Singapore time. Now that I think about it. But yeah, this Venomancer raises some question marks. Maybe it's an offlane for FBZ. That's actually the position I'd probably be happiest with. But it's just going core Venomancer up against Abaddon is not great. James, exclamation mark, follow age. You need the question mark right next. There you go. I don't know if it actually... I don't have a bot in Facebook. So I don't know if that actually does anything. I don't have a Facebook bot, so I don't think it gives you anything right there, James. Sorry about that. Phoenix comes out for Mudang Warriors.
10 seconds left.
Looking like a very solid lineup for Mudang. Control is lacking. You only really have Lasso, so that might be an issue down the line. You are also picking Phoenix into Lina. So that's not particularly amazing. The egg's not going to be the best feeling in the world. Boom Esports pick up the FBZ Darkseer. Lyrical would be very happy to see Darkseer actually getting a pro pick, as it's not the most popular, not the most unpopular, but certainly not up there in the most meta. A little bit surprised this takes priority over something like the Dawnbreaker, but it looks pretty okay here. James, thank you for the follow since day 1. Silent viewer, thank you very much. I'll try to set some Facebook bots. I could never get that to work. Facebook and YouTube bots, they are annoying to try to get work, but I'll try. You need to set permissions up and stuff. Mooding Warriors now banning pause 1s. Lifestealer out of the pool. Would you want to ban Slark Bloodseeker? Slark maybe less so. Bloodseeker... Actually, Bloodseeker maybe less so. Slark, probably a bigger threat. Diane Naid, good morning.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know where my buddy Permisnee's mic's gone.
Radiance ban.
Man, at the Terrorblade. It's a big range. Cores are gone. I feel like you just go Slark. You enjoy the Spectre matchup. You enjoy Abaddon. You don't care about Phoenix and Bat Rider to an extent. Like, this is such a good Slark game, no?
10 seconds left.
Like, what is there to worry about? Literally nothing for Jackie. So I think he just goes Slark. I thought Aurora slot Dream League 25 would be given to other teams in C. They form another team with few original players. I don't know. I legitimately don't know. I know Aurora is not in C, but they're staying in the C, and then honestly, that again, I'm not too happy about the way that's happened, but it's their prerogative. It just kind of messes up the region a little bit. See the puck being banned by Boom as well, showing some
10
respect
seconds
here
remaining.
for Abed. He does have a couple of tools left. I
5
guess Queen
seconds
of Pain's there. Probably the next best thing against this Lena, although it also doesn't match up well. Earth Spirit's there if you want a way of getting on top. They go to Medusa on Boom Esports to close out, and that's also a pretty damn good pick because there's nothing that really melts Dusa. You don't want to go Diffusal Blade Abaddon. You don't want to go... I mean, you could go Diffusal Blade Abaddon or Spectre. Question is whether or not that's enough is a thing.
remaining.
And I would actually say Boom Esports draft is pretty nice. Vac Wall
5 seconds remaining.
with the Impale, Vac Wall with the Stone Gaze could be really, really good here. Your core-to-core head-to-head with the Spectre is pretty smooth. So I think it's pretty damn fine overall. They'll go with the Ember Spirit on Wudang Warriors. So you end up with the Ember versus Lena lane, which isn't really great for Ember. Like, Mac should have a great time. And draft-wise, I would actually say I really, really like the draft from the side of Wudang, from the side of Boom. So I think I'd actually lean that way overall. Let's start a prediction here. Start prediction. Who will win game 1? Boom Esports or Wudang Warriors? You have 2 minutes to submit. There you go, guys. Excuse me. At least the coughing's calmed down, but my sniffles are still there.
10 seconds left.
And we'll see it. I know about this. I really don't know
5
about this
seconds
from the
left.
side of Wudang. I can see what they're trying to do. I just feel like this egg has no protection. The Abaddon does feel good into like the Venomancer. And you are laning into it. Like Zhao is running at pause 5 Veno, so you're not getting max value out here. There is this ace factor of Spectre running into the Lena. And you kind of finding the Lena that way. Bullying out the Lena with no mobility. Gonna be nice and easy. I just feel like this tempo from Boom is actually not bad. Like Lena with travels. Nyx at level 6. Darkseer, maybe a little bit more passive. But even just Darkseer Nyx is already a nice lane. I'm not sure. I like what Boom has. I like what they've cooked. I like what the Hunger Beasts are looking to pull out. And I don't think it's going to be that easy for the side of Wudang to bust through this one. So we'll have to see. I could be wrong. Again, there's predictions up on Twitch if you enjoy that kind of stuff. I don't know if anyone can actually cast a prediction. It's closing in 30 seconds, guys. Looks like we have no predictions, so... Shame, but it's alright. Days early. And... Alrighty. Straight pause. Black screen for Zhao or Abed. Have the go-ahead. Go-aheads. So it looks like eventually things do get fixed. And we are back into the game. Alright. Yeah, Wudang Warriors with this draft. I mean, they've done some crazy stuff with the drafts. They've done some really weird stuff. And I think the side of Wudang Warriors, I don't think they overcooked this one. It's just, it has a lot of shortcomings, man. Like, not having a hard stuns is not going to feel great. To be fair, there's maybe not the most sneaky heroes around, right? Like, Lena doesn't need to be caught out too hard. Although, when she's flying around with her Flame Cloak, that could be an issue. Bit of a late smoke out from Wudang Warriors. See if they can sneak into anyone here. They just dropped a nice late ward on mid. Not the easiest one to de-ward. Smoke is spotted out, I think, by the side of the Warriors as well. So, not really going to be able to find anyone. Jackie on the wrong side of the map alone. Going to be chased down, but is close enough to his tier 2 that he's not going to die. He's perfectly fine. It looks like a 2 for 2 on the bounties overall. And it doesn't look like anyone's going to be dying anytime soon.
Best team win.
And yeah, no one's dead. 2 for 2. Or eventually will be a 2 for 2 as Zhao has to put in the work.
Get out there.
We get into that game. Take a look at that mid lane first. You've got Max still in smoke, so he has a little bit more forgiveness in blocking these creeps. Up against Abed on that Ember, and Abed's doing a fine job of blocking. But so is Mac. Just a slight advantage for Mac. A little bit closer, but not by much. The range creeping up front, though, for Abed is pretty damn good. So the lane will still shove in to his favor, which is exactly what you want. Mac should have a great time here overall, though. Like, this is a Lina versus Ember matchup. This never feels good for Ember. The range advantage you have as Lina is already substantial. And kind of having to try to deal with that, plus all of the magic damage coming in, having the pressure to try to dodge with Sleight of Fist, not going to feel great. So Mac should have himself a very smooth ride on mid. Not too exciting. I want to see if Mooding emphasizes even just water rune, say a 4-minute water rune, something we've seen teams commit on every now and again, and Abed's the kind of player who could appreciate that. Take a look at the other lanes. You've got Tim's playing poke, or pulling back with Ollie playing poke. And this one's the more passive lane for the side of Boom. Yes, it's Darkseer Nyx. Yes, there's a great Iron Shell combination, but you are kind of sitting around waiting for level 2, level 3 to really be comfy. Tim's went for the Mind Flare, of course, clearing out his own camps. Both camps are blocked, so he doesn't have anything else to really clear out. But he's giving that key solo EXP to FDZ. Once he gets level 2, it gets a little bit better. Level 3 is when it gets really smooth. Of course, that does mean 4-3 is not really contested on the Spectre either. Like, this should be a relatively free farm lane until that level 3 threat comes in with the Iron Shells. Should not be asking for too much. Mac is starting to drop a little bit low on the mid lane. Good pokes out from Abed. A bit surprised Mac was willing to pump out so much. And he is going to lose both water runes. Again, that early movement out from Aurora, expected it at 4 minutes, but this is what they do with Abed. They ensure the mid lane doesn't get a favorable rune trade. He's not going to be able to sustain as much. You're out of charges here for Mac. We'll have to try to walk out the 3-minute bounty rune instead to get the top up. And that can just give it a little bit more wiggle room here for Abed, especially since going for the bounty does leave you outside of half a creep wave to a full creep wave, depending on how well you manage. Should allow Abed to catch back up. Last lane we haven't looked at, Jackie and Zhao on a very passive lane themselves. I mean, you've got this Venomancer that could be nice and aggressive, but you are up against the Abaddon. And this really raises questions as to why you go for this Veno. You still manage to land the Gale, but again, you can't really pierce through the Abba. Perhaps eventually you can start to play with the aggressive potential, like a Gale with Gorgon's Grasp. Running with the slows can make it a little bit annoying for, say, like jabs, even try to turn around and run, but could also be annoying playing into the napalms there as well. Up top, some pokes. FZ does have the surge away. Still at level 2, but about to hit true now. And that is the moment when things start to simplify just a tad bit more. Start to get that. There you go. Level 2 Iron Shell up. So some aggression can come in here from the side of Boom. But doesn't feel like they can really find the angles at the moment. And overall, in terms of laning, it has been pretty smooth for Boom outside of Jackie, who's having a rough start and so many denies on JT. But you kind of expect that, again, with this Venomancer pickup on support. Not the most hard synergy with Jackie. Again, can play nice with slows, especially with, what's that? Gorgon's Grasp, or no, Venomous Volley on hand. That's a lot of slow stacking for sure. But whether or not you can actually find the kills with his Deucelane into an Abaddon, probably not. Like that is a little bit more wishful thinking over there. So it's going to be a little bit tougher to try to keep that aggression up. 4-minute water runes again picked up by Aurora. No top-ups for Mac whatsoever. And no one's dying. Like, supports aren't dying, so he doesn't even get bottle TPs. And Mac is now just forced to walk home. This is what Aurora loves to do. 2-minute rune, 4-minute rune, and a matchup that doesn't favor Abed. Guess what? We're bullying you out for these water runes. We're ensuring Abed has regen. You're going to miss out in the lane. And Mac's going to be missing out quite a fair bit. Very important for him to hit that faster 6. Now Abed will equalize. We'll hit level 5. Level 6 advantage is going to be non-existent. You're both probably hitting 6 at the same time. Some aggression down bot as they're trying to make inways onto Jackie. Does get the snake out, but there's not much mana left on Jackie, being run down a little bit. Lots of DOTs out. Still the Gorgon's Grasp out. The TP out from Tim's. Jabs will still find that kill on Jackie, but they'll get the punishment onto Jabs. Issue is, can you stop JT? Hammering away at Januel. Rolled Venomancer. Oh, good ward block. Actually, JT's crap. Just for a moment, wards aren't the tankiest, so he does get to run away. They do have a Blood Grenade and a Gale coming in, but the Aphotic Shield is still there. Gale will come in after the shield. Can he get damage in? No. Gate movement across from Ollie. Wanting to find punish. Will take Januel, but JT still stuck in the middle of no man's land, and Jackie gets revenge. Good gate movement out from Ollie. Considering the top lane is just very static for 4-2-3. Just a little bit late on the uptake. But man, you're still in a good spot for the side of Mudang Warriors. You've pressured Jackie really hard. Again, this lane for Dedusa has not felt great. Pressured him hard enough to be in bottom that full core. Not by a significant margin, mind you, but there hasn't been room as well to get stacks going. And there isn't. It's not like FBZ will really do that himself, although he'll try. He'll get the Iron Shells going here. But I would say this kind of start is what you'd want to see on Mudang. Right, like you're shutting down Mac. He does hit 6. He's going to look for a rotation, but you have a good ward watching here from the side of Mudang. Should spot the Dragon Slave coming out there as well. They're trying to swing up top. Not going to be easy here for Mac. We're also, again, stuck in a little bit of conundrum. You've got a Venomancer. Not the best thing to set up for ganks. Can't really rotate onto mid. Can't really leave the Dedusa alone. Just slower going. Laguna Blade out from Mac just to poke Abed. And Abed will be forced to TP home, but he does have his remnants up. Again, you don't have that level advantage you'd want to see there. And you can just kind of bypass this now as the Ember. Tim's is trying to get some Iron Shell use out. Clearing out these creeps for FBZ, trying to get that flash farm going. Quick mech being lined up for FBZ, so the typical aura buildup. Nothing too strange there. And again, this kind of pace is still looking pretty good for Mudang Warriors. 4-2-3, it's having a little bit of a better time in comparison to Jackie. A fair bit of a better time. He's rushing that Orchid as well. Wanting to play aggressive with these Shadow Steps as they come up. Abed and Ollie were looking for a bit of a deep dive onto Mac, but instead Abed does cop like 2 tower hits. Not a very enjoyable time to kind of cop it. He does have that level advantage. Slight advantage over Mac now. Mac will still hit 7. So we will have the maxed out Dragon Slave, but they're still looking for this flank in. Ollie looking from the rear. Abed does find the front line. Does get the chains off as well. The damage is good, but they only managed to get 1 Fire Spirit off. Get the sentry down as well. It's right within range of the obs if they walk into the high ground. And this is a lot of emphasis on mid. Like even sending in jabs for this mid-tier 1 siege, you don't have a siege creep. 8-minute rune is not going to go their way as well. Like this is huge. Abed gets another power rune up, a haste rune to try to make some aggression. And this is where you get maybe a little bit worried about the side of Boom Esports. The rune control's been excellent on Aurora. They're doubling down. They're trying to take care of this mid. They've got the Arsonist as well. Instant Laguna out from Mac just to get some stacks going on that Fiery Soul, but he's getting jumped now instead. They don't fully commit. Abed does get the Vendetta running on him. FBZ gets the last hit with the Iron Shell of all things. So that's a 4-man commitment onto Mac. He doesn't die. He gets saved. They get the kill on Abed. Elsewhere on the map, Jackie starts to run low on man, but is also not low enough to die. So Boom Esports are managing to waste this time. Where's your Merienda episode, Low-Key Sykes? Actually, it's there. It's on me. I'm just thinking on how to kind of fix some of the footage. There's been some issues. So hopefully it's fine. But I really do want to launch it. Tomorrow's Friday. I'll post the first thing, and then it should be probably every Monday or every Friday posting. Like, it'll be a double on the first week. So a little bit of a tease tomorrow. A nice video to drop on either Sunday or Monday, and then either Sunday, Monday, or Friday postings per week. So that should be the schedule. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting on that one. That's pretty much on me. It's been a little bit hard.
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble.
Our editor is having a rough time. Some of the footage was not filmed in the way we'd want it to, so it's a matter of trying to edit it down. He managed to clear top tier 1 with FBZ getting all the space in the world, and that is his, I believe, full mech coming in. Queuing up the pipe next. Lots of protection coming out here for the side of Boom Esports. 3-2, a very quiet game as we approach a 10-minute mark. But Tims has been pretty damn good with this level 6 on the Nyx. Level 7 on the Nyx. Constantly hunting, playing with the Iron Shells. Ollie should know something's up. Ollie should definitely know something's up. They get the Sentry Ward down, and Tims does have the Spike Carapace. Never manages to get the Vendetta hit off. Just trying to play poke with the Iron Shell, getting a little bit of an IQ test, and get IQ tested back. James, what's her current rank in Dota? We did crash from like Divine 4, so I haven't touched it again in a while. But yeah, it was peak Div 4, and a terrible, terrible crash. Haven't tried. I just want to enjoy the game a little bit more.
Radiant's middle tower isn't looking so great.
Mid being poked out by Ovid. He does have the siege creep this time. LSA doesn't fly out from Mac. So Ovid does get to back off, but you're starting to see a slight lead now coming out for Boom. 2k up. Getting all the farm world for FVZ. Like, this Darkseer is just not contested. Which is, again, also a problem for Wudang, because how do you contest a Darkseer? You only have really Ember Chains. Maybe a Lasso once you have the levels up on jabs. Neither of those feel particularly great. Trying to make moves onto Jackie. Gorgon's Grapple start to slow down. Zhao does manage to get the full Plague off, and the damage is starting to come true. JT is starting to run away. Does pop the False Promise. So not going to die. But there is a window now where False Promise is down if they want to get that rotation in. It's also been a little bit awkward for Mac. Like, he hasn't left mid. He's got travels. He's not really able to go anywhere. And how unlucky can you get? Mac doesn't find a rune again. Abed takes it. Amp damage rune of all things as well. Would have been something Mac loves. Very unfortunate for the side of Boom. Just no rune control. Mudang just getting the luck of the draw. But again, pretty chilled out game so far. How much FPS is my Dota 2? I'm getting 90? 74, alright. A little bit painful, but I am streaming out to like 3 sources right now, so that does make sense. I'm using a higher quality compression as well, so hopefully the video quality is reflecting. Because I was a little bit disappointed checking the VODs. Felt like the video quality was falling a little bit flat. Got big stacks still coming out for FBZ. No contest for Wudang. They're not able to cross the river with the tier 1 still standing. Again, this is down to... You're pinning down Mac here, sure, but you're also not able to invade these jungle. You're not able to contest these stacks. Double aura for FBZ is going to be a lot quicker than you'd expect it to be. Burst plays aren't going to feel amazing. Meanwhile, on Wudang's side, I mean, you've got Abaddon, you've got Spectre. They are clearing out their own stacks. Again, it just doesn't feel like you're going to be ready to go anytime soon until you get that blink up on jabs, I suppose. That's going to be the big one. You've got the Diffusal Blade being built up as well by JT. So wanting some mana drain to kind of deal with that Dusa. Don't manage to pin down Abed as well, but they do force out the amp damage rune at the very least. So Abed's not going to be able to find too much off the back of that rune. But I guess when it comes down to it, you're playing a farm game. You've got the Dusa. The Spectre takes a little bit longer to farm, especially if you don't go for Blade Mail. Again, rushing the Orchid into the Manta here. Looking for more offense. Chins come out onto Tims under the Sentry. Does not have Spike Carapace. Does manage to get a good double stun. Or at least double stun with one and an illusion. And Tims will be the one to fall, but does that matter? That's Shadow Step again. That's a 4-man or 3-man rotation in. And the rest of your map is open. You know, Jackie's farming, FBZ's farming. Like, do you really care? Full Guardian Greaves up for FBZ. A Dispel on hand. A lot of regen. A lot of durability coming in. You've got the Ags being built up by Mac. You've got a casual Ghost Scepter for Zhao. There's that Orchid we were talking about on 423 being up. I'm not sure. Tan Manalaysay. Hey John, Olympics are coming up. Who's your favorite 5 players per role to represent Philippines? Is it actually coming up? Isn't it on even years? Isn't the Olympics even years? Or is it the esports Olympics? For the Philippines, I'd probably say Natsumi. Natsumi, Abed,
Dyer's top tower is in
offlane. Hard to say with offlane. Natsumi, Abed, and trying to think of Filipino offlanes right now. Gabby. Gabby was pretty damn solid. I just don't know if it's enough to get the combinations going. Bot, Tim's will fall. Jackie's set to go as well. The egg will not drop. In fact, Jackie's still alive. Big back wall. They'll kill off Jackie in the end, but FBZ doing God's work here to save that team fight as they find 4. Abed trying to run a slow remnant away. Will still have it out, but FBZ tracks him, and Mac out with a vengeance. Kills off 3 of them. All that effort down bot, the egg coming in, but it's just this lack of control. Like, how are you supposed to protect this egg? How are you actually supposed to play these 5v5 team fights? On the side of Mudang Warriors, the answer is you don't. Wait, hang on, I need to get some resources back. Maybe resolution down to 85. No one was gonna notice, yeah. I feel like I'm dropping FPS a little bit too hard.
Dyer's bottom tower.
Maybe that higher preset's not doing good in the 5800X 3D, which I feel like it shouldn't.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Good lord, that was a lot of commitment for not much. They will be able to kill off Zhao, but that shadow step for a Venomancer. I mean, yes, you're kind of getting farm back here on 423, but really not the kind of kill you want. And this is stemming back to just allowing FBZ to free farm, allowing Mac to camp mid and protect her tier 1. Like, it's all coming into play. Pipe now just about 394 gold away. They got a good Spike Carapace out. Kill off jabs, give Mac a freebie. Doesn't even pop the Flame Cloak for that one. Has the Arcane Rune running. Finally a power rune for Mac. On the side of Mudang Warriors, just looking a little bit lost. It's a little bit lost right now.
Money to burn.
Let's see, right, like going back to that point about Olympics. Is it actually this year? Bakit parang malalim boses mo ngayon? Jigger Roots, I'm a bit sick. I have a cold. My nose is clogged up. LSA does connect ultimate instantly pop. Borrowed timeout for JT. Yeah, that's an ultimate down, and I just don't think this Abaddon offlane's working. I had a great idea. You have Aphotic Shield to deal with Zhao, but you just lack control. Like, there is a severe lack of control going for Phoenix Batrider, Ember Spectre, and then offlane Abba, as we saw in that team fight. I would say again on that point about the Olympics, if a Philippine team had to be made, Natsumi 1, Abed 2. Probably Gabby 3, but I'm not completely sold on that. But Gabby 3 is probably your best bet right now. Tim's 4, Kuku 5, I think. Doesn't that just sound like Blacklist? How did Blacklist? Probably not well. So I'm not sure on that one. I think there's probably something falling short in that equation, but that's probably your best bet. Do we have info on what really happened to Eris last night? You know what? That's a good question. And I should message the guy. And we are Facebook friends, I believe. I'm just unsure. Yeah, this preset on Twitch is very, very heavy. So alt tab and just kind of kills it. The lasso comes in. They managed to catch out Mac. That's a big one. This is a good one to start off. But no, the sustain from FFC. The vac again. No wall to come out. The egg does pop properly this time, but Jabs is already gone. They get the right ideas in trying to pin down Mac, but here comes the damage. Here comes control. Abed will be able to remnant away, but Zhao is stuck in the middle. Actually twacking away at JT. No borrowed time to help him out here, and JT's just gone. 2 down again, and this time they start on the proper target, but even then the damage is lacking. How do you kill off Mac? How do you burst him down? You don't have burst play. You're reliant on this Orchid actually popping, but the flash healing coming out from FBZ with a full pipe and the Guardian Greaves. It's just way too much. Am I friends with Eris? I think I should be. I'll take the Tormentor. Nice and free. Who gets a freebie shard? Zhao gets rewarded for his fate. And now he has that upgraded Gale if it does get dispelled. Which is great. Like that is a good way to counteract that. Abba. Let's see. Edu first. John, what do you think about Team Yakult going to Western Europe? I think, again, they're just stuck in Europe. I think if they could, they'd play China. Eris, or... Okay, let's message Eris. I think we are friends, no? There's no way I can message him if we're not friends. Ah, it's asking to log in again. Never mind that. Anyway. Where are we at? Roshan is where we're at. Starts to go. Jackie, we haven't even talked about his farm, but Manta, straight Butterfly coming in. Progression is looking smooth here for the Dusa. Not top net worth of his team, but doesn't really need to be. So you've got scaling damage elsewhere as well. Another Tormentor to take here for the side of Boom Esports. 11-7, 14k lead, Mudeng Warriors. This time you could make the argument of Sleepy. I know these guys tend to be late night gamers. So there is a chance that, you know, this 10 a.m. start time for them isn't favorable as Jackie wins the 50-50. So a free shard for him is just pretty damn good. Having that cold-blooded Mystic Snake fly out, it's going to be nice. A little bit of a boon for the Dusa in terms of what happens when it does get caught out. What's the best contender from other sea countries? Probably Malaysia. Malaysia is probably the most legit. Think about it. Ghost 1. I don't know. Nothing to say 2, right? JT3 perhaps, or Zeal 3. And then you go like... Well, I'm thinking of Singaporeans in 4-5 now, but... Ponyo 4, or Ponyo 4, yeah, for 5. As they get the stunts out. 4-2-3, not long for that world. Mac cleans up another. And this is probably why you just don't let Lena through like that. Free reign for Jackie up top with a Butterfly. Just to push in. Taking that tier 2 top.
Dire's top tower is gone. Radiant's bottom tower.
I do first. Do you reckon they do it to add more slots? Because I don't know if they win the EU qualifiers. Right? Like that's some hyper confidence if that's the mindset. So I really don't think that's it. I think they just don't have time. Especially with visa situations of them going back in. To be fair, they have like 2 owed all the way in, so maybe it's that, but I legitimately don't think you have that mindset if you make that decision. It's more like we can't make it into our other events if we go back to China now for these qualifiers. There's no time, our visas get invalidated or whatever. There might not be multiple entries as well. So it could be just down to that. Lincoln's up on Mac, and JT, you're in the wrong town, sir. Gets Laguna, gets to back off with a borrowed time, but 12-7, 16k lead. Boom Esports are cleaning up this game. Range rack's top gone. Bot rack's not long for this world. Still 2.5 minutes left in Jackie's Aegis. And Mudeng, there's just no play here, man. Like, you've got the blink up on jabs. You've seen the blink lasso. There's no burst damage play. There's no additional control to help kill these heroes off. Jabs. Flame Cloak from Mac doesn't spot him on the side, but now he blinks away. And Boom Esports are just set to have a great time.
Dire's middle tower isn't looking so great.
I'd say Mongolia would be a national team to watch as well. I think Jordan is going to be insanely strong.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Greece would be insanely strong too. I think people underestimate Spartan, Skylark. They're all pretty damn good players. They've surprised us before. Sweden would be actually pretty lit as well. And maybe Finnish team. Like, they do manage to go. Like, MTD, I think. I miss that boy. I think MTD was a really good player. Is a really good player. So there's some cool stuff. They do manage to get the lasso up, but they don't even manage to burst down. FBZ Jabs dies instead. And sure, you tried to take away that healing, but man, you don't have enough anyway. Back wall breaking down Ollie as he tries to dive away. The egg does not land him anything, and the GG's called by Abed. 25 minutes in, a wake-up call for the Mudang Warriors. And the side of Boom Esports boomed them up. Boomed all over their faces here as they dominate game number 1. Mudang Warriors, man. That was very much under par for them. I think that was extremely under par for them. Like there is no way that's the kind of performance you're looking for game 1 for Mudang Warriors for a team of this caliber. Up against Boom Esports. Yes, you know, I did say coming in I'd rate Boom a little bit higher. I think there's some issues that the Mudang Warriors haven't really sorted out. Even closing their times out from their time in Aurora. But I didn't expect it to be this rough. Like, this drafting idea is interesting. It's not bad, but it's also not very sound. You don't have protection for the egg. Your idea of just hit and running with a Spectre for 4-2-3 really didn't amount to much. You let FBZ farm into the Auras, so when you finally make a move, like Guardian Reeves pops on and no one dies. It's a lot of issues there. So I want to see Mudang Warriors kind of rally into game 2. I want to see them get some different ideas in. Because this is do or die now. Basically a best of 1 to force their lives a lot to stay afloat in the PGL Wallachia Season 4 qualifiers. These guys got to make it to the land. We'll have to see. But well played to Boom Esports. They make the Vanomancer work. They pick it into the Abaddon, and Zhao is really good at just forcing out the Aphotic shield first and then getting the Gale off. Having that slow, taking care of the shield afterwards is perfectly fine. That's a very valid way of playing. I do like seeing that from Johnny Well. And the Vanomancer actually works. It wasn't really the start of the show, but it did its job. We'll see how well the side of Mudang Warriors can reset. But yeah, I do agree. Reading chat a little bit here. For another stack from Norman, he's saying Natsumi, Yopaj, JG, Tims, Kuku. Or who else is good for? Maybe Joel, but I think Tims is still a level ahead. Indo, I think Indo would be strong, but I would rate Malaysia, Philippines, and Mongolia higher in the Asian teams. Edu first, except Talon, who's the strongest team in C right now. Probably Boom. I think Mudang Warriors / Aurora fell flat in these first few qualifiers, and they're falling flat right now. So I would say Boom Esports right behind Talon. Alright, I'm going to take a short break. I don't think we're having lunch yet, so no stroganoff for me. Maybe after the next game. But we'll take a short break. We'll be back for game 2 of Mudang Warriors up against Boom Esports. See you soon. All right, welcome back, ladies and gents. We are back for game number 2, and we've got our friend. He's awake. Mr. Permasneeze Mike is here. Hello, Mr. Mike. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm glad, at least from what you're telling me about the game 1, I'm glad I missed it. I don't know whether I could bear to see my boy Jabs look that silly. Apparently, it was a whole bunch of weird picks, letting the Knicks through, just kind of getting fucked a little bit by. It's not even what's new, right? It's like what's been good in this current past few weeks. So
Yeah.
hopefully. I mean, the whole thing with Moodang Warriors that we were discussing from the very start is, look, we know that they're a newer stack, and whenever you're a newer stack, you sort of have a more shallow pool of strategies to go through. Have they reached the bottom of that pool already? I think this will really be the ultimate test. Last life for them anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it's down to a best of 1 for Moodang Warriors. Look, I don't know if it's fair to actually give them that much rope here on the side of Moodang Warriors, because you're right that they're a fresh new stack, but again, this is still like the Jab Sunby connection. That's still the foundation of all their ideas. So I know.
Yeah.
Maybe there's something there. Losing Q I feel like is such a big blow as well. Like I know he left. Like he's simply wanted out at that point. So it's like, I don't know, like losing Q, who was very important to a lot of these games where they rally back on Moodang Warriors as Aurora, is huge. And I think there's that, I'm trying to find something that's missing here for Moodang that up against a team like Boom, it's not easy to do, man. I saw the draft, I was like, surely Mushi has this in grasp. Like they left the Knicks, they left Dawnbreaker, they left Lena, they didn't go for the Dawnbreaker. They actually went Venomancer, Mike. They went fucking Venomancer on Boom, and it didn't look garbage. They picked it into Venomancer. They picked it into Abaddon, dude.
Oh. Okay, but I kind of get it. I think it's one of those things that looks like it's shit on paper, but like the whole point of Venomancer is that he accelerates basically into a 4th core way faster than Abaddon can come online,
He
right?
didn't even do that. Like, he was bottom net worth the entire time for Zhao. They just...
Oh, Zhao?
Yeah, Zhao is just bottom net worth.
Abaddon. No, okay, now I'm trying to give them so much rope here, but it's not working out. We'll see whether Moodang Warriors can sort of undo the noose that they've put on themselves here in this game number 2. Start things out with an Alchemist. That's been left in the pool. That's, you ban out the Abaddon, you ban out the Doom. This pick is clear. I feel like out of all the carries and all the quote-unquote meta heroes, maybe DK or Alchemist are probably the heroes that each of these teams are most familiar with playing with.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not the biggest Alch fan still. Like, I get why the hero is so popular. And I did mention it, I changed your reactive picture to now say @Permasneeze so people know. Because I was like, how do I change that? I was like, yeah, I can change it there. Nice. There you go. This is Mr. Mike Permasneeze.
My goat.
Is his, that's your handle on Twitter as well,
you know
right?
what? I love that you're making the very active effort to say like Mike Permasneeze, just in case you keep saying Mike and people are like, what the fuck? That's not what MLP says.
No, it's also, so people know who you are. So people get the follows, you get the attention, man.
Yeah.
That's what it's about,
Thanks,
friends helping friends,
thanks.
man. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I will go off on the Alchemist, though. I'm not the biggest fan of this damn hero. I still feel like, fundamentally, again, like seed money, let's get over it. Get over seed money. And it's like, I feel like it's, I mean, I get why it's popular, right? It flash farms, it scales pretty all right in most matchups, depending. Some heroes can really outscale Alch if you drag it too long, but I don't know. I feel like the hero is just boring. Like, it's not a very exciting carry. It's a very figured out. And it kind of forces you to play an Alchemist game, as they famously say. It's an Alch game when Alchemist is in the game. That's it. And I don't like Alch games.
But I mean, it kind of gave rise to this whole bounty hunter strategy that now sort of has eclipsed into this whole invis meta. So as much as I'm not the biggest fan of Alchemist conceptually, I like kind of the direction that's taken the meta. The whole idea, I mean, this was even back when other metas, when Alchemist was popular, it's always like, okay, they have a certain form of gold manipulation. We need that for ourselves. Bounty Hunter Bat Rider is an interesting support duo, though. And I say support duo because I don't think we live in a world where these heroes really flex the core anymore.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like Bounty Hunter core is probably still my preferred position. I think it's more fun, but it's probably not.
It's fun for sure, but
yeah.
Good? I don't know.
Dire's choice.
I mean, it's pretty bad because it has no laning presence, but I think if you get over that, it could be a good core. The issue is the lane. I think the support duo can fall flat. It's almost a little bit like what Mooding had short last time, wherein there's maybe a lack of control down the line. You're very reliant on like this lasso timing with a blink for your Bat Rider, and that can be a bit slower. Like these two supports are fairly greedy when you think about it, right? Like Bounty Hunter, Bat Rider need EXP, need gold, maybe less so on gold, but I like the solution for Mooding. Straight into Shadow Shaman with potentially the Zeus support coming out. You didn't have access to Nyx, but the Zeus can keep scouting, can keep clearing out sentries that are trying to protect this Bounty Hunter, can make the game mildly hellish for Bounty. I like this for Mooding. It's a good correction.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Shadow Shaman gives you a lot of control that the Zeus might be kind of lacking, right? So, and Zeus Elk is kind of a scary lane to run up against. I think whenever you pick Bounty or Bat, okay, maybe Bat not so much, but between the Bounty and the Bat, you're kind of assuming that this Bounty will probably be position 4. But that might leave Boom in a bit of a pinch because you don't really want to leave any off-laner alone against Zeus Elk. They're not really going to get much space.
Oh, this is nasty already. Lina Dawnbreaker coming out. I mean, sure, maybe it's not as smooth without, say, the Nyx, but you still have Bounty Hunter. Almost the same concept. Bounty Hunter Scouts, you can just travel in if the creep wave's nearby and Solar Guardian in, and you get that burst going. So I like what Boom has. It's steered itself nicely. Maybe the lanes are a little bit awkward. Like if you're looking at Dawnbreaker, Bat Rider is probably the better lane than Dawnbreaker Bounty. I think the double melee is asking for trouble into Alchemist plus Shadow Shaman or Zeus. That can be a little bit irksome, but beyond that, I think this draft is very conceptually sound. Like there's a lot of good play, a lot of good tempo in the mid game. I don't know if the Shadow Shaman controls completely enough to kind of cover you here. They go with the Invoker at least, so we get a treat. You know, you come in here, Mr. Proven Sneeze, and we get the Abed Voker coming out. That's something.
Is the Abed Voker something though? I feel like I'm sure he's good on it. Like, but yeah, it's been like so long since I've seen him actually like pop off on the hero. He's not like, I mean, all respect to Abed, but he's not like a BZM Invoker kind of situation, right? It doesn't really connect in terms of the hero player combination as much as some of his other picks. We'll have to see though. I think the hero has still fundamentally remained very similar, but I think just because of the facets now, you go a bit more of a right-click focused build, and that affects your play. I think, especially the early laning, it should be fine against Lina because you still have a large bit of lifesteal. If he does go for the elitist, then the Quas gives you lifesteal per attack. I think that's kind of how most invokers have run it, like the double Wraith Band mid lane situation.
Pretty much. I don't know if this lane feels that great for the Invoker. I still feel like Lina kind of enjoys it, but it's a bit more manageable, I suppose, overall, especially if you manage to nail your denies. So Abed's going to be all in on lane management to try to get that advantage with this innate. Curious to see what pause ones are going to be picked up here for Boom and what sort of offlane is allowed for Moodang. Already banning out the Magnus and the Night Stalkers, taking care of the big pesky ones already.
10 seconds remaining.
What pause
Night
ones for
Stalker's
Boom?
just annoying for the Dawnbreaker to play into, right?
Oh yeah.
In a way, it's also really annoying for Bounty and Bat because they're heroes that require vision. That's kind of the one thing that Boom esports are lacking right now, right? You're relying fully on your supports to be the ones jumping in, and the fear is that if you pick a last pick carry that doesn't have any sort of initiation or catch potential, then you are kind of at the mercy of Moodang warriors, and when they choose to jump you, later down the line can totally see maybe the Bounty or the Bat Rider, they try and make moves but they get instantly blown up by the magic damage, and then suddenly the initiation falls a bit flat.
Yeah. I am curious. I mean, for me, the one thing that came to mind is like, but wait, doesn't Night Stalker force nighttime? Then you get daytime again with the Dawnbreaker? I mean, it's the worst bit of synergy because Dark Ascension lasts for so long, but it's one that, you know, it's like, hey, you know, Dark Ascension's ended, it's daytime again, let's go hunting. Could be one way to kind of play into that, although you're probably dead at that point if the Dark Ascension works out. I was going to say DK's left in the pool, and this is the classic one. Alchemist DK left in the pool for both sides. So you take the DK, and I'll say this. DK is the better carry than Alchemist. I know people, like a month ago, 2 months ago, were prioritizing both DK Alchemist bans. I think you could get away with giving Alchemist if you could get DK.
Yeah.
Like you 100% could just... You have to ban the DK. DK was always top priority. And I think this still looks good. Like, laning into Mars is still fine for a DK. I do like the Mars for Mooding in that it does give them team fight. There's some good combinations here. Like you're running Mars Shadow Shaman. Have to hand it to Mooding.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Yeah.
aggressive, pretty tasty. But I feel like there's a timer on Mooding. Mind you, it's a very forgiving timer because you've got Alchemist
10
Invoker,
seconds left.
right? You've got Alacrity on this big pos one who has a lot of attack speed, very low base attack time, so Alacrity feels even better. But I think once you taper off, this DK takes over the game. This DK Lena will just, murder you, and I think that is the concern here.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's funny that we see this draft because it almost feels like we're going like maybe 1 month or 1.5 months back in this current patch, right? This DK Alchemist, you would never see it make it through to this stage of the draft. Maybe the DK, the fact that it sort of made its way all the way around. The DK is such a solid pick as well because, like I said, you want someone to frontline, you want a Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian target that makes sense, and this guy fits the bill. Jackie, you mentioned before that, at least for you, okay, I don't think you're the one who told me this. Maybe you can tell me whether you agree, but this is Mr. 343's wisdom here. He said that Jackie has always been the type of carry where if you manage to get him past the laning stage and he's in a winning position, he looks fucking amazing. But a large part of his weakness is when he kind of fumbles a bit in the lane. It feels like sometimes from behind, Jackie isn't really the best carry player. Do you agree with that?
I think I'd agree in the sense that Jackie is not the kind of carry that when he's behind, he'll look for a way to come back in. I agree on that. I still think even from behind, in a lot of games, Jackie will catch up. So I think it's a matter of what are you looking for from a carry who's behind. Are you looking for them to try to join his stream, try to make up for this by looking for pickoffs, looking for opportunities? Jackie's not that kind of player. But he does catch up. This is something that we've seen from before. Oh my lord, we've got all chat. What the hell? They weren't all chatting a while ago.
That's the weird thing. Abed and Zhao are like pals, right? They were all chatting even in the sort of... Because I was covering the Fissure Universe qualifiers, and these two teams were in the grand final. So it's weird that across these few days they played so much. It started with the upper bracket finals where Moodeng unironically shat on Boom. Like it looked really, really sad from Boom. It looked like Mushi probably was taking a nap or something because they were so lost. And then Boom, of course, managing to make it to the final day and going through to the grand finals 3-1. Looked like a revitalized team. And now you're telling me, based it off game number 1, Moodeng are the ones sort of running around like headless chickens instead. Hopefully they've screwed that part of their brain back on, and maybe we're going to see ourselves a bit of a game here.
Yeah, hopefully so. Just a heads up. Abed says to the Good Morning greeting that he feels lazy from him. He's making him feel tired. It's tiring, says Abed. So yeah, there you go.
Understandable.
Tiring dealing with Zhao. I can understand. Nathan can understand from Boom's end as well. The former Blacklist guys.
I mean, okay, I haven't interacted personally, only like professionally with Zhao. He's easy. He seems nice.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like every single time the... I feel like it's one of those big red flags for yourself if you say like, yeah, I don't like Zhao. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, no.
Like, what's your problem? You know what I mean?
Yeah, Zhao's one of the chillest guys. I think there's only literally one player that I think I haven't had the best interactions with in person. I think there's literally only one guy, and I think that guy's very well known for not being easy to be with. I think everyone knows who it is in person, so it's like, yeah. Okay. Outside of that, everyone's pretty damn chill. You know?
True.
It is what it
Leave
is.
some suspense for the viewers. No leaks. Only hypotheses.
Yeah, they've got
some spice for you guys.
They've got a vibe for which one it is.
Okay. I'm gonna plug my headphones in. There we go. Okay.
You had them unplugged? How are you hearing?
Yeah. I'm a wireless. It's fucking amazing. I switched like in the past year, and I think the fear was always that, what if latency and then I can't hear things on time, but it's honestly barely noticeable. And the privilege of being able to just get up from my seat and move wherever the fuck I want is so nice. I'd recommend it.
I just don't like the audio quality loss. Like I'm using a Bear Dynamic.
Oh, I guess so.
Which I need a replacement. I'm going to complain to them because it's cracking up. The plastic was bad in this batch.
Oh shit!
Yeah. You know, it's very, very good audio, so I don't want to sacrifice that. So
yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily like a huge audiophile. Maybe I should be, being a caster and whatnot, but
no, certainly you don't need to. You don't need to. I mean, what wireless are you using? As you know, the laning phase is going on. We're getting full shenanigans, but nothing too exciting.
I'm using one that I got as like just a random gift. It's the Razer Black Shark.
Oh, dude, those are pretty damn good, aren't they? Wait, the black Shark.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I think it's very comfortable. Like, I think my main thing with headphones is always like, can I wear them for longer than 10 hours without like feeling the itch to take them off, right? And I think this kind of fits that bill, so very happy with it. I can't even say like very happy with it as if I did research and made the purchase. I just had it lying around, so I just picked it up one of the days. I can't take credit. Shout out to Mr. Peter Pandam, actually. It was it was at so I got this at Seattle TI and he gave it to me as a result of like, because we were casting the Turbo Mode at TI tournament, me and Benji. And he was, I think, you know, it was like obviously an unpaid thing because it's a community thing. And we weren't thinking of like getting anything from it either. We were just like, this shit's fun, right? And I think he had some leftover prizes lying around. So he's like, yeah, here you go. Very nice. I'm benefiting from it still.
Oh yeah, it's a great one. And I do miss Mr. PD. Miss that man.
Yeah.
Very early benefactor of community casts. So shout out to him wherever he may be. I saw him posting about crypto or some shit. I'm like, yeah, I'm not getting into that. Mr. PPD.
I mean, he's always been in that, like, I think he was one of like the earliest adopters, right?
Yeah, he was. He was. So I was like, oh, he's saying that. I was like, all right. Good on you, Peter. We miss you, buddy.
True.
How are we
I'm not into it myself. Not to get too far into this topic. I'm not into it myself. But at the same time, you know, that in my mind, there are two types of crypto bros, right?
Yeah.
There are the fellas who are just kind of like honestly clueless and probably just hopping on it and they don't actually know what it's about. But the way that PPD has invested in it and like put time into it makes me feel like he has probably done quite a lot of work to like look into things and actually like try and make things sustainable for himself. So I don't get it, but yeah, nice jabs, exit, and yeah, just tussling around the runes, I guess. Not really much to be found. Zhao almost got his ass, but I think we see this Shadow Shaman come out more and more as a response to this Bat Rider just because of that nice dispel.
You know, honestly, if Zhao just landed enough right clicks to proc the Cluster Cluck again after, you know, the self-hex, he would have just stopped TPing and he would have been dead. I was surprised Zhao didn't try to...
Oh, that's true, that's true. Like, he basically has to force himself to, like, cancel the TP by casting that, right?
Yeah, there's no way you can't toggle that off to stop interrupts. So you can get self-grief that way. That's an interesting one that we'll probably see down the line. I do love what Mudeng has done. This is something they did in Game 1 as well, Mr. Permisnes. They've been very, very good in managing runes for Abed. Like, they've been so good at just blocking out the water runes. They didn't block the 2-minute one, but they took the 4 minutes away. And again, this is something they've been trying to do on Mac. He's played the Lina 2 games in a row. It's a good way of managing that Lina, but it's not really stopping Mac. Like, this lane is still a wash. 18-5 for Abed, Turkey 1-7 for Mac. And that's just to be expected. Like, yes, Invoker can kind of stand the lane, but Lena's still going to be nuking your ass down if you try to go for those denies. And you're not really able to leverage your... What's it even called? His innate, his nerdy-ass innate. Mastermind. How edgy.
Oh, innate, yeah. It's a nerd's innate. I think when Quinn first read this, he probably started bristling. That's a Quinn-ass innate. 4-2-3 in the top lane, taking some pressure. Kind of expected. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't think that the bounty would be able to provide so much lane pressure into the Elk, but that's, I guess, just the Elk's early laning stage in a nutshell, right? He can't actually... he can threaten kills, but sustain damage over time, the constant sort of hammers flying out from FBZ. Jabs up here in this top lane though. Splitting targets, they want to go for Tims instead. Yeah, a little bit weird. You can't commit any further because FBZ still has that Starbreaker.
And they're dragging like one additional support up top. This is down to how well Tims was just pulling the creep waves. He dragged him all the way back towards the Ancient, pulled it back, constantly playing between tier 1, tier 2, and just giving a fairly even lane out for FBZ. Which is really what you'd want. You're taking away the power and the threat of like Zeus nuking damage with, say, a very well-timed unstable concoction with acid spray. They're not able to play around that early spike. And you just managed to build up a steady laning start here for the side of Moon. Not really an advantage, but certainly a lot of pressure already with this forced movement out from the Mudeng Warriors. And look at Tims, just tracking for... I mean, he just salved the clarity, man.
Dude, that's painful. Tim's map movement has been pretty precise so far, and I think they might actually bring someone through the twin gates, but it's 7 minutes, so Zhao is gonna go for the Wizzy. Scan comes through. Looks like Jabs will make it there before his counterpart, so at least able to secure that. Feel like that'll be a huge loss to them if they don't manage to get that, for Ollie and Jabs especially.
I mean, again, you're also running like Zeus Shadow Shaman, these heroes. Maybe not as much tied in for the Shadow Shaman, unless you're really looking for that push with the Mass Serpent boards, but levels are fairly important, especially for the Zeus to have presence. So, bounties are a very big deal, and Boom should be able to secure their own, which is also, again, when you have Batrider and the Bounty Hunter on hand, very important because these supports are very greedy. Would have loved to get the double, but you're happy enough with just one. You're still getting 3 lanes out, like not... Jackie's been uncontested on the DK. 48,
dude, look
49
at
to 19,
JT's
like
last hits. Like,
yeah,
JT has
atrocious.
nothing in this lane. What the frick?
I mean, it's... I did expect nothing for the Mars. Sure, it's a melee matchup into DK. He has a cleave, he has free harass, he has breathe fire, he's tanky. I just don't expect this to be that much of a wash for JT. Maybe it's just down
right.
to the
I thought
fact
he'll
that...
be able to like at least get some last hits with like spell combo, but he hasn't even made it to the Soul Ring. And they're gonna pop the Dragon Form in the bot lane, take use of the catapult. The focus from Mudeng is in the mid lane again, like you said. They brought in everybody, but now they're gonna have to go to the bot lane because looks like Mars is in big trouble. Solar Guardian comes in and just crushes him. Okay, well, this off lane has just completely gone off the rails. Meanwhile, Abed catching out Mac in the mid lane. Looks like it was a full spell combo onto Ollie. The Zeus survives, and they're able to get at least something in response there.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Mac. Chain Stun didn't quite manage to pop the wand in an interval.
Dyer's bottom tower
Does
is
die
down.
off. He had his team to back him up ready to go, and maybe a little bit of a consequence of committing Solar Guardian from FBZ felt almost unnecessary for that kill on JT, considering the 2 supports positions. So some good punishment out from the side of Mooding Warriors, but you're still in a very happy game state on Boom. Clear out that bot tier 1, not the biggest objective at this time, but they've got a good aggressive ward to watch if anyone oversteps or tries to rotate. Secures them Roshan later on as well, because it becomes a little bit tougher to try to smoke from this position, which a lot of teams like to do. And again, like the foundations are solid for the side of Boom. You are getting some space out for 4-2-3, right? Like the Alchemist is just able to jungle. It's a long road still into that point where Alchemist becomes scary. And yes, you do have like this Alchemist Invoker idea, Alacrity being on hand for Alchemist to play with, but you need at least the BKB to be up on your Alch to be comfy at that point. And again, that's still more time to farm. See if anything comes out here as Mudeng. They'll try to sneak around with a smoke.
FBZ's already gone though. I mean, the lane's kind of pushed up in a precarious position, and I think it's no secret to Boom that Mudeng Warriors will be wanting to play through Abed, so they're keeping a keen eye on their map. Anytime Abed is off the map, it's very clear that some sort of play is afoot here. No one showing in this bot lane, understandably so, because the wave is so pushed up. So you gotta imagine that they're on the prowl. Ghost Walk tags up onto Zhao on this high ground. There's the Hex. Shouldn't be able to get out. We'll try for the LSA into the... Okay, not even the LSA, just straight Laguna in. 423's joined the fray now. Jackboy's gonna TP in. But this cliff area is a bit awkward for them to try and find an initiation. So they bring heroes, but Boom aren't really able to respond. Ends up just being a support kill though. And the gold lead is actually still in Boom's favor.
Yeah, it's in Boom's favor up against an Alchemist. And I think the one thing that might have felt better for the side of Boom is if Tim's had track, you could have maybe played off Shuriken Toss Bounce. And maybe that kill lines up for Mac. But I don't think he minds. He's been very happy to just toss out Lagunas, try to get the maxed out Fiery Soul from the Eternal Runaway, and try to get
It's
some
just a
additional magic
farming, like
mansion.
he's just ulting just to go back to the Ancients and get like max stacks or some shit.
Yeah, I mean, he's just... I think he's just trying to get supercharged stacks and trying to hope Dragon Slave clips someone. If it doesn't, well, who cares? Right? Like, it's such a low cooldown for this... And this is what pisses me off, if you'll allow me to divert here. Why does Lina get a 70-second cooldown Laguna? Why is Lion's 120 or some dumb shit like that?
Yeah, this is kind of ridiculous. I don't get it. I think in their mind, they were like, okay, since it's no longer pure damage, we removed some of the value from it, so let's dog down the cooldown. Fucking ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I also had it in my mind. I don't play mid a lot, obviously, but I had it in my mind that Laguna had a longer cooldown. This is like fucking Rolling Thunder cooldown territory.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
It's dumb, and she gets a talent at fucking level 20 instead of 25 for minus 25 seconds. Are you kidding me? That's a 50% cooldown reduction. 50% at level 20. How?
You can throw out like 3 in a fight if it goes long enough, actually.
Yeah. How is a 50% cooldown reduction at level 20 Talon? Hello? And how is this? How is that never touched in patch? How is that never touched in patch?
What is this? What is this Lina 25 talent? I've never actually had a look at her final talents.
They're both
Plus
kind of
150 crit on targets affected by spells.
Yeah,
and
you just get 120 free crits on your right click.
Is that the one that people favor? I guess so, right? The barrier is a bit more conditional.
The barrier is conditional, but it's also almost 100% uptime. Considering it lasts 15, your Laguna Blade at that point is 25-second cooldown because you get a minus 25-second cooldown reduction at 20. So you have a 10-second downtime without the barrier. It's kind of dumb.
That's so stupid. Okay.
She is so dumb. I hate that. I mean, honestly, I'm legitimately fine if Lina's busted. If everyone else was just as busted as her, it doesn't feel like we've had that point in Dota in a while.
Initiation in the top lane. JT still very poor, so they just have to use the walk-up strategy. It's gonna work though. Cage the Dragonite. Solar Guardian coming in. Mudang Warriors, do they have the damage to cut through this DK right now? He's toggling to try and save his life. The stun, but the hold is in place. Shadow Shaman will finish the job, but FBZ getting the hammer out. Big return kills. They lose the Lina though, so the 2 important cores getting picked off. Great target prioritization from the Mudang Warriors, and they'll go core to core to core. It's a triple kill for Abed. Very nicely done on this Invoker, and he might just scoop up more. Sunstrike to give the vision. Sunstrike off the mark though, and that'll be the end of that. Still ends up being a great trade for Mudang Warriors. I kind of feel like that was a little bit illegal, the fact that they were able to just walk up and get that type of a fight.
Maybe a little bit of an overextension from Jackie, just feeling a little bit too confident in how durable he is. Doesn't have his lifesteal source yet, can't really just man up and fight. Of course, we're 13 minutes in, no BKB in sight. And that's really the big window for Mudang Warriors. And again, they've got this high potential burst. I mean, you've got, you know, level 6 up on Ollie. He's got the level 3 lightning bolt up. You have that good hold with jabs if no one comes in to try to stun. And Jackie was just in a little bit of an isolated island by himself for a long time. You don't even have that full pipe yet on FBZ, who has had a pretty good game. I mean, but Solar Guardians have been on point, but it's not like you have Ags yet. Again, it's still very early in the game, so this massive sustain you're looking for from Boom, not quite online. You have to be a little bit careful with your pieces here. The side of Mudang, they might be looking for a little bit more again.
That was a very cute attempt there from 423, even turning off the Radiance on the high ground just to try and be sneaky about it. And Boom, able to back off. There's still a lot of commitment here from Mudang Warriors in the top lane. They'll look at Zhao now. This is Dead Bat Rider, however you choose to look at it. I feel like this is the time that Mudang Warriors obviously want to keep fighting. So I don't know how I feel about Boom continually trying to send people up here, because this top lane has got to be sort of the most dangerous spot for them so far.
And it has been. It's been quite the fire zone to try to force things into. I think the side of Boom should try to refocus. They haven't gotten wards in the triangle. There's some massive stacks here for 423. He's clearing out without Radiance. So the flash farm is accelerating. 423 is going for the more aggressive build, just going for Sanjin Yasha instead of a BKB, which I like. Does allow him to really leverage some durability and damage, and just kind of rely on his team to bail him up. They have some good dispels on hand. You always have the defensive hex to play with if things are dicey anyhow. So you can kind of try to escape with that. And they're setting up now. Like, JT, despite only being 4.16 net worth, is at least keeping up in levels. He's trying to diverge back for Midas, but his arenas have been on point. It's just a matter of finding a position. JT? Okay. Not quite the position there. Making moves onto John Uel. Now it's Solar Guardian out. You managed to get the wards, trapping in 423. Not the spot he wants to be in. Not good wards. FBC still set to fall, but has the pipe. Surviving a little bit longer. The physical damage from the wards will be enough. So trying to chase for more with Jackie showing up. Abed would be a massive kill. Dragontail does come in. They've got the damage coming in with Mac as well. And a triple kill for that Lina. Swiping away. Jabs does manage to find one more.
What the hell? Dude, that Alchemist trap was so sad. I immediately clicked over to him to see whether he had phase boots, but not the case. No. That was a little bit of self-destruction from Jabs there, not gonna lie. That fight started in such a weird way. And I think this is kind of what this game will boil down to be honest, because even though Mudeng Warriors gold-wise they're behind and that's not so good on the Alk, we see that when they are able to walk in and sort of start the fight on their terms, put the arena down on the target that they want, at least until those BKBs come up, that's a very good strategy. That works. But that fight started with both supports on Boom initiating on the Mars and basically blowing him up before he had any chance of a response. So JT overstepping his bounds a little bit there. I kind of get the Midas pickup, but it also feels like it's just gonna leave him still ineffective for such a long period of time.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Like, if he expects a longer game, sure. I just don't know if you want to play a longer game anyway on Mudeng. So you should try to get a grasp around his earlier timing. By the way, what happened? Did you hit the mute button on your mic? I was waiting for you.
Yeah. Sorry about that. So I've been muting on and off because I'm in sneeze territory. My sneeze levels are pretty high this morning.
Look, leave the sneezes in. That's the content we need. Okay?
People's ears are gonna blow up actually.
No, it's fine. Let it blow up.
We'll see. It'll be
I've got a compressor. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I've got a compressor.
It's just like the most muted ass sneezes ever. Okay. I'll let it rip. We'll see.
Hell yeah, that's what we want. 6 to 9.
Big
very
stacks
nice.
in triangle.
Massive stacks as they're clearing, but a big smoke as well. The Mudengs, they don't find anything. They do manage to find at least a haste. They did drop the dust for the high ground break. So
yeah,
still in a good angle though. Maybe, but nah, split apart now. Not gonna be able to find anything. And I think one thing to be worried about is, again, like you were talking about BKB timings here, Mike. They're building into that. Like 1 part away, Jackie lacks the recipe. Mac might diverge to it. He is 2 parts into the Ags. Maybe he just goes for that first. You're gonna have full Ags on FBZ. Literally, it's just Jackie BKB being farmed, but I feel like that's the big one anyway. Because the only reason Jackie died in the last fight was when he was controlled up.
You can kind of see how Mudeng Warriors have to play, right? They don't really have this, as much as they have some decent teamfight spells, they don't really have this big AoE damage where they can get multiple heroes at the same time. They're mostly relying on go from single target to single target to single target. And the problem is that their single target, the first priority will always be Jackie. He also happens to be the hardest person to kill. And Mac's not going to be the one showing himself on the front line, so I don't think it's too much of a problem. Stun up under the tower though, looks like Boom want to defend. They even just popped the dragon form for it, so trying to chase the side of Mudeng Warriors away, and I guess that's enough of a deterrent. They say, okay, we see dragon form popped, we chill, we go farm.
Yeah, I like this re-smoke out from Boom Esports after showing for the defense. Trying to find a straggler, pings out onto the triangle. Blink ready on Zhao. Catching JT would be big if they could get that gap, but JT, he's hanging around for this one just a bit.
He still has a blink, but he's not going to see Tim's. Oh, way too quick. Still has the arena. Actually going to pop it out, but eats a lasso. The rest of Mudeng Warriors are not in position to help him out. And yeah, he actually went for the blink first, so I think that's the right decision, but he still has the Midas queued up, which is pretty funny.
I think that's fine. I think having the blink is good, and then you can just, if you're going for a late game, you might as well try to recover something. Midas probably helps. There's not much you really look for anyhow on Mars, right? Like I'd like at this moment, maybe a BKB, but beyond that, like you can try to scale. So I like that idea. You know, just trying to provide a little bit more here for JT to scale up, but you're still in dire straits.
Don't Google JT net worth right now. This shit's ass.
Barely above Jabs is not the point where you want to see your Mars, but hey. Timing gets a little bit scary now as well. Ags up on Mac, so now the full burst potential is in play into the BKB next. Ags for FBZ is also just 500 gold away, 450-ish. So key timing's getting scary for the side of Mudeng Warriors to play into. And again, this is kind of the time where they should be strong. Around 20 to 25, maybe 30 to 35 at the latest is when your Alchemist can really leverage this net worth advantage, but it doesn't feel like they're meeting that. And once the net worth advantage of Alchemist, you know, if it still maintains past 35, that's fine, but it starts to be a little bit less meaningful. Because everyone else starts to get big items as well, and, you know, what's the point of having one major item when the other teams are keeping up, for the most part? Now it's like, an Alchemist would say one 5,000 gold item ahead of another hero at 45 minutes, isn't that scary? Or 30 or 35 minutes, you know, it's not that scary at that point.
I think the big thing right now is just that it always feels like the case for Alchemist games where he is way higher net worth. But the problem always is, you know, can the rest of your cores keep up, right? You're eating up a lot of space on the map. You're sort of the main focus in terms of farm priority. And even though Abed has done pretty well on the Invoker so far, like we said, the JT Mars is really, really far behind. And that net worth differential is showing in these fights, right? JT throws out the arena, throws out a spear, and then he instantly dies. And it just really comes down to whether 423 can do the job. There's a Spirit Vessel on Tim's, there's multiple forms of burst and control, and like you said, the DK, you know, you want to be a 1-5k item ahead of him, but he's doing so much physical damage in this Dragon form. The Alk has no armor items at the moment.
There's just no quick fix. Smoke out from Boom to secure this tier 2. No one coming in for the defense from Wudang, which is probably the smarter choice anyhow. They could try to do something sneaky into Roche, but there's wards already set up here. They've got vision in the area. Just one ward drop, yeah, that's going to reveal it for Boom, and they smoke up straight away. They'll get the D wards, but Roche, I mean, it's not the slowest.
They can pop the Shadow Shaman wards, and then suddenly this gets way faster. Boom are going to choose to try and pressure the top tier 1 instead. Base race? Smile.
Yeah, looks
I mean, they can make it back, but then they don't have Shadow Shaman wards, and their tier 3 is already being smacked around on.
Yeah, they don't get the most damage, to be fair, but they do manage at least pressure. I think it would have been a rough fight for Boom as well. Dragon form fades away from Jackie. Time's just a little bit off. So they're willing to sacrifice that. I mean, Aegis up on Abed is pretty damn nice, to be fair. He's been, like you said, he's been doing a lot of work on the Invoker, or as much work as he could put in. Whether or not the secondary life is going to be enough, though, is a different question. We'll have to wait and see. At least 43 does have his BKB going into the Blink. JT's still queuing up the Midas. Still no progression in that front, sadly enough. But hey, you know, it's a rough game for Mr. JT
I'm gonna
Mars.
pop to the washroom real quick.
No problem.
Be right back.
All right. Here we are. The voices are playing in my head again, as Neff Sensei would like to say. Shout out to Neff, covering South America with Calamity. Shout out to Neff, never inviting me for Dota 2 games anymore. Well, you're missing out on the world's best line. BTW? SynQ approved? Never is. 7-9, less than 1k lead. You're running an Alchemist. You're not having a net worth advantage for your team. Not good. Mid tier 2 starts the siege upon, as Jackie really has no care in the world. Do believe he has his Yasha, Sanjin Yasha, fully assembled up. There it is. So really not much to be worried about here on the side of Boom. Maybe looking for an angle with 423. Wants a softer target than Jackie, though. And his smoke could be big, but you're also smoked up now on the side of Boom, and Tims is scouting forward. Breaks the smoke on Abed. Sentry is out of range, and Tims already breaks that one up nicely. Are they going to try to go for a play? Even more tracks coming in. Tim's doing God's work on the bounty right now with us all of this information. They hex up Abed just to dispel track. Fair enough. And the side of Boom will not make that play. They play it safe. They don't want to have to deal with 2 lives. Poke, control the map, take that top farm, get that build up, reach into this point where critical mass is achieved. BKB for Mac, just about 2,000 gold away, maybe 1.7 actually, closer to that figure. Whereas Mudang still hugging bot, and still Tim's keeping track of everyone. Or at least keeping track of Abed. Making this a little bit of a nightmare to play, but look this flank. Dust ready on JT. Just need to catch out Tims. They know he's around. He's starting out. They get the lasso out straight onto Jabs, but Zhao has no backup for this one. Will be falling for that one. Wards are dropped onto the side. JT dies in the arena solo. Solar Guardian tried to bail out Jackie and the rest. BKB popped late from Jackie. Solar Guardian does connect through the BKB of 423. But a very messy fight as they hold down Jabs. Jabs holding down Mac. Abed still living, still has that Aegis on hand. Mac now walks into the Sunstrike, not quite outside of range, but will be taken away anyhow. A 2-for-2 core and a support, but the bigger core coming down here for the side of Boom. And that was maybe a little bit keen here on Boom. Like, yeah, I mean, Zhao went in for this big lasso play onto Jabs first, but had no backup. Didn't really manage to get that burst play they'd want. They get the isolation on JT. You know, that's nice, but he's also the lowest network core. It doesn't really feel impactful when you kill someone that's barely above farm of support right now.
Yeah, I just caught the tail end of that fight, and that looked so awkward from Boom. At some moment, Mac stepped up to try and burst down Abed in his first life as well, but the way that Mac was playing made it seem like he didn't have an Aegis on Abed, right? Like, even if you get that first life, it's not really the biggest of deals. And you were talking this whole time about how this Alchemist basically needs to hit his power spike. This is it. Like, this 5 minutes, this Aegis, and maybe a little bit after that, that's when 423 is basically the strongest hero on the map, and we're seeing that right now.
And it is. Like, it's very hard to focus him down if they can't get their Lina on top of that same target, and it was just very split up from Boom. Like, Mac, again, was playing south side by the camp where JT was, so he's cut off from the rest. The arena did come on before JT died as they catch out Mac.
Oh,
Abed has enough damage for this. Solar Guardian will come in. Can they kill the life? Can they get the drop timing? It looks like they... No, they can't. FBZ doesn't last long enough. Now he's stuck in the high ground. Might be sacrificed. Here comes the rest of Boom. They do manage to blow up Jabs. They blow up Abed now, and it's 4-2-3 against the world. Tries to TP, but the lasso is back on Zhao. 4-2-3.
Dude, what are Mudeng Warriors doing here? JT got to pop
Arena
up a nice
to
arena. I think 4-2-3 is still gone. Like, he's tracked up, slowed up. Still very quick on the Alchemist. How is he escaping? 5 more seconds until the blink. Nice Thunder God's Wrath from Ollie to try and cancel that. Oh, here comes Zhao. Here comes the blink. They will find the Alchemist slowly but surely. Find Ollie as well. At least they get one return kill, I guess, from JT onto Zhao, but it's a small consolation. They lose 4. That is... We talked about Boom being a bit over-eager in the bot lane, and I mean, Abed, even with that Aegis, steps up to the front line. The rest of the team had already split up on various parts of the map to farm. They're not really sure what Mudeng were trying. Maybe thinking they could get a solo kill there. I think not really respecting Mac and the amount of magic resist he's getting from the Flame Cloak.
Yeah. I mean, if they did get that kill on Mac, I think that's a very different story, of course, but a little bit optimistic with them being so close to the high ground. So, not quite fully respecting that they're not really in control of the game yet on Mudeng. And now, 5k lead for Boom. Happy days. And to be fair, you know, he said a smaller kill for JT. Hey, look, that kill catapults him to 10k gold. So now he has at least like a 2.6k difference.
He hit the 10k mark soon. He can finally afford this freaking Midas. But
yeah, he can.
You know what? I'm beginning to think like he's queued it up just to like show. And like it's more of a mental thing, right? He's got that Midas mindset. He wants to get back into the game, but in reality, he's not actually buying it. He's been holding off this entire time. So the BKB a lot more within reach. Someone said, is JT washed up, sad face, my Malaysian hero since IG times? I don't think you can say JT is washed. I think this team is just not fully utilizing JT just yet. The way that they've played around him has been a bit linear so far. But yeah, maybe too early to say, I think.
I don't think he's washed. I don't think JT's washed at all. I think, again, it's like you were saying, probably this is some of the factors that aren't gelling for a stack, you know? And this is one of the things I think Blacklist learned it the hard way when, you know, they tried to assemble teams. Even Aurora, like Mudeng before they split off from Aurora, we're also struggling to like find a stack with chemistry that works. I think out of all of it, Boom is the one that found somewhat of a solution. It's taking some kinks to make this work with Mac, right? Like for a while, when Boom came back to see it, looked really rough, but it's starting to shape up again. I think Talon's been, I don't mean to blow Talon's horn all the time, but you have to admit, when they came in with like this new stack of Akashi, when they came back, right? Akashi, Ponyo, WS, Chuen, that stack, you know, you're like, yeah, okay, that's a funky stack. I was like,
yeah, nobody believed in it. Nobody believed in it, actually.
I think individually, I was like, this stack could work. It's just a matter of them proving that it could work. And then it does work. And it's like, it takes a skill to find like these players who are, you know, maybe haven't had the most shining moments, but gel together and make them gel together and kind of work out. We'll see if Mudeng can gel for the smoke.
I heard that was the work of Brando as well, so props to him. Quick catch out. Found the Bat Rider first. That's pretty significant. JT off the mark with his spells. Gonna take a lot of damage from Jack Boys now. Still pops up the arena. Meanwhile, Mac throwing out a Laguna on the back line onto 423. JT's just gonna TP from the other side of the arena. Jackie doesn't want to commit his BKB to get that mask, and now they're wrapping around the rest of Mudeng Warriors. Okay, still getting a catch out, forcing the Solar Guardian out onto Mac though. He pops the Flame Cloak. 423 doesn't have a BKB no longer, and he's gonna get busted down on the Elk. That fight positioning was a bit awkward. The start of the fight, getting the catch on the bounty was nice from Jabs, but they found themselves locked up into a corner. The slow wrap around from Boom, choosing to allow JT to TP out the fight, ended up being a great decision.
Yeah. A little bit rough for the side of Mudang. Again, a very split up fight. Like this time, the split up does work for Boom because they drag away this factor of 4-2-3 because Mac is playing in the back line. That front jump from JT is just not enough. Killing off Zhao is nice, but you put yourself in a very compromised position as well, right next to the DK. And I love that patience from Jackie. He's like, all right, I'm not going to pop on my BKB. I don't want to have to run out of arena. Then he goes back inside, and my attacks don't hit anyway. It's a little bit risky to just BKB for that. Holds on, doesn't need to pop it. They clean up. 8k lead now for the side of Boom. Mudang, at the very least, don't lose anything major. You know, Abed being alive is fine, but again, losing 4-2-3 is big. They tried to go on the gate. Timing for Tims does allow him out. Isn't caught in the dust, and the all chat comes in. And right now, if you're Boom, you're just swimming. You know, you're talking about this big spike for the Alchemist. I said around 20 to 35, where it's starting to reach the end of it. And already Jackie's overtaken in farm. Like, even if you retake this lead on the Alchemist, what? You're going to look at 2k at best. It's not enough. Certainly not enough to really control the game by yourself.
Tormentor stolen as well. Tims is going to have that friendly shadow. I mean, in an ideal world, you're hoping that the way this draft is set up, that JT acts as a frontliner as well. But with the game that he's had, he's just very easy pickings, and it's only 4-2-3. We see in the previous fight as well. Once his BKB is already used, he is nothing but fodder for like a couple of Lina spells, and then he just instantly gets blown up. Right? It's proving very difficult for them to connect these pieces on Mudang. They can maybe jump forward, get a single pick off with jabs before they all start dying. It goes back to what we were saying about how their target focus is a lot more single target. They don't really have this big AoE control other than the Mars Arena. And even then, when you pop that Mars Arena onto 3 heroes, the Invoker and, you know, the Alchemist are only ever hitting one hero. Maybe you drop a cheeky Meteor Deafening Blast, but apart from that, the AoE damage or the damage to take down all these heroes at once is kind of lacking.
It is. I think, again, I feel like this draft is better than the last game draft, though, from the side of Mudang Warriors, but again, the ideas just aren't panning out the way you'd want. A nice amp damage rune from Mac on the rune respawn as well. He decides to just turn on his Ghost Scepter for fun. So amp damage with Lina gonna be flying around like a maniac. Again, we hit that level 20 talent, 25-second cooldown. Why?
Whatever.
Every time I look at Lina again, and I just get
So
pissed
stupid.
off. I'm like, what does Lion get? Why does my boy Lion get shafted so hard?
Lion gets Fist of Death.
Yeah, it's great. It's cool. But it's not enough.
Okay, to be fair, Lion also is counterbalanced by the fact that he has 2 spells that are like almost instant disables. That's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, but Finger. Come
You
on.
get infinite mana. The idea is that
I
Lina...
know, but Finger.
Yeah.
At least make it 90 seconds. You know, instead of this 100 something.
Okay, we
it's
close
total
our eyes
bull.
and pray for the next patch.
And then once it hits 90, everyone's
As
gonna
if
be picking
Lion needs a buff, to be fair. He's
Yeah,
still
to be
like
fair.
top tier.
He is. But still,
Lina
it
needs
pisses
a nerf,
me off.
though. Lina needs a
Oh,
nerf.
yeah. No, see, that's the mindset I don't like in Dota 2. On Dota right now, it's like, we're nerfing strong shit instead of making weak shit strong. I feel like that was
okay, I get what
always
you
the
mean.
golden age of Dota for me, was when busted shit, you know, you touch it down a bit, but you buff everything else to be strong. I haven't seen anyone get over buffed. You know, I haven't seen anyone just reach an actual point where, yes, we're just making everything broken again. Instead, it's like trying to nerf everyone down to be at the same level of brokenness instead of buffing, which I guess, you know, there's a thing as power creep. You know, you don't want to overly power creep. At the same time, I mean, we are just power creeping anyway. Everything is slowly
that's
getting
true.
stronger.
Yeah, everyone's
least-
always complaining about how these supports are so hard to kill these days. Everyone's got money. Everyone's like fucking fat in terms of the HP and gold, and yeah. I mean, you don't power creep one way, you power creep the other, right? I guess is your perspective.
Yeah. I don't know. I just miss, like, when Dota was just
Fucky
everything's
Dota.
busted. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Try for the
JT.
spear back. JT, I apologize to that guy in chat. Your goat might be a little washed, at least in this game on the mask. That was it. The Dragon Knight wasn't even moving. He was standing still. He didn't even blink away or anything. That was a very floundering initiation from JT, and I mean, now you basically have to choose, are you going to commit the buyback just to try and defend against this push?
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
I don't think it makes a difference. I think you just have to surrender it. It's not going to make a difference. It's not enough. Like, Mac is very secure in the back line. There's no way. You just kind of have to cop it. Maybe you look for an angle in. You don't have a blink on 423 though, but...
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Let's try to throw
Okay.
some spells out. Nice little sequence.
Oh.
Lasso up though. Zhao caught the Zeus. Ollie isn't the biggest target. Gets to turn around, throw the Thunder God's Wrath down. Solar Guardian forced out just to save the bat, and 423 is going to
Oh,
choose
there's
to
a
commit.
buyback.
Buyback now on the Mars. They're looking at Jackboy's first life down. Arena still available. JT can pop it out, but there's still a BKB available for the DK. Throws it out onto Mac, forcing that BKB jabs, sacrificing his life on the back line just to create the space for his team to fight, but no follow-up damage is available. The DK just walks out freely. So they commit a buyback. They basically use all their ultimates on the side of Mudang Warriors. And what? They get an Aegis and... That's about it.
Nothing.
Dyer's middle tower
They don't
is
even
under
save the
attack.
racks. I think at that point you really shouldn't have just you shouldn't have just you shouldn't have buyback. Like, you don't save your racks. You take care of Aegis, sure, but Jackie's going to be coming back in with another Elder Dragon form, and this time he knows BKBs are down. He knows Arena's down for a little bit longer. There's a window here for Boom to actually play and look for that big dieback.
Oh, Jackie. Bit slow on the stun there. Doesn't get the connection. So Ollie able to jump out of trouble. The Mudang 5 will be back up together again, but like you said, no BKBs, no ultimates, at least no more arena for 35 more seconds. Boomer choose
know
to
what?
play this chill. I mean, they are fully aware that they're the ones like way further in control now, right? Like the Alchemist timing has completely passed.
Illusion.
Oh yeah. And you know what? I do like the sound of what you just said there. Mudang 5. Like the Jackson 5, but hippos. I like that. That's good.
But hippos, welcome to Mudang 5, and you just see fucking 5 hippos slowly crawling onto stage. That's kind of what it feels like from this qualifier so far. It's cute for like the first 5 seconds, and then you look at it and you're like, "Eh, come on guys, let's put them back in the water. They don't belong here."
And they get pulled out of water, they get slapped, they cry a little bit. And that's what happens to Mudang. Such a diva, that
Yeah.
one. Just
Yeah,
like this
fair.
team might be
I
a
don't know,
little
if
bit.
I was that adorable, I'd be a diva too.
Well, ooh. Ah, that was interesting. For a moment, there was a talisman of evasion on the ground as 43 has disassembled into a nullifier. So maybe this makes a difference. Saving from, I guess, defensive E-Blades, trying to pin down some of these heroes. We'll see it. They're trying for a smoke out on Mudang. No outward vision. So it's a little bit blind, but if they catch, say, Mac alone, could open up the game, but they're not even trying to reach across that. Just retake their triangle. And I don't know, it feels like you have to go for that Hail Mary here. Still walking around. See if it pans out somehow.
Tim's on the
would
front
not
line
be
being the first one caught is kind of tough. The bolt comes through. I'm not sure whether Tim's caught wind of that. He's going to cut through, spot him, but the aesthetics cap is going to limit this disable. Trying to focus down the bounty hunter. 423 has the full focus there, but Jackie killing off the backline supports. JT is down, and you
Tim's is
still
not
have yet to
dead?
kill off Tim's. He's still fine.
Still not
Turns around,
dead?
throws out a track onto 423, and the Alchemist is gone. Mudang Warriors, they might just
this
be
is
gone
cooked.
from these close qualifiers as well. Jabs gonna get slapped down in the middle
They
of his
call
own
it.
wards, and GG is called. Put them back in the water. They're done.
Oh yeah, that is. They need some washing right now. Good old Mudang Warriors. A little bit harsh, but hey, we're memeing here just a bit. That was not the match I expected. I expected this to be more competitive. I'm not gonna lie, but it does feel like Boom has again just, figured things out a lot better. They've got that backing of good old Coach Mucci, of course, and you know he's been steadily improving this team. And for the side of Mudang Warriors, there's an identity crisis here. Primacy's Mike. I feel like it's the drafting, it's their ideas and what they want to do in the game, and maybe not meshing with what, say, JT likes to achieve, what JT thinks is a good game, right? Like it's down to what your idea as each player is of a good game. What's a good game to you, right? And I think it's not meshing here. You know, what Mudang thinks is a good game is not meshing with all players. It's not lining up. And I think what's coming out here is really, I don't mean to paint targets on people's backs, but it looks like JT is the one that's not figuring out what he has to do for his team, or not really aligning with what the team wants from him on the offlane. And I think that's really the shortcoming here for Mudang Warriors. It's just a little bit of a desync right there.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think actually not just, at least for me, the problem is apparent not just with JT, but with 423 as well, because we know 423 to be a certain type of player. He has his magical powers, always playing these sort of more unorthodox heroes, and he has a certain aggression to him. And I think so far, when we see him on these other stacks like Secret, like this Mudang Warriors lineup, it feels like both these side lane cores don't... Like Mudang Warriors, Jabs, Ollie, and Abed, they've played together for a little while now, so it's like they know, right, how they want to play around Abed. But it almost feels like the trio from Aurora don't know how they are supposed to enable JT. They don't know how they want to set 423 up for a perfect game, and these are kind of discussions that you need to have. So fully relying on, okay, we'll set Abed up and Abed will carry us, and we'll just pick you guys other heroes just to sort of do your own thing, like that doesn't cut it. That doesn't cut it against a team like Boom Esports, and that's kind of what happens here. Unfortunately, that means that we have to say goodbye to Aurora, so they don't stand a chance anymore of being at Mudang Warriors. So PGL Wallachia hopes no longer exists for them, unfortunately.
No, sadly not. I mean, there's going to be more opportunities down the line. I'm curious to see how the team adjusts as I get a random-ass invite from someone to play a game. Like, not right now, buddy. Not right now, but still. Very well played from Boom. I'm loving this improvements that we're seeing out from him, because you think about maybe a month ago here, Permisnees Mike, that when we'd see this Boom versus Aurora, it would be a lot closer, right? Boom versus Mudang Warriors. It was a lot closer. Yeah. And now it's just looking a lot better. Maybe down to, again, the fact that Mudang is still figuring out what they want from 423 and from JT, but it also looked like Boom has leveled up a little bit. Whether or not that's going to be enough to win this qualifier, we'll have to see. I feel like Talon has shown themselves to be just a cut above in a way that is really, again, to me, somewhat disappointing. I mean, I love Talon. I'm a Talon guy. Yeah. But I'm disappointed when the region can't keep up with it. Like, I want these matches to be closer. And it feels like Talon's playing too good, and I want to see everyone else play really good, and it's disappointing when no one's able to bring that. You know, it's just...
Yeah, I know what you mean, because like I feel like some of these matches, like when you watch it, right, you feel like, okay, Boom are clearly a level above, and then when they play up against Talon, you're like, okay, they are a level above everyone else, but still not at Talon's level. Yeah. And that really makes you think like, okay, just how far is the gap right now? You can make the excuse or the rationale that Talon have been to more international tournaments lately, they have that experience, you know, it's very vital and it's clearly playing a part. But then how is everyone else supposed to improve, right? What's kind of the missing factor? So it's a little bit... It's definitely the most disappointing and apparent for me with Boom. I love that. I love that team of players, and I love Mushi. I just think the entire identity and brand is sick. It's great that they came back to Southeast Asia, but I kind of feel like they're the roster that I feel like have the least excuses. You know, they're all veterans. They've all been playing for a long time. It's not like they're new to competing or adapting or being at the very top, but it kind of feels like even though they still have those opportunities where they're appearing at some international events, they've yet to really channel that to reach Talon's level. So I think, at least for me, the main frontliners for sort of potentially stepping up to that level, apart from Boom, are probably Mongols as well. Mongols are looking better and better lately. Crossing my fingers, speaking of the Mongols, we do have them up against Chicken and Friends coming up next.
Yeah, should be a fun one. It is not a rolling sched, if I'm correct, right, Mr. Permisnees Mike? So we're going to be waiting an hour?
I think so. It's rolling sched only if the games last long enough. But yeah, it's not rolling other than that.
All right. So it's going to be a bit of a longer break, 46 plus 15 minutes because of our Dota TV delay. Let me do some quick maths. That's
maybe you can accept that. Maybe you can accept that game invite and then just play farm.
No,
you could.
I mean, I could. My audio doesn't pump true, but I'm going to take that time to eat lunch, Mr. Permisnees Mike. I've got some beef stroganoff lined up. We should.
Oh,
yeah.
That sounds yummy. What the hell?
It's very yummy. I'll send a picture later.
Goddamn. Okay. Flex on him.
Yeah, let's address chat for a little bit. Thanks for tuning in. Straw Hat, very interesting name. Huang Tran Viet, GG disband. I don't think they will, but it would be very sad if they would. I would not wish that upon them. You know, it's very sad. Yeah. Southeast Asia. We don't need less stacks in Southeast Asia, all right? We need more. Van Jux, even your cult brothers are going to Western Europe. Yes. Dark Knight, MY team or Thailand. I have no idea what you're asking. The context is gone. But yes, thank you everyone for tuning in. Thank you, Mr. Permisnees Mike. And we will take a break. I will have some stroganoff, and I'll be back in Having fun. Everyone have fun. Yeah. Oh, jeez. We got a B-Cop raid and we were AFK, but it is break time, and it's going to be break time a little bit longer. The game hasn't launched yet. Gonna keep waiting. Our boy sneezes, so back. Yeah, the game just launched, so it's gonna be looking like it's actually a few more minutes because they launched a little bit late. I think I literally just saw Palos jump in game, like got the notification. So it's gonna be a little bit longer, guys. Calm down. We won't be covering it. Don't you worry. Where's my snip? It is. Let's add. Let's make that maybe around 13 minutes. It's the time it'll take as we're waiting on standby. Alright, we're waiting for good old Permiston's mic to be back. It's John X Fire in my cozy pixel art room. With some tea. Some good spiced tea. Had a fantastic lunch. So did Permiston's mic. He sent me a picture. I can attest. It looks wonderful. That prawn mee. Actually, that's different from the prawn mee I'd expect. Not gonna have a talk with him when he's back. We are loading in. Chicken and Friends up against the Mongols. Not an easy opponent by any means, but we saw Chicken and Friends kind of bring a good fight to Kuku's essence anyhow. So, drag that to 3 games. I have gotten confirmation on Eris's internet problems. Yes. Games and Pizza, hello. Yes, it is a John Cast. We are joined by Permiston's Mike, as Michael Phoenix is inundated with 2 children. Thank you for dropping by. Should be a fun one. Chicken and Friends. Again, they had an unfortunate time with Eris's internet connection and Nike just dying. And literally, I think that was the sole provider in the area. In his municipality, yes. Yes, it's not a big area at all. It's actually pretty rural. Yeah, 160,000 people. Not big. I don't even know where Cavite is. Confuses the shit out of me. Like, it's all just Manila. My dumb ass. Give me 90. Oh, okay, it's south. It's like on the SLX. Yeah, I mean, theoretically, you could have asked Eris to maybe go all the way up to General Trias or to Imus, but that's still a pretty long ride. No, that's kind of unreasonable, I'd say. That's, what scale am I at? 2 kilometers? Somewhat reasonable, but I'm not sure how good transport is in a tiny town of 160,000. Like, I don't know how taxi service is like. I don't know if I'm going to take him home. So it's not like it's like easy to just go. It's not a major city, so kind of makes sense to me with Eris's stuff yesterday. Is the M on your mug for MLP Dota? It stands for male. I think this was a gift from a wedding from one of my close friends. But it could be MLP. Kekuva, love your style, mate. Would like to watch more often, but I don't work from home anymore mostly. That's fair enough. Thank you, Kekuva, for dropping by anyhow. And for tuning in. I'm on Yoji. Glad to see you on the channel. I've seen you around everywhere but here. Good to see you around. This is to mentally prepare us for the in-game pauses. I hope not, Games and Pizza. But we are on a 15-minute Dota TV delay. Like, this is the Dota TV delay. We're not in lobby. Which does allow us to talk to chat. So, I take that trade-off. Game 1 or Game 2? This is Game 1. Series is just about to start. Not a rolling sked, so we did have to wait. Watch Arch. Yes. Puppy Chulo. Very good name. The fun thing about this pixel art background, it's not too far off from my room. My room is kind of tiny. But that is fair enough. Let's see, there are 213 of you on Twitch. Thank you very much for watching some Southeast Asian Dota. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. No, you should be receiving enough. Let me know if YouTube's having issues. Anyone watching on YouTube? It says my stream health is poor, but I am seeing a steady flow. Maybe I need to update this multiple output on OBS. Sorry, Yuki, multiple output. I think it might be up to date. Oh, there is an update. Guess it needs to update for OBS 3.1. Looks like we might actually be having YouTube issues. No, it's back to healthy. Alright. Well, whatever. Yuheng, hello. Games and Pizza, do we get to see cocks on stream? Of course, we're going to see a lot of cocks. Mayang buntag, batonton. No issues here. We do prefer to watch on YouTube. Thank you very much. Then that's good. Good to hear. Yun, galaw, galaw, galaw. Giling, giling, giling. Yes, sir. Feeling a bit sick, but make do. My timer says we have 4 minutes left until we potentially load in, so hopefully we do. Why Gabby was able to stream it on his channel in the Green app? I think he's sniping Kuya Nick's stream. I don't think he's in lobby. He's not in lobby. He's probably using a Kuya Nick's feed. They probably share it. So he's not watching from Dota TV. He's watching from someone who's in lobby. No, I'm not gonna be sniping someone else's content. And he probably asked for permission from Kuya Nick. They probably work together in that one. It's fine. I like watching from Dota TV as it's intended for community casts, even though there's no official cast. In English, at the very least. Again, there's like the Filipino cast is there. We're gonna see a lot of cocks. Some cocks Dota. Cox is gonna pop off. Malamig na morning sa Davao, John X Fryer, Louie J Gato. Yes, it's been a nice cold morning. It's been pleasant. Cock supremacy, yes, of course. Games and Pizza, big ready for some Cox action. That we are looking for. We're looking for some Cox action right here, right now. Upper bracket 2, so they can't take Cox down that easily. Heck yeah. Who can't be excited for Cox later for Talon? Up against Kuku. The Kuku's essence up against Kuku himself. The master and the disciples. Hey, just joining. When does game start? Game starts in about, my timer says around 1:45, but could be up to 2 minutes more. Maybe 3 minutes at most, because we are waiting for Dota TV lobby delay. And that does take some time, so we're just going to be waiting a little bit, chilling until it loads in. No problem, Jakiro. John X joined Gabby. He's alone. He said he's going crazy casting it alone. I'll see, because I'm with my boy right now. No, but Gabby has Abat and Armel with him, so I think that's fine. Kuku's Essence match is later, so they don't have to be all together just yet. Yeah, Moodang did lose that 2-0 or 0-2, so that was a little bit rough for the Moodang Warriors. Not a good day for them.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Permasneeze and Mike.
There we go. Hello.
How are you doing?
Okay.
How was lunch?
I'm good. I had a really nice lunch of prawn noodles.
Oh, yeah. I have to admit, that wasn't what I expected from prawn mee. I was expecting something closer to like Hokkien mee kind of thing.
Oh, yeah. No, I went for the soup version of it.
Yeah, I've never seen the soup version. It looked like it had udon. You know, it kind of looked different. It looked nice. It looked nice. Nice clear broth. Very seafoody. Very nice. Pleasant. Refreshing. Good stuff. Just chilling. It's taking a little bit. They launched the lobby a little bit late. I think they launched it at 107.
Yeah, my sort of connecting speed is a bit. I got kicked from one lobby. Like they said could not find lobby randomly.
Oh
and
no!
then-
I hope this is not it. Oh no!
Yeah.
Hopefully not. I would not want that because that means we just can't watch it. And the lobbies
Yeah.
used to bug out like that, so do not want. Hopefully not. Yeah, chilling. What you doing?
Wait, why is
Chilling
my?
out?
Hang on. Reactive. Or did I not put that on? Oh, there we go. Okay, we're in. Pog.
5 seconds.
Yeah, we are.
boys.
There we are.
Dyer's back.
All right, coolio. Game 1, Chicken and Friends up against the Mongols. Gonna be a fun time. And I did get confirmation from Eris. His ISP, his sole ISP in his area was dead.
Radiant's turn to ban.
He lives in a small municipality of like 160,000 people, so I'm pretty sure there's only one ISP.
Dyer's
And yeah, it just died. So no one had internet. Which is a little bit rough.
That's just how that is a what can you do type situation. It's not like you can decide to move out just for Dota. It doesn't make sense at this stage, right?
Yeah, and it's like the area is far enough that I think taking a cab 8 kilometers away would have been hard to go home.
Dyer's back.
You know, it's not like taxis would willingly go out of their way to a place that wouldn't get any pickup. So a little bit rough, but Eris is here again. So let's see. Hopefully we don't get the insane pauses we were getting yesterday. And it's a little bit interesting here, Mike. Right before I get into that, though, shout out here in Catalunya and Grande Skyline, Sir John with Team Jason Parley
10
Boys.
seconds
Shout out to you, Fizzy Fi. Yes, and Games and Pizza, more underrated Dota hero at the moment. I don't think Lion's underrated, so I can't say Lion. I think Witch Doctor, but
Underrated
everyone
Dota
thinks
hero.
it's trash. Everyone thinks Witch Doctor is trash. I
You
don't.
think Witch Doctor is good?
I think he's decent. I think his facets are
Yeah.
actually really strong. I don't generally take the Voodoo Festoration anymore, but I think Cleft
Yeah,
Death
no.
is like one tweak away from complete bustedness. I feel like
Cleft
Headhunter is one of
Death?
those think.
10 seconds
It's
left.
super fun. Again, in the games I play, it's super fun, but you know, you have
Okay.
to hit Ags,
5
you have to hit
seconds, boss.
like that kind of thing, but it's fun. But I think Witch Doctor is also the one thing where I'd say I feel like Headhunter should just be how Paralyzing Cask works. And then the hero's actually like viable.
Yeah. Wasn't it how it worked for a little bit and then they put it on a...
Yeah, then they made it a
Yeah.
facet. And then it's like, why? It should have just stayed the way it is. But yeah. It's sad. What's not sad is this draft, Mike, as I'm dying. We do have the Doom, Nyx, Alchemist, and Bounty banned. Chicken Friends snag over to Bristle. Mongols ban out the TB, Magnus, Zeus, and Night Stalker. And they take the Tiny. I'm surprised that they prioritize Tiny over something like the Bristleback here for the side of the Mongols at the very least. I know Tiny's been first phase banned, but I'm still not the biggest believer in the hero. I think it's been a little bit
5 seconds
underwhelming.
remaining.
Yeah, the one thing I do know about the Mongols is that JG like has brought it out on the off lane here and there. So maybe that's kind of why they prioritize it a bit more, that flex potential. I feel like Tiny is one of those heroes that is like everyone knows that it's strong, but I think there are certain teams that prioritize him as like a first layer pick comparatively to like these Bristlebacks, DKs, Nixers, and all that. So I get what you're saying. I think it's just a maybe team specific hero.
Radiant's ban.
Does Bob
Probably.
play much Tiny?
He used to on mid. I mean, when every mid blader played mid Tiny, yeah. So I think mid's the least surprising. Offlane would be very surprising. Maybe if they flex that onto
Dyer's choice.
DJ. Honestly, that's pretty exciting to me. I feel like DJ's been popping off a little bit when we've seen him. Like yesterday, he had a ultra kill at half a minute into the game because the
Damn.
rune fight took
Like
so
rune
long.
fight?
That was insane. He was level 3 when his offlane was like level 2. So you know
That's
that he
kinda
felt
insane.
great in Bounty Hunter.
10 seconds
So that was a
left.
great hero for it. But I'd be pretty hyped for DJ Tiny. I don't know if it's the best.
5
I feel like
seconds remaining.
it's so sensitive to the blink timing and all of that that can feel awkward. I like this from Chicken and Friends, so no messing around. Bat Rider picked up, so Bat Rider Bristleback already on hand. You can run Bristleback 1, Bat Rider 5, and that still looks pretty good. The turn radius we were seeing before, I mean, you've got Goo and Sticky Napalm now, so hey, It's going to take forever to turn around. This ain't no League of Legends. We've got a turn rate here. Great stick lane, though. That's going to be annoying. Just because you get so much value from your stick wand that it can be maybe slightly counterproductive to an extent there.
This could also be a +1 bristleback, but I think with the Shadow Demon picked, the chances of that go down by quite a significant margin. The disruption decent-ish save into the lasso. You still end up at the position wherever Bat Rider has dragged you to. So it's more for that sort of like maybe 1.5, 2 second like purge out of reality, and you're like, okay, at least I'm not like taking a fuck ton of damage, and I can come out and use some spells, use BKB perhaps.
Yeah, and that's a bit surprising. It took us into day 3 of these closed qualifiers to actually see Shadow Demon. I feel like that hero was top tier in ESL Bangkok. It was top tier for a long time, and then it just disappeared in these qualifiers. But Shadow Demon's still great.
True.
Do love this pickup as well on the Mongols with the clockwork. So they're covering their bases, and it's starting to look like a core Tiny. So maybe that JG Tiny you talked about there, Permestee's Mike, could be coming out. I think for Chicken and Friends, again, the potential of Bristle Bat Rider is fun. I just don't know about giving like a high value stick lane away on safe lane. But it's still pretty good into like level 3 spikes can be nice. I'm wondering how Chicken and Friends tie this in though. And to be fair, I don't really think of Eris as like a Bat Rider 5 player, you know? I never think
to
of
be
him as
fair,
that.
Ares did play. I know what you mean. I feel like every time I see Ares, he's playing like a very traditional puppy-esque position 5. But I feel like maybe he's breaking away from that, because we did see a bounty hunter yesterday from him, which I would say is far from traditional. Of course, he did disconnect in that game, and then they did lose. But you know, bad representation, I guess.
Radiant's choice.
Yeah. Well, Earth Spirit comes out first, so that should be just a steady mid for our Chicken and Friends. Yoa Earth Spirit potentially coming out here, which is a little bit interesting as well, because they don't see the mid matchup outside of maybe this Tiny. So Earth Spirit versus Tiny is an alright lane. I think Earth Spirit's also not... Tiny's not too bad off in that lane anyhow, but Earth Spirit does have some play there. You can kind of try to leverage the kicks, kind of try to leverage his slightly further reach, but Tiny has crash landing, so kind of committing on him is going to hurt you quite a fair bit. So I'm keen on seeing what the plan is for Chicken and Friends. And for the Mongols, like you said, this isn't necessarily just a mid-Tiny. It could still be just for JG, and I feel like that should be the way to run it. Because I think this Shadow Demon Tiny lane looks pretty alright. Like, there is some good aggressive play, and Chicken and Friends will go into the Ricky, so keeping things somewhat open, maybe considering running that Ricky 4, Ricky 5 coming out here for Chicken and Friends. Maybe not Ricky 5. I don't think the Bristleback Ricky lane's the best. So maybe you just
I'm pretty
run it
sure
as a
we're just
4.
waiting on at least Chicken and Friends. I'm pretty sure they're just trying to figure out whether their last pick is going to be a carry or whether it's going to be an offlane, right? Because I think, like I said, with the Bristleback pick, and then you sort of see a Shadow Demon, and what I understand is that Shadow Demon, yes, the break does counter him, but Bristlebacks these days always build S and Y, so you kind of need to scale up and match that on Shadow Demon by building like an Aghanim Scepter, so the duration actually matters. Right now, what I see from Chicken and Friends is they want to take an extended team fight, right? They want to sort of keep chaining their spells, get this Magnetize going, throw down a couple of smoke screens, let the Bristleback do damage over time. Mongols, the way that they're shaping up, I mean, Tiny doesn't hate extended fights because he can get multiple combos off, but the heroes in the support positions for Mongols don't really provide you in the way of like damage or burst. There's your damage and burst though.
Yeah, and that's scary. You leave the PA in when you get this Bristleback. It's just not going to have game. And there's Shadow Demon and PA now. 2 break options on hand. Doesn't feel safe for Chicken and Friends. You're probably just going to toss this
this
Bristleback.
off lane, right?
Yeah, you're just tossing it off lane. Like, probably the less favorable position, but you just have to ensure your pause one's not completely hard countered. And I like the coverage here from the Mongols as well. They ban out...
Dyer's turn to ban.
Excuse me, they ban out the Bloodseeker. And thank you. And for Chicken and Friends, they're just banning out offlane. So they expect Yoa to just play Tiny mid. They take care of that Beastmaster along with the Timbersaw. And I think that's a fine call from the side of... Well, no, actually, it's Mongol. Why was I saying Yoa playing Tiny? It's the Mongols with the Tiny. So why was I saying that? I don't know. I'm losing it. It's a Bob Tiny, of course. So they're expecting it just to be a Bob Tiny. No hard flex into anything like that for JG, which I don't know if really that's the call for the Mongols. I feel like I mean, Bob plays a fine tiny, but you know, when I think of Bob, I think of ballsier heroes. Like,
Yeah,
wouldn't
like
Queen of
this
Pain
spirit.
be okay? No,
Okay, they still
Dawnbreaker.
go
All
for the
right.
Dawnbreaker.
Okay,
That makes
sure,
sense.
sure.
I mean, this was sort of a core concept that I think Nigma were using in some of their games recently. There's the Morphling. That's kind of what I was expecting, to be honest. Because with a Shadow Demon, you don't really want to pick a pause one that is melee and sort of doesn't have mobility. And the options were kind of limited. I think apart from the Morphling, everyone else just is awkward. The downside of the Morphling is that you can very easily give over your own illusions to the Shadow Demon, but I don't think you can sort of consider that when you're picking a hero now. You just need a good carry-to-carry matchup. Morphling has high armor, can stand and fight versus PA, do good damage with the Kanda build as well. So overall, not too bad. I am leaning a bit more towards Mongol, so I think their draft is pretty solid. The only concern for me is whether the lanes are going to go okay for these supports, because if they start losing out ground in the early laning stage, the supports kind of do nothing for you.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of on the same page. Like, my actual main concern for Mongols is dealing with Palos and the Morphling. I think that's going to be the most annoying part for this lineup. Like, unless they get this perfect timing from Bob, preventing that sort of attribute shift from coming in, I think Palos is going to be free to just be fine. You have answers for basically everything else. You have a good way of just breaking up Akari twice over with 2 hero options there. Your team fight looks pretty sharp. Same thing kind of goes for Chicken Frenzo, although Yoa does go for a Resonance, so he's going for a very standard Earth Spirit rather than the Magnetized reapplication we're seeing yesterday from Armel. Which, again,
That was
it's
pretty
fair.
cool.
It's everyone that, yeah, almost everyone just takes Resonance. But yeah, I just prefer the Magnetized spam. It's fun. It's very oppressive, but they're probably just looking for a stable kind of no games with this kind of Earth Spirit. So stability is the call for Chicken Friends. And I don't know, like, it's down to how much can you get out from these lanes, like you said there, from Sneeze Mikey. How much can they actually work these lanes out? Can they find that early punish? Can they ensure that their Morphling is just going to be this big, massive threat over the PA? Easier said than done, as we have having Asta Karma by my voice line might have been one of the biggest mistakes I've ever made. He's the most consistent spammer.
It's great though. I like it. I think especially in these Southeast Asian close qualifiers is most apt. You feel like, I mean, if suddenly a random non-Southeast Asian team busts it out, it feels kind of like, might get a bit of shell shock. Like, what the fuck? Like, why they pull that one out? But it's good.
You know, it's been
I like it.
If it's outside,
Yeah,
sea,
yeah.
it's been selling, but I don't see it, man. Makes me sad.
Yeah.
Only the Southeast Asians do it. And it's like, I gave them prime material. It's spammable. It's annoying.
Yeah, I think, dude, the thing is, like, you need to hit a certain threshold to break past the international barrier, and you're a man of the people, right? So you keep making these voice lines for the Southeast Asian audiences, and the Southeast Asian audiences aren't giving you the appreciation you deserve.
That or
But it's kind of
Filipinos
hard
just
to
don't have
break
money.
past that. Yeah, maybe. They ain't buying these voice lines. Oh, early smoke move out. You got a nice disruption onto the Ricky, but Jing is the one hero who can just easily blink strike out of those cogs. It's a nice 4-man slow.
Palos?
walking
Palos?
for Palos.
What?
Yo is gonna go down as well. That is so bad for them. What the shit? Ares is... Wait, this is literally 4 kills.
Yeah. This is just like, this is what we saw yesterday in Mongol's first match, except it's not all going to DJ at the least. It's spread out a little bit more. Castaway gets a little, Amq gets something, Bob gets something for himself. But this happened yesterday in the Mongols game as well. DJ, you know, they traded like 3 to 4 then, but you know, DJ did win. He got all that EXP, and I don't know what they were doing there. Like, it looked awkward first, like you called it. Cogs out onto Ricky. Yeah, that looks really lousy. But then you get these cog kickbacks from DJ that just disrupt the backline, and Palos, for whatever reason, is walking up fully agi shifted, trying to shift the strength at level 1 attribute is not really recommended here. Certainly not.
Yeah. Dude, he's playing at such a low... Like, he was at like 400 HP or something. Palos, I mean, I'm sure he knows his limits well, but at least in that moment, probably misjudging a little bit there. I think he got a bit baited because, to be fair to him, I think Yowie did land a really nice 4-man kick, right? So the boulder smash went through everybody. He's like, okay, this is our fight. And he ends up sort of being absolutely decimated by the hammer. Well done from JG to sort of find that opportunity though. And speaking of JG, putting on a lot of pressure onto this Morphling. Kind of what you want from your offlane Dawnbreaker. That's one of the powers of this pick. Yep, just throwing in the spells, forcing him to shift. But yeah, as long as Palos doesn't die to that combo out of the blue, he should be able to just magic one charge up, shift down, pop up. Not too big of a deal.
Yeah, can still maintain. Just a rougher start here than you'd probably like for the Morphling, but still managing anyhow. You're getting level 2 up on Eris. So there's
top lane.
Flame Break to help.
Oh, Amku gets run down. They tried for a commitment onto Akari, but Akari able to turn around the Quill Spray stack, stacking up, and Castaway has to be careful. What do you think of this, John? Going for the level 2 Disseminate on the Shadow Demon.
Huh. It's,
right?
It's a little bit stranger. I think not having Shadow Poison definitely hurts your lane. It's not like you have a lot of AoE damage that can really help, but I guess it's 9% HP reduction, so it's pretty nice. Maybe that leads to this. There you go.
Okay. Now to banish Akari and just step away. Don't want the Quill stacks to stack up too high.
9% HP loss. Not a bad amount of damage.
Oh, okay. Another kill. Just,
okay.
All right. Cool, I guess. He's leveling it up first.
I think this is some next level play.
Yeah,
like,
wait,
the
hang
spread
on.
damage
What the
is
hell?
huge. The 11% HP loss at level 2 is huge. It's so
Yeah,
spammy.
wait, they're
too.
kind of cooking. Hey, Castaway, what the hell? This guy knows something we don't.
No, this is what pissed me off when I see like Shadow Demons going for the Illusion facet instead of Disseminate. Like this Disseminate facet is just insane. Right? Like
Yeah.
15% HP reduction at 14-second cooldown for 100 mana at every level. Like, come on. The shared damage
I
is
think it's
like
also
a
just like, honestly, who cares about Shadow Servant? Like, it's not that
Yeah.
big of a deal. You're
Yeah.
like, what you try? If you want to do that, just pick Darkseer. What are you cosplaying Darkseer for?
Yeah, that's what I always say. And it's like, yeah, no, look, just free 11% HP loss.
Give me a minute.
Nice. I mean, sure, you're not following through there, but it's always good, especially in this high tanky target like Akari is in the Bristle. The shared damage is pretty good. It's like a very nice budget Warlock Bonds, right? So
Oh, that's true. That's true.
It's
I
very
guess that's the
cool.
concept, right? That's pretty interesting.
it's just not the best with PA, but you know what? It lets you like melt this real. Look at the damage onto Akari. No Bristle
Hang
back
on.
up.
Also, I
Okay.
think one thing that always goes unnoticed about this Shadow Demon is his innate, the Menace innate. Basically, every single time he auto attacks you, you're getting a just flat 2% amplified damage on that target. So it's kind of crazy. This was one of the reasons why that Undying was picked up for a large degree of time, because of that Flash Golem able to just flat amplify damage. It's a very strong mechanic. And something Akari probably has to watch out for a little bit more in this lane. I think he's sort of learning it the hard way, at least early on. 2 deaths already.
He's not enjoying time without Bristleback. Needs that value point. Might have wanted to just go 1-1-1 to survive through a little bit better, but should hit level 4 in a good point. Still 2-6 start for the Mongols, and this pressure on Akari just never relents. They're just keeping this guy low, trying to force more usage out. Jinx trying to counteract onto Castaway, but even he recognizes there's really nothing to gain there. And this is getting a bit nightmarish. Of course, you're still playing against Bristle, so you always have Magic Wand charges here for Amku. Threatening him is not going to be easy, and this is such a smooth start for the Mongols. Maybe outside of even mid lane for Bob, it's actually quite smooth. So everything you could ask for here for the Mongols so far. 2-6. Slight net worth advantage, not by much. Palos is starting to farm up a little bit more down bot. That can kind of compensate at the very least. And Eris did go through the gate, but doesn't have the most man in the world here to try to make play.
Yeah, so the timing's a bit awkward because he goes through the gate. He's the only one here. The Bristle has dragged the creep wave all the way under his own tower, so not really sure what this idea was about. And it seems like they're just going to leave Eris for dead here. No point. Just sapping up some EXP. Jin going to pull the wave back. And yeah, Bat Rider down.
Handing a freebie over to Amku is really concerning. This Battlefield timing for him is not going to be bad. It's going to be pretty smooth. Already has Power Treads plus Wraith Band up. So your PA is riding through the lane quite smoothly in a matchup that isn't normally like amazing for PA. I mean, it's not fully bad, but it's also not great having to run into Quills, but hasn't felt like a threat from Akari whatsoever. They do at least get some room out. You know, Jing gets to help out mid. Yoa gets the illusion. He snags away to bounty, so no top-ups for Bob. Not that Bob has a bottle anyway. Bob just went full Soul Ring, looking for the stats and the mana.
His bottle is in his
backpack,
like in his backpack because he knows he's not getting used out. He's like, whatever.
That's good. Heads up. That's a kingly play from King Bob. They're trying top again here.
Yeah. Jing dropping very low, able to tricks on the trade out, but Amku choosing not to commit. Jing found himself stuck in the trees, but I don't think you can really run forward on Castaway. Up here is Yoe as well. They're trying to find Amku through the tree lines. Slow is there, Ares. Do they have a way of stopping this TP?
No.
So hits up from the PA, escapes there. Very, very nicely done. That's 4 men attention in the top lane. They don't get anything. They can't even really pressure this tower because the catapult's already dealt with. So not much to be found here. Quite a lot of wasted time.
This is ugly as well for Akari. He does have 5 stick charges up, but no mana otherwise. Not many spells to throw out, and Amku's just fine. He's looking for the re-engage.
I mean, he came back into this top lane and you can immediately see the TPs coming out en masse. They want to respond here, Mongols. Gonna buy himself some time on the Shadow Demon with the disruption. Castaway still in big trouble, Magnetize ticking, but they can't finish the job. Yoe's gonna throw down a couple more Stone Remnants to try and at least get something, but it's only a level 1 Magnetize. Dawnbreaker Ultimate comes in as a last Hail Mary to save them, and Castaway ain't even gonna die. It's a triple kill for Aumku. Jing finally at least gets Castaway. I'm not sure how that ended up happening, but that was really, really bad. Chicken and Friends kind of throwing everything at this top lane and choosing to stick around even after that initial gank didn't work out. They pay for it big time.
I'm just so curious. It looked like they were trying to use Akari as bait, but there's no way this Bristle's at the point where he's a threat to HP and trying to make a move onto Bobby. But this does not look sharp either.
Reese is gonna go down. DJ gets that pick off, and Jing, he just doesn't have enough damage to threaten Bob. But maybe trying to set up for Yoe to come with the roll in, but the toss away. Even in the disruption, he's been created a distance away from, and Jing will get the kill onto DJ. But this Clockwork has done such an amazing job spacing out the fight for his team. And once again, Bob lives. It's a 2-level difference between the mids right now. King Bob definitely on his throne.
And that he is. Bob, again, when he's feeling good, he spams out the Tsunami voice line. He's bored. And he spams it out when he's losing, too. He gets bored. This guy gets bored easy. I have to really appreciate Omq and his aggression. Like, man, this PA's been getting all the attention top, not under pressure. Rotates onto mid to look for some pickoffs. Like, this PA is going ham. It's a bit behind in farm, but the kills are stacking up here.
Dude, look at DJ stopping that roll. He's all over this poor Earth Spirit. This aggression is non-stop. DJ with the snipe.
Slams it.
Oh, that's painful. Palos. Strength Morph. Managed to get it. There's a hook shot available. Should be able to waveform out to safety though, but still getting animation cancelled for now. Don't think you want to go any further. It's a bit too deep under the tier 2 tower. But yeah, Mongols early aggression all across the board. We were a bit worried about these supports, but if DJ and Castaway are going to play this ballsy and this up front, it's not going to be a problem. They have enabled their team to make such aggressive plays.
They have. And really, like, the fact that Omq's diving tier 1 onto 2, not getting punished, is really concerning. Like, this is a PA. With power treads, Wraith Band. It should not be this difficult to deal with. If level 7's already up, again, you're not going to blur, you don't need it. You can max out your Stifling Dagger and Phantom Strike. There's a good chunk of damage coming in. There's been a lot of space for you to just really play the perfect Dawnbreaker game. I think JG has to get... he has so much space to just get what he wants as they get the toss back again.
Yeah, Ares grabs the Haste Rune away from the Tiny. Nice smoke screen to stop that tree toss from coming in. It wasn't enough damage until Castaway got into play with the level 2 Disseminate. Now chasing onto Jing. That last toss in. Big one charge saves Jing's life for now though. Both supports on Chicken and Friends really suffering. And the Solar Guardian in the top lane, they're trying to take down Akari to crash down in the last hit. 5 goo charges, not gonna stop him. Amku is wicked sick.
He's just going ham, and it just doesn't feel like Mongols rest. They missed a hook shot, though. So some mercy for Yoe. But, Jesus Christ, this aggression from Mongols. We're so used to some of these qualifier games being so slow, man, right? Like, just very calm, very collected, very calculated play. This is just balls to the wall, throw everything you've got, keep running out at them. 4-17, 4K lead at 12 minutes in. It's insanity from the Mongols.
Dude, the crazy thing is, you think, okay, like you just imagine yourself in their position, right? In their as a pro player in the draft, you're like, yeah, let's pick supports that enable early aggression. Shadow Demon Clockwork. What? Like the way that they're making these two heroes work, it's so well planned and practiced. It's clear that they had intention behind these picks. The Clockwork doing a great job. I mean, apart from it just being a solid meta pick, it's stopping these rolls, stopping these waveforms, stopping all these tiny little animations that are integral to Chicken and Friends and their heroes from operating. And there's just so much micro little movements. Look, even DJ pulling this creep wave here for everyone in the mid lane to farm. Mongols, they came into this qualifier super prepared, and you love to see it.
That you do. Like, again, I feel like it's a big factor when you've had this foundations, when you have a player like Castaway who's just very strong in-game leader. I think he's really grown, especially from his time in Neon, and he's adapted to the region very well. And then you have like JL coaching them. I think that can be public info now. Like, you have this experienced coach who's had wacky ideas that they get a nice hook shot, but good blocks again.
Stopping the roll, but still under the tier 2 tower, a little bit risky. They will toss forward JG and Jing on the back line, trying to punish DJ for their overdive. Nice disruption save for now. The roll looking to connect onto JG. Magnetize doing a lot of damage, and the Clockwork will be the first one to be punished. Jing knows he wants to hunt for more, but he's going to run straight into a sentry planted down earlier by the Mongols, guarding this area. The roll forward again. No Magnetize. Do you have enough damage though? Bob is a very tanky boy, and with that Solar Guardian coming in, it's going to be rough for that Earth Spirit. Gets hammered down. Bob is dominating, and they're still playing this 4v5. This time round, I don't think Aumku is joining the fight. He's busy farming on the bot side, so not too concerned about it. They still get a favorable trade. Basically a position 4 for mid.
Yeah, they managed to trade very clean on side of the Mongols, and I just love how they stagger their spells. Right? Like, no, not an instant response out from JG. He holds out for a bigger opportunity on that Solar Guardian. Lines up well. You're getting a lot of free space for your PA. You could argue that this free space for Palos is going to be impactful. And it somewhat is. He's got that full Vlad's up. He's going for the Manta style. I just feel like this core-to-core isn't necessarily great for the Morphling until later on. Like, this PA is just scary. Battle Fury up. It's only 13.5 minutes in. We're going to get the Manta style build up as well to get some Dispel from all of these debuffs here. So you could go for that into a BKB perhaps. And this PA is just going to be so hard to pin down. Like, Bob popping off. He's got Arcane. He's got Blink. They got one.
Yeah, easy kill onto Ares. I think they spotted the Clockwork in the tree line because of the daytime vision. Palos immediately pings him out. So saving the Morphling, and this kind of really is your hope right now, right? You're looking at Palos, you're looking at that sort of later stage in the game where he'll be able to stand up against the PA, because it doesn't feel that way, that it's possible for Chicken and Friends. The rest of their heroes, they are suffering big time. Ooh. Nice little roll forward, kick away, steal of the shield rune. Because of that, I'm not sure whether this kill onto Yoe is really possible. Smokescreen from the high ground. They will actually commit the ult. They're trying their best to block that roll, and they'll get it done regardless. A bit too chunky and thick on the boys Mongols, and they're jumping up to the high ground looking for Jing. No dust available on the supports though. Jing will be able to dodge out of trouble. Back to the safety of his Bat Rider, but again, the aggression. 14 minutes in, it's 5-20. There are so many kills on the board, and Mongols are the ones reaping the rewards.
And this is just crazy. Like, look at the progression we're getting out from the Mongols as well. Despite all the activity, Bob's still number 2 in net worth for his team. They're keeping track of Palos. Oh, Lord.
The silence!
Oh, Lord. Clean hook shot from DJ. Anyone who's ever said DJ's watch has got to watch this game. Has got to watch yesterday's games, because, look, alright, I'll accept it. When DJ came back and he was playing on, like, random teams like Team TK and shit, it looked like he was not the same DJ we knew from Fnatic days. You're not the same DJ from, like, even Bleed, even though Bleed was a little bit, you know, how's it going as well?
I don't know whether I will count Bleed as one of the ones where he sort of came back.
Sure,
Bleed
fair.
was rough.
That's,
DJ
okay,
Bleed
that's
was
the time where DJ Bleed, you know, maybe is the era where you're starting to think, you know, DJ is kind of washed, you know, the era of the DJ Enigma, all of those big flashy plays is kind of gone. You look at this, and like, wow, this is DJ.
He's back.
This is
fucking
DJ.
prime DJ ass moves. And one of the heroes that we haven't actually talked about very much this game is JG, right? He, in typical Dawnbreaker fashion, has been sort of up to his own stuff. He joined a couple of the fights nicely, the Solar Guardian, connected with the team, and he's actually gone for a first item Orchid, which has allowed them to kill Palos off in that instance.
Oh, Lord.
Looking for the lasso, instant silence as well, but maybe JG's a bit too deep. Beautiful
Palos?
avalanche shots on
Palos?
3. Burst damage, it's huge, but Palos gonna turn into the tiny, turn things around. Amku now joining the fight, no waypoint for another 3 seconds. The crits coming in, adaptive strike saving him, but now meanwhile on the sidelines, being held down by
DJ's
DJ
alive.
and to toss in the PA. Amku though dropping low because of the magnetize will be able to blink strike back to the safety of DJ, who is somehow still alive. Akari finally joining the fight. This bristleback was late to the party and everyone's gone now. That fight ends up being actually not too bad for Chicken and Friends. They only lose the supports and they managed to get the kill onto JG. But if Akari goes down here, that's going to be awkward. Bob, little bit off the mark with the toss there. And that'll be the dust settling.
I mean, could have gone so much worse for the side of Chicken and Friends, but they do target prioritize right this time. I think the success for the Mongols has been in when JG can just, again, like you were saying, play a Dawnbreaker game, be away from the map, doesn't copy initiation, gets to use Solar Guardian well, and gets to set up for the team afterwards. DJ, this could be one of those
Solar
things.
Guardian. They're still going to finish him off though. Maybe overestimating the amount of healing, and Bob was looking for an entry into the fight as well, but Chicken and Friends, they're starting to play nicely together. Jing has that Diffusal Blade complete, and some of these kills on the map, you can't just walk freely anymore. You can see Chicken and Friends starting to claw back a bit of that space. Palos getting to the point where he's maybe just a bit too tanky for them to burst down in one slow of spells, right? They still need to connect everything together nicely.
That they do. And once you have this Manta up on Palos, things do start to simplify just a tad bit. And you're still going to be a prime target up for the Demonic Purge and stuff, but all the other debuffs not going to be as big of a concern. You have a little bit more leeway and kind of going full strength, full agi. So it's going to feel a little bit better there. But I think for the side of the Mongols, they're the ones that kind of need to just go back to what worked. You know, no need to think things too much here, especially for JG. Just hold on to that Solar Guardian when a fight looks like it's about to break out, or when Bob just initiates. You know, that's probably your best bet there.
Dyer's middle tower.
Because there is still a spike here for Chicken and Friends. Right, like Akari with a Blade Mail is pretty annoying to deal with. There's an amp damage rune both sides fine, as we do get a pause for lag on everyone.
Yes!
Yes! I've never seen that. And
Yeah,
Palos
so
is saying,
excited.
this is the time for it, Paps. It's our time now. Akari took it? Okay.
Yeah, JG just kind of got outclicked in that moment. There's an AD rune on this Bristle and a nice Blade Mail doing the work, but surely they can still finish him off.
Wait, what?
The rest of Chicken and Friends coming into this fight though, good up. 6 stacks. Bob is in trouble. Bob has no armor. Palos with a double kill looking for more. But in comes Amku into the fight, immediately gets lassoed up. He needs a bail out of this situation, but he's gonna be just fine. Now if Yoe in on the magnetize, I don't know how this PA is gonna get out. Disruption to buy him some time under the smoke screen. Can he blink strike? Nice setup with the roll. Still trying to get out, but Jing there to follow. Triple kill. Make it an ultra. No. Yoe will snatch that away from Palos, but this Morphling is swimming in money.
I mean, I guess Palos was right. This was the time. The lag pause leads into a nice 4-man wipe. And the side of Chicken Friends have nullified that lead down to just 2k. A little bit staggered out from the Mongols, you know, and just a little bit of a shame for JG. He didn't just instantly click. He was right beside that rune for a long time. He was ahead of that rune.
Yeah.
And then the pause comes out, and then he maybe forgets to click. Maybe he's not ready,
Maybe
and the
he's
rest of the
lagging.
team is. Yeah, maybe he was actually
Yeah.
like fully lagging. Just didn't get that moment. And that was enough. Like having the amp damage, having that little bit of amplified quilt sprays coming in. I'm not sure if it actually amplifies blade mail damage. Do you reckon it does as a spell return?
I
Damage return mechanic?
presume so. That
Right?
that would make sense.
Yeah, it felt like he was doing too much while being alive. Like the blade mail felt a lot stronger. So the amp damage just actually ruining that for the side of the Mongols. And for the Mongols' part, I mean, Anku is still having to go back for the BKB. I think if you have to go back BKB, then going for the Mantis, not ideal, but it also just makes sense here. Like, I don't think you can read out S and Y when there's Goose stacks, when there's Napalm stacks that you have to dispel off, so kind of makes sense. It just doesn't feel ideal for the PA who wants to jump in, because you're seeing, right? Amku jumps in, and when he gets controlled, I mean, it's long enough for him to die. He's not tanky, he doesn't have stat res, he doesn't have that extra HP from the Sanj. So he is a relatively easy target to deal with if he doesn't have that backup, especially if he comes in after Bob dies. Just not very clean for the Mongols.
I think what we're seeing from this from these past few fights is the limitation on the supports that we're talking about, right? Castaway and DJ, they had a stellar early game where they were making aggressive moves, but now that the Ricky has a diffuser and can actually become a threat by himself, now that the Bat Rider Lasso is actually more of a factor and he's able to stand his ground with the 2 bracers, he's not like instantly dying to the tiny damage anymore, right? He's actually able to get spells off, and now we're seeing, okay, the one thing these 2 supports don't provide is damage. You're relying on Bob, you're relying on just kind of Aumku to come in and do that. But the second they jump in, they're getting control. Even with this Manta, Aumku, if he's stuck under the smoke screen, he ain't hitting shit and he's not blinking away. So it's just becoming this really awkward affair for Mongols. They're waiting for their cause to come in and do damage, but when they do, then that's prime time for Chicken and Friends to just lay into them. Even the disruption save for the PA wasn't enough to buy him enough time. So a bit of a tumultuous time, I'd say, for Mongols. They need to sort of make it to that BKB on the PA and maybe one more item. I guess Bob is looking at that BKB as well, just because it's so important in this game. But by the time that's up, I mean, Palos is going to finish up, what, a butterfly already? That is a very, very sharp timing for this Morphling.
It really is. And it's not like PA enjoys going MKB. You're going to have to try to contend with that true Bob with Magical Burst or somewhat. Still searching around with smoke. Oh. Bit optimistic in that one.
Yeah. It's almost like you maybe needed JG to be in first with the silence. He's the one with the Orchid after all. Jing looking for an opportunity. Almost looked like he wanted to chase a bit there, but the re-smoke out from Chicken and Friends. They know the Solar Guardian's down, which means it's their time to fight.
And it is. We've got, again, that full recovery Sanja up for Akari. They did get the scan off here from the Mongols, so they know that smoke is incoming under their ward. Palos has that full butterfly you were mentioning already finished up.
Yikes.
Might only catch Castaway, which isn't really the biggest loss, but looks like the side of Mongols might want to try here.
It's 4 staff. We'll get silent start and killed though. I mean, that was always going to be the case. Now, there is an Aghanims complete on JG, so a lot more healing and the ability to sort of reposition the ring is pretty useful, especially against all these Chicken and Friends heroes that have a way of sort of sliding out. But with that kill, they're going to open up the Roche for themselves and they're just going to beeline in there.
Yeah, it's not going to take too long. You've got the damage coming in here. With Palos, with Akari coming in with that blue as well. Going to be a nice quick Roshan for them to take. And for the side of Mongols, it's still back to what you were saying. Just BKB timings have to be coming out now. You need that extra control. I like seeing this from JG going for the side of Vice. You just need a way to pin down Palos, really. Just stun lock him long enough to get that kill. And we'll see if they'll reach that point. But lead has narrowed to less than 1k. Chicken and Friends fully back into this game. Got Palos working onto his own MKB now to deal with that PA. Bob gets jumped, instantly tossed, and does manage to go away. So very heads up from him, playing under their wards here.
You can kind of tell that he's like a bit more locked in now because we haven't seen a "I'm so bored" voice line from him in a while.
Yeah.
He's had to like fully focus because so much pressure is on him and Aumku to do the damage in these fights. Your Dawnbreaker going for an early Orchid is nice, like we said, for those moves. It worked out, got the pickoffs, but in reality, it doesn't really do as much for you as something like an early Sanj or you know, even a Blade Mail or something like that. In the fights, it doesn't give you as much tankiness as you would want, so he still has to be quite careful about how he's sort of maneuvering around. Because Palos is a real big threat right now. And even Palos is looking at just going into the MKB, so just going full glass cannon weapon type beat.
Yeah, and he can get away with it. He's got enough frontliners there. There's nothing that instantly threatens him to like, greatly burst him when he's mostly agied up like right now, 1.6k HP. Still not going to die instantaneously. There's a lot going on there for Palos to play this glass cannon kind of style. You know what I do miss? A little bit of that divergence here. I miss when Morphling would turn into his allies. Can you imagine in this modern age of Dota, like double bristlebacks with hairballs coming out?
Yikes. Yikes, right? Yikes.
Stuff like that.
Do you think it should have the same sort of Rubik effect? Like if you were able to do that, you need to buy Shard to have hairball accessible, right?
Yeah,
if not, that'd be way too broken.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I'd expect. So you have to have Shard yourself. I mean, the Ags upgrades, you'd have them because you need Ags to have that. But I feel like, I don't know, that was a fun... you know, it's that kind of synergies I miss. We rarely get that kind of synergies now.
Yeah.
You know? It's like, it's standard stuff. It's like, eh. You know,
yeah, gone are the days of those Earthshaker Morphling, Dark Willow Morphling, all that.
Spirit Breaker Morphling.
I don't know if I'm glad though. I think I do think Dota is in like a very nice and interesting place to watch still.
I think it's in a very
I
stable spot. I think it's in a very stable spot. It's in the sense that most people are drafting things that make sense, but you're not seeing too much experimentation, which is boring.
Yeah, that's fair.
I want.
We gotta wait for the
random.
patch. It's been this patch for so long though, right?
I feel like I've been saying that since 2020, to an extent.
Not true. Initiation on the bristleback in the mid lane. Akari being broken up. This is the PA's time. Finally getting that shot. The rest of Chicken and Friends were all perched up in that top lane. So gotta wonder what Akari was doing there. Maybe just expecting Mongols to be cowering in their base. Nice little smoke play for them to get that pick off. I don't think that necessarily unlocks any part of the map for them other than a bit of farming room. But yeah, I doubt Chicken and Friends are gonna try and threaten high ground without their bristleback. So some time being bought here.
Yep. And it's time that you desperately need anyhow in the Mongols. You are still working onto Bob's BKB. You are working onto the MKB now for OMQ, which works really nicely with Methodical. That's one more thing with that facet. You do actually do fine with more attack speed. So you don't mind the MKB as much as you would on normal PA, because you're looking for just bigger damage and hoping for RNGs to be on your side. This time you just want faster crits. You'll get guaranteed crits, and you know, you don't mind that slot too much. I mean, it's still kind of annoying, but it's not as bad. It does have utility. Bob's in a very awkward spot.
He doesn't know it, but he's got a TP out just for safety. I think they spot like Ares just kind of perched around here. Nice D-ward from him there. But yeah, this should still very much be the push and pull, right? Mongols, with that pick off on the bristleback, they were able to kind of extend their area of the map just for a momentary period until Chicken and Friends are all back as 5. Now they're going to make for the push towards this tier 2 tower. The Riki is still alone up here in the top lane. I wonder if Mongols recognize that and want to sort of come in for a fight. JG is also playing up here alone in this top area. While look at where DJ, look at the positioning of this Clockwork. What is he cooking?
And this is another one of those strange flanks, smoke on smoke. DJ's not going to be able to
God.
break.
Oh, they saw JG around here in this top lane. Jing spotted out the Dawnbreaker, and I mean, now you got to know that, yeah, the circles are coming out. They have some sort of an idea that JG would be farming in this area. Unfortunately, they're guessing the main jungle. He's farmed up in this top side instead. Chicken and Friends want to get a pick off. That will make their high ground attempt a lot more comfortable. But Bob not going to give it to them.
Dodge out. That's Aegis expiring now as well. Maybe a little bit of a more awkward time. The game is equal. 13 to 26, but less than 1k net worth lead coming out for Chicken and Friends. And they've rebounded nicely here. Castaway.
The respawn again. Castaway. Force staffing away. How did he... Did he know, or is he just trying to push out the wave? Puts down some wards. Will pay with his life for it though. But that just means the rest of Mongols should be able to retreat. They're still being pinged out though. Ares looking for a target, but position 5 Bat Rider, no blink dagger. Roll forward, looking for Bob here. The kick off the mark, and a bit too deep this time round. They're not going to dive up to the high ground, especially if their team not fully together. 30 seconds until your Shadow Demons up. You could probably use that to take this tier 2 bot if you want.
There's room for it. We've got the time. Maybe just take control of the triangle as well. Clear out some camps. Get that build up. I do like that Akari's fully bounced back into this game. Like, he's still low net worth. You know, he's still bottom net worth core, but Bristleback's at the point where you're kind of happy. Even without the Ags, like, that's not his job this game, to, like, come in and try to kill heroes. His job is just to run forward, apply Snot Rocket, drop everyone's armor low, allow the Riki and, you know, your Earth Spirit who has the right click, your Morphling as well, to just clean up afterwards. And this is all you kind of need for that kind of bristle. Just S and Y, blade mail up, get that BKB going. You're going to be happy afterwards.
Yeah.
2k lead for the side of Chicken and Friends. And for the Mongols, I don't know, this gets dicey. Like, you've got the Ags up and Jing. He can just jump in on his Morphling. He can just keep applying some steady poke with the Diffusal Blade. It's going to be an annoying amount of damage.
Yeah, speaking of Jing, I've been really impressed with his play so far. I feel like the turning point of this game, like, I can very distinctly remember that it was exactly when he got his Diffusal. He started becoming a major threat on the map. It just makes... Oh, hookshot? Hookshot. Onto a creep instead. They know that Jing's in the area. Of course, the second I talk about him, he's gonna die. My bad.
Good curse. Good job.
Nice.
Well done.
Happens.
The mics
Yeah.
keeping up at it. Permis needs his mic.
Yeah.
Same curse as Mike LaPhoenix mic. Very nice.
Oh, does this always happen to? I guess
yeah.
so. The typical caster
He's like,
curse,
oh
right?
wow, you know, he's doing so great, then he dies. And it's like, yeah, good job, Mike. Good job.
Okay. Sorry about that. Shout
He
out
did curse
MLP.
DJ. He cursed DJ. He hook shot a creep wave, so there's that.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, he still gets the kill, so not too bad. Yeah, I completely agree, though. It's very dicey for the Mongols. You can see the amount of pressure that Amku and Bob are feeling to do damage. You can see that through the item build as well, right? The fact that Bob is going for that Aghanims after the Kanda. To be fair, I'm not really sure what other items you need necessarily this game. Oh, Akari. Broken up. Blade Mail's reflecting a lot of damage, so Amko has to be careful. Roll forward, immediate part of the BKB. They will have to give up Castaway's life for it, though. He's fine as long as the rest of his heroes survive. Lasso out onto Bob. Caught that Tiny, though. And he will be going down. Tries to turn around, toss away, buy some time, but the gem being lost is very, very significant. Jinx's gonna be able to pick that one up, so they lose their ability to keep sight of the Riki, perhaps sneaking up on them.
And that's going to be painful. Again, we talked about this Riki being painful already. The gem was one saving grace, early pickup from the Mongols. Now that's gone. You've got the BKB fully completed as well. On Palos, your only BKB pierce is really what? Hook shot, maybe the Demonic Purge if you're feeling frisky instead of targeting something else. And Solar Guardian if you can nail that. So it's a very free game for Palos to just dance in and out. They've got Roshan lined up for themselves again. We see Bob saying his board. And that also tends to come out when they're starting to lose. So maybe not the best
he's dead,
signs
right?
here.
So he has nothing to do other than just kind of sit around and think about how Roche is being stolen away from them. The one upside is Anku does have an AD rune. Maybe we'll see Mongols try and set up for some sort of a fight on the back of this, because this kind of evens the playing field at least a bit. I'm a bit worried though, because I think... Look, I understand the game plan. You have two ways of breaking the Bristleback. You saw it come out in the first pick, so you're thinking, okay, you know, we have a draft that deals with the Bristleback easily. Let's just focus him down every single fight. And sure enough, Akari, he's 1-8 and 9. Scoreline looks atrocious, but I think he's doing his job this game. He's reflecting so much damage with the Blade Mail that it allows the rest of Chicken and Friends to come and clean up. I wonder whether you still focus the Bristleback or whether you need to start switching targets, because everyone else on Chicken and Friends just has a free game.
What do you do? Way too free of a game. I think the issue is if you try to go on Palos, like this Bristle will just still be a problem, right? Like maybe bait out the BKB first. I think the Satanic kind of course corrects that nicely. You're going to be life-stealing true to reflected damage, fine. This could be an awkward fight though in this position.
They see Palos because of that high ground wall, but he waveforms forward. He's so strong. Ares off the mark, couldn't get the lasso out in time, but Castaway likely to go down here. Turns around for a disruption. I thought that was going to be some sort of a setup, but the rest of Mongols just decide to back up. A bit too awkward of a position for them to fight. Now onto the high ground. Roshan banner available. Palos is so strong, but the immediate toss back. Palos able to just waveform out. They didn't chain that up nicely enough. And now Akari, not afraid of a thing on the front lines. He knows that even if they commit into him, it's not going to be good. Solar Guardian trying to bail them out, but it's not enough healing. They get the bat down immediately, but Bob is already gone. Amgu trying his best to cut through the Bristleback, managing to do so. Palos not able to connect to the fight. Finally waveforming in, looking at Castaway. JG is caught out in a smoke screen and a rough position, and Amgu just can't join the fight. He's retreated all the way back into the fountain, but the Magnetize still ticking him very, very low. Will get to a healing spot and finally struck that off, but you can see how difficult the fight is and why Akari is so comfortable. He goes in, he dies, it doesn't matter. Everybody's gooed up and it's impossible for them to fight.
And that's really the big benefit, and this is why I really enjoyed a Snot Rocket over Seeing Red, because your presence as a Bristle, right, especially when you're Seeing Red, the best thing to do on a Bristleback, when especially on Seeing Red, is just to ignore him. With Snot Rocket, I mean, you go on him, it's going to cost you. You don't go on him, it's still going to cost you.
Yeah.
Like, it's terrible. Like, it costs you even more to go on him first, because, again, that debuff is just atrocious. The Nasal Goo softening up for these physical cores is just massive. We're going to go for the second set of racks here. Respawns are fairly short at the very least. Only a little bit longer on JG on that Dawnbreaker. So we'll have some attempt to play, but they haven't even taken care of one life on Palos. They've not been able to kill this man past laning. And it doesn't feel like that gets any easier here.
It's really, really tough. He has a satanic complete, fully done disassembling that Vlad's at Palos. He knew all along that this was going to be a very free morphling game for himself and manages to get to that point. Damage issues from Mongols really coming into play here. You can see even though Amku's trying to find a connection in these fights, the amount of pickoffs he can get is pretty limited. You need to expend so much. Also want to give a special shout out to Yoei because I think he played that fight amazing. Managed to keep that Magnetize going. He did almost 10k damage, the most out of his team. So even though we're sort of praising Palos for being this unkillable morphling, so dangerous, I mean, he's just kind of making space and putting on pressure for Yoei to do the work. Toss back out again. They still don't get the connection. Again, you have to wonder, that coordination a bit off. In comes JG with the jump. Amku focusing down the Morphling to get the first life, but he still has a second. He can come back into the fray, and this is where the side of Mongols might have to retreat. BKB popped on Akari, finish off Castaway in the tree line, and Bob dropping low. The beautiful connection on the roll from Yoei gets it done, and Amku with his BKB expiring has to get back into the fountain. They don't lose a single member other than the Aegis, and Palos, he's still full HP. Still a BKB, still a Satanic. What can you do indeed, Jing says. No buybacks on these two heroes. At most, it's a 3v5, and a 3v5 without your BKBs and Solar Guardian, it's just gonna be a GG call. Nice try, says Karma. And that is cold. First game goes over to Chicken and Friends.
Yeah, very well played out from Chicken and Friends. It kind of goes back to what I was thinking of in the draft. Like, yes, I did kind of like the early tempo coming in from Mongols for this kind of draft, but what do you do about the Morphling? Your lineup really wasn't set to deal with this late game scaling carry that had a lot of mobility, that has a lot of durability. It was a very good answer to the Bristle, and it felt like this draft went all in on counteracting Akari and just completely ignored what Palos would bring out. Just a rough time for the Mongols with that great last pick out from Chicken and Friends. And I think they had the right ideas. I think they're playing the game as well as you could expect given this draft, right? Like, the early tempo was huge. If you take a look at the graphs and look at the net worth lead was in the Mongols for at least 20 minutes. Like, they were playing that early game perfect, but once Palos was done free farming, once you hit that defusal on Jing, like you mentioned, the game just became extremely hard. Your lineup just did not have enough stable hold. It was so much pressure on Bob and Aunq, and that's just a little bit too much to ask, considering all these things they have to worry about. They have to worry about Oriki jumping around. They have to worry about Morphling jumping in and out. They have to worry about the Earth Spirit jumping in and out. So much mobility that you really didn't have clean answers to from your support end, at the very least.
Yeah, we were complimenting Amku on his early aggression and him getting involved, but he didn't actually have an insane timing on the Battle Fury, all things considered, right? He got some items, but he was very much busy hitting heroes along with his team. And it goes back to the core problem of this draft. A lot of your control comes purely from your supports, and even that isn't very much, right? You don't have any way of keeping the Morphling locked down for extended periods of time. And this is why Palos was so confident picking it up. That does wrap up game number 1, though. I'm honestly quite surprised that Chicken and Friends sort of looked so amazing. They just had good itemization and a good idea about how they were going to come back into this game. And yeah, Mongols, they probably felt really good about themselves for that first 20 minutes. And then after a couple of fights, it just all started slipping away.
And did. We'll see if they can rally. I'm sure these guys can take a look back. Castaway and JL are probably kind to be able to get some good retrospective into that game too, because their qualifier lives are on the line. They're gonna have to really try to wring themselves out of this situation. Backs against the wall, best of 1 situation. We'll take a little bit of a short break on the standby screen, allow ourselves to maybe clean up some dishes here for Misty's mic, and we'll be back with that game 2 in short order. We'll be right back. We made a big oopsie here, guys. We missed game 1. That was game 2. That was game 2 of Mongols versus Chicken and Friends. So we saw a 2-0.
Seconds left.
Yeah.
A bit oops, but we had lunch, you know,
Yeah.
Southeast Asia food. You can't fault us. Those
No,
guys
we just
wanted lunch as
didn't-
well.
Dude, we didn't know it was a rolling schedule.
Yeah, that's
because
true.
it's listed nowhere that's a rolling schedule, and all the other close qualifiers generally are fixed. Like,
yeah, they have been.
So I don't know, but okay, well, whatever it is, we're into Talon Kukus. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing that we're here. I'm
Yeah.
kind of happy about it actually.
I think this is
thought
the
I was gonna have
highlight
to miss
anyway.
this series.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
right? This is the highlight. This is what we're all looking forward to. Kuku versus Kukuis, as always.
Mhm.
And this story has come around so many times in many qualifiers, and I don't think Talon has lost to the Kukuis. Like, in this iteration of Talon, at the very least, with Kuku in. So, maybe the Kukuis have something up their sleeve now, you know, with Boss Armel being back. I don't think they faced an iteration with Armel on hand. With Kukuis, at the very least. I think Armel was, you know, on trial stacks before, and I don't think they actually faced off in a Kukui stack. So this is going to be interesting. We'll see. Of course, joined by Permasnee's Mike. Yes, in case anyone can't read on the screen. My lovely, great friend from Singapore. If you couldn't tell.
Man.
Very pogging out right now. So shokla,
Radiant
as they say.
man.
So shock. Anyway.
Is it public information that you've sort of lived a bit in Singapore?
Oh yeah, it's public
that-
information. I've stayed there for 8
Okay.
years, yeah.
Yeah.
8 years,
Okay.
good lord. That's a lot of my young adulthood spent in Singapore.
Yeah.
That's insane. Can you imagine being in
So nice.
NTU for 8 years? God damn.
Wait, you were at NTU for 8 years?
Yeah, it's mainly, NTU. That's like on and off. In the
That's
uni.
crazy. Damn.
So it's
Okay.
like, yeah. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
that.
NTU.
Ulu NTU. Yeah,
At least it's
Ulu
not
NTU.
the one with all the predators. That's
Is that what is that?
NUS is the
No,
one
but
with all the
NTU has
predators.
issues as well. Apparently, when I left, it's like
NTU
so
has
many
weird,
news, it's like,
weird
what the
fellas,
fuck?
right? But yeah.
Yeah, that is so weird. But I don't know, man. NTU. I miss because I left and I came back and I saw my old hall, which was the same hall from the 1980s, got renovated. I'm like, I like that old hall. It had almost like an old
like an
HDB
old
flat
shitty
vibe.
charm to it, right?
No, yeah, kind of like you know when you go into like older Singapore, you go to an older flats. It's quieter. You know, it's less urbanized. I mean, it's still urbanized, but feels more suburban, and it had that vibe. And now it's just modern. It's like, it's shit. To be fair, those halls suck. Like you could not live
You
on.
sound like such an oldie. You're like, oh, I hate change.
Yeah, dude.
Fuck
Look,
modernization. How
look,
dare
the
they
best-
renovate?
the
old
best
shitty
part of
buildings?
Singapore for me is if you go into a hawker center below an HDB flat,
Yeah, that's fair.
and
that's fair.
you're there and you see like 10 uncles in a table together having tiger and smoking in the spot, then you know
That's
this.
true,
You know
that's
this
true,
is
that's
actually
true.
the vibe. This is the
This
vibe.
is a Singapore experience. Every Singaporean man, when they hit 50, they automatically start going down to the like their bodies like start like GPS tracking the nearest like kopitiam nearby,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
suddenly they have a taste for Guinness. So suddenly you're seeing them there like spending obscene hours drinking Guinness and like being chikopek, you know, like looking
Oh, yeah,
at
yeah,
girls.
Legitimately,
Like, that's the
yeah.
classic experience.
And
Yeah,
it's the
that's-
closest you can get to that kampung vibe, I think, for Singapore.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
Like that's the closest, you know. So that's what I miss.
Yeah.
Still, we have the game. We're not
5
missing
seconds
too much here at the very least. Nyx and Bristle and Earthshaker banned out by Talon. Kukuis do ban out the Terrorblade, the Bounty, the Alchemist, and the Lina. So no Mikato Lina shenanigans here. No one's making that mistake today. Tiny comes out for Talon first. Raising potential for a Mikoto Tiny, maybe just a Jokam Tiny as well, could be a possibility, or something like a Natsumi Tiny. I think he is also a Tiny one believer from the past. I do like the Phoenix. I think it's good counteraction against Tiny. Tiny can't clear out Egg. You can burst down the Phoenix, sure, but it's a little bit trickier depending on the positioning here. And it's good percent-based damage for the Tiny later on with Sunray. So I like this answer from Kukuis. The Phoenix has felt really strong in the right game. Now they just need to draft around it. Because we've seen this Phoenix a couple of times here, Mikey, where it doesn't get the protection it deserves, and then it just looked like crap, right? So I want to see Kukuis protect this.
But we also have seen some teams completely ignore the Phoenix, right? They just think, okay, you know what, screw the egg. We're just going to burst you down or focus down key targets in the fight, and then the egg is like an afterthought. So that has not worked out well in a lot of the team's favor. There's a reason why the egg is so strong, especially once you get the shot. I think the way that... This is maybe just a bold prediction from me, but I know that Talon are a team that like to flex this Tiny, but the way that they've banned in the first few phases just makes me think this is like they've already decided that this is a Mikoto Tiny unless something drastic they don't expect comes up, right? They ban out the Earthshaker, which is kind of one of the major winning matchups by a large margin towards the Tiny. The PA ban also makes a lot of sense just in general, and the Clockwork feels like it can jank up some of your early mid game on the Tiny that you want to get rolling with. So this just kind of feels like something that Mikoto is familiar with and comfortable on. We saw that was the kind of the strategy that Talon had yesterday as well, right? They were basically first picking this Mikoto hero, whether it was the Lina, whether it was the Monkey. Of course, the Monkey didn't really work out, so they're sort of going through their other options here. Dawnbreaker gonna come out though for Kuku's Essence.
I love this. If we were talking about these quirky Dawnbreaker interactions, Nighttime Egg theoretically gives you daytime vision as well, right? So you end up flash banging in the middle of a team fight. You can find a backline, you can reposition, look for these softer targets if they're trying to escape. It's a very cheeky combo. Not something that you necessarily draft around thinking about that, but it's a very cool interaction that I think I'd love to see more in Dota 2, right? That's the kind of interaction, that's the kind of synergy that I miss. So that's a quirky one. You also have like obviously all of this healing. We talked about that before. Sunray plus not overwhelming odds plus Solar Guardian can be really nice. So it can be a little bit hard to burst down. Talon, do go into Batrider Zeus. Support duo already picked up. Not necessarily a support duo that really does anything about the Phoenix or the Dawnbreaker, but it is high damage, decent single target control coming in. I am just expecting the Zeus to go support. That should just be Kuku's hero. He has value plus 5 Zeus, and I can't fault him. It has looked really damn good. So I'm just keen on seeing how they build around it. Like, are you worried about this Phoenix? Right now, there's still no clear answer for Egg if it does come in. And to be fair, there's nothing keeping them in Egg range as well outside of a well-timed Solar Guardian. So maybe not a full concern here.
Yeah, you still got a few more picks that you can use to sort of accomplish that. The main one that I'm looking at maybe in the mid lane for Amel is the Puck. I know it's not really the best Tiny matchup, but the quote-unquote good Tiny matchups are already banned out, right? Your Lina, unless you really want to go cheesy and go something like a Huskar, even then it might be a bit awkward. The Glimmer timing could be decent. So your options are a bit skewed here, I feel like, from the mid lane. They will go for the Shadow Shaman. So this was what we were briefly discussing, is a quote-unquote direct counter to the bat. You can basically purge off all the sticky napalm charges. You can hex to save from the lasso. It's quite annoying to play the Bat Rider in, because if you jump in and you're not fast enough, he can hex you first. So overall, pretty nice stuff. A good supporting cast from Kuku is at this early stage of the draft. The only annoying thing is that Zeus has a very free Shackles cancel from a distance as well, and there's no one to really stop him from running in and just doing that, right?
Yeah, that is a concern. But I do feel like you're lining up for really nice lanes. Like Shadow Shaman plus the Dawnbreaker is pretty good. There's that Puck you were talking about as your counteraction to provide some way of not running away from the Egg. So there is some teamfight synergy. There's some ways of playing around the Egg here. Again, compared to some games we saw yesterday where the Egg was just really a non-factor, it looks a little bit sharper here. But I like the lanes. I think going outside of that Egg facet, just Shadow Shaman Dawnbreaker is a very devastating lane. It's a lot of good holds, easy setup for the Starbreaker. You know, it can be overwhelming to deal with. You have to deal with Cluster Cluck now, which you have a Zeus. It's not as bad, but holy shit, is it still annoying? So
it is.
Okay, look, I know I was bitching about Dota 2 not being busted. To be fair, in as much as I hate Cluster Cluck, it is one of those things that bring back memories of, like, busted Dota. Even though Shadow Shaman's not particularly strong,
what you
right?
want, right? Your main philosophy of what you were looking for, like this whole silly aspect that just sounds like it could be ridiculous, but low-key it's like kind of balanced, like...
Yeah, it is. And I think we need more interesting shit like that, instead of like, Black Grimoire, seed money. We need interesting shit.
Okay, fine. I mean, I'm not gonna lie though, like if you're looking to play Dota to have fun and you pick Warlock, like you're not gonna, regardless of what they put in, I think their whole thought of Warlock being fun was like, hey, look, we fucking made it so that you can summon imps from the mud, okay? What more do you want from us?
Dude, did you not play in the time when people were running, and this is complete grief, people were running Warlock Undying, level 1 upheaval with Tombstone? Were you not there for this? That was the shit.
Not there.
That was so lit. My cousin was like, "Hey, dude, play the Undying. I'll play Warlock. Come on, man." And I was like, all right, get level in Tombstone. All right,
Nah.
let's do it. It's like,
You're,
which
you're,
ones?
bro,
Like, oh my
you're
lord.
nostalgic guy. You're sort of still trying to reach back for those like good old like,
The
let's
highs.
have a crazy lane duo, right? Like
Yeah,
all
the
those
highs
moments.
of that. You know, I missed Trial Lanes as Undying. Like, holy
Oh
shit,
my
those were
God,
the
don't get
easiest
me.
games of my life, and the people would think I'm a god. No, I'm just playing
Yeah.
Undying. You know, it's fucking easy. It's like, I'm not good at this game. I'm just playing Undying into 3 heroes.
Like
If
all
you
your
can't-
fucking strength is mine.
Yeah,
Like and
Exactly,
you can't
it's
move by
just-
the way.
Oh, it's so hilarious. That era of Dota is just kind of gone right now. Shame.
I think people understood. People learned something extremely important, and that is the concept of fucking TPing out.
Yeah.
I feel like that was never like a thing like in the past, but like now everyone just does it so well.
Oh, yeah. For sure, if you think about it. It also helps TPs are free. When you die,
Yeah.
you always
true.
have at least one for the most part, so, you know, kind of helps. Do have the rest of the bands here. I'm old, but this draft isn't. Certainly not as old as you either, Mr. Primsnee's Mike. We have the Morphling band, and Kuku's Essence take care of the Doom and Abaddon. So taking care of some WS off lanes. Quirky off lanes, to say the least. I mean, Lycan's band out as well. So what do you have? You have some off-meta stuff. Timbersaw is there. Mars maybe very much
Timbersaw,
less
not bad.
exciting. I think Timbersaw looks okay. It's not amazing. Like, you have to play it into Shadow Shaman Puck, but it's not the worst thing in the world. It doesn't deal with Egg, though. But maybe, again, you don't care. Night Stalker it is instead.
That's a nice.
Oh,
Okay, that
God,
makes sense.
this is so weird. Right, so all the synergies with Dawnbreaker are actually here. You have Phoenix, you have Night Stalker with nighttime, daytime changes. It's a bit funky.
Mhm.
All we lack is like a Luna pick, which I don't
10
think
seconds remaining.
Kuku's Essence is going to be banking on, but so many ways to force a nighttime change, to force daytime again, to get the flashbang.
Dude,
It's
I
kinda
don't know
funny.
what carry you pick actually on Kuku's Essence. This is quite complicated. The DK is still available. I feel like you need a tanky frontliner. You're gonna go
Oh.
for the Medusa instead. Okay, so tanky frontliner, decent into Night Stalker. The main thing is you can't really pick a melee hero because then you just get Crippling Fear and then it's awkward. But you want someone to play around the Dawnbreaker out. This sort of does it because Medusa doesn't actually care much about the Dawnbreaker healing from Solar Guardian, right? It doesn't help you out in the mana department. But I think this is probably the best case scenario. Any other carry will either be too easily run down or have to be at the front of the fight, which is just uncomfortable to do so up against Talon. Is there any draft that you're liking more, Mr. John?
Oh, it's hard to say. I think they actually managed to get some good conditions on both sides. I think the game is... I don't know if I like the draft more. I do think the game is easier for Kukuis in terms of getting their win condition going, right? Like, this Dusa can become an all-in carry without worrying about too much, and I think that's the one thing. Then again, I don't think Talon's completely out of it. Like, there's a quirky build-up with Lifestealer where you can go Diffusal Disperser. It's actually not too bad in Lifestealer. You have the Ags build-up as well. I think when it comes down to actually just running down Dusa, Lifestealer's not bad, and just sitting there, and he's tanky, he heals back, although I'm not sure how his heal mechanic works with Shield. If it's based on the damage he deals to HP, then you're not lifestealing. Like, that's the one, you know, it's those little things that I'm not terribly sure of. Do you happen to know? Like, is Lifestealer's healing from a feast mitigated from barriers? Like, does it kind of go away, or is it just total
I don't think
damage
so.
dealt?
No, because it's not. If I'm not mistaken, it might not be lifesteal. Open wounds is lifesteal based off damage
Okay.
dealt, but the
Feast
feast
is-
itself might just be healing.
Okay. Yeah, it's those technicalities that can make interactions weird. Because that kind of make or breaks this
so-
matchup.
Yeah, so
From-
the thing is, he deals damage and provide heal for a percentage of his target's max health. So it's independent of the damage he's actually dealing. It's
Okay.
not exactly like lifesteal. It's its like own mechanic.
Okay, cool.
At least that's what it seems like. So max health lifesteal 1.5. Actually, that might still be a thing because it's always these tiny little interactions that like maybe they didn't explicitly list it, but then if he's not doing damage or if you're evading an attack, he doesn't get the lifesteal. I don't know. Because it's still listed as lifesteal. It's weird. It's a demo mode interaction test for sure.
Yeah, it's one of those things that I feel like I get... Okay, every time I say I don't know how this interaction works, I feel like I get roasted quite hard sometimes, and I'm like, it's a very niche interaction. You know, it's like, it's not, it's something while you're playing game, you're not necessarily thinking, oh, my lifesteal is not that high, you know? because it's like a marginal decrease for the most part until the game goes really late. Do you have some all chat? Give it a sec here. Kuku says he just woke up. Natsumi says he was live until 6 a.m. And Abata saying he's not disciplined, huh? Kuku says he doesn't need to sleep because they have sleep. Because they're asleep. The other side's asleep. Ironmel's just, no trash talk, please. No trash talk, please. Patron is waving. Kuku is like, is it raining also there? Fuck. Nope. Trying to get the Kuku out. Yeah, this is a bit of a meme one. We had a meme one yesterday with Chicken and Friends and Kukuis. Now we have Kuku and Kukuis. Memes all over the place.
Hope the disconnect issues between both Kukui stacks are fine this time around. Chicken and Friends seem like they mostly recovered from their internet issues yesterday. There's a lot of pausing in that series, just like so much time for all chat and just sitting around, and I think it was probably took the wind out of the sails of some of these players. And I think Kukui is coming into this series, even though they are up against their namesake and they have sort of shown that they have the skills to pay the bills. There always is this expectation that Talon is probably a couple of leagues ahead of them, and we'll see how true that really is, because we were talking a bit about this in some of our previous series as well. It just feels like Talon are miles ahead of some of these other teams, actually all of the other Southeast Asia teams, and no one has been able to sort of step up and challenge them, not even Boom, right, who are sort of the next closest thing. Oh, they get the shackle though. They managed to slow him down. WS in some trouble. Hammer's not going to be disjointed, and that level 1 tree means that there's no avalanche, but that's the end of that chase. They don't have any additional way of slowing him down. So WS will survive.
It's rather interesting as well. Look at WS. It's nighttime right now. He went for Blinding Void. He didn't go for the nighttime-daytime switcheroo. So this is a little bit interesting. It's going to impact his laning. There is that no shared vision, so it might be easier to isolate heroes away, not hope for a save. I think that takes away, say, one aspect of Cluster Cluck saves with Hex. That's not going to be as big if you do manage to get that control out. Looking for the fight still. Cox, not healthy.
Taking a lot of damage, burning down to the Blood Grenade. I'm not sure whether it's going to be enough damage. Secondary Blood Grenade comes out from Jokum and gets the job done. Nicely done from the Bat Rider, and the immediate tip comes out. Damn. You know, we were talking about the Kukui stacks being the ones a bit more fiery with the all chat, but Talon, they're ready with the spice today. I mean, Kuku was the one sort of starting a bit of the shit talk.
Somewhat, yeah. He's like, he doesn't need to sleep because the side of Kukuis would be sleepy anyway, that they're asleep in this game. You know, he's going off already. The master and the commander, Kuku. The godfather of Filipino Dota 2, as you'd expect, just doing what he does best. We'll see if it pays off, but you know, you're very happy with the first blood pickup for Jokam. Helps accelerate this Bat Rider just a little bit more. The lane up top is maybe a little bit messier as well, right? Melee matchup into Medusa. You don't have the nighttime early on here for the Night Stalker, so you're not going to be able to play with like Hunter in the night and try to get aggressive. So it's a little bit slower going.
Oh, unlucky.
And I think that's where things can get spicy.
I guess the one sort of caveat is, in a lot of times when you're playing Night Stalker, you want to get that early nighttime because you can at least get to a decent level advantage or level sort of parity with your opponent, so that when it gets to that first daytime, once you're level 4, level 5, you can still survive. It's a lot more precarious to try and play this early daytime, but between the Phoenix and the Medusa, even if they gap you in terms of levels or, you know, CS, it doesn't really translate to a kill threat later on, or actually ever. The reality is Jokam's going to be able to do a good job of keeping the lane at least in a okay position for WS to sap some EXP, and that should be fine. I really like this Blinding Void choice though, because you mentioned it removes the aspect of the Cluster Clutch save. If they ever find a single target on the map as well, like maybe a Puck or, you know, even the Dusa farming alone, you suddenly can't Dawnbreaker out her because you just can't see her as well.
Yeah, it's going to be really annoying to try to get those saves, and I'm keen on seeing if Talon tries to play around that aspect. That's going to be a big part in them trying to kind of leverage the power of the Night Stalker. Going to be cool to see that if it does come in. So far though, for a bot, again, lane, as to be expected, pretty smooth for the Dusa. No real pressure here. Jokam doing his best to just try to zone out Ponyo, who he did play with before. There's also that aspect of spice. It's not just Kuku versus Kukuis. You have Ponyo also part of that equation. It's been a more quiet one, but he was Talon formerly. All you need is Chu-Wen now somehow to come in and kind of provide some spice. Don't have him here though. You have Chief Armel up against Mikado, and I feel like this matchup for a long time, like pre-Talon era, pre-DPC, was definitely Armel favored, right? You think back to Boom Mikado era, it's a very different Mikado we're seeing. now I honestly think in recent times when this matchup did show up, Mikado has been on top, and he's still on top right now. Like, the puck can try to dodge out and try to apply pressure, but it's all the tiny. Like, you have so much right-click damage, you're very durable, you don't care for the puck's reach and range and poke, because you can poke even harder. And Mikado's having a great time. I'm wondering if Kukuis will do what we saw yesterday from other teams, where you maybe just collapse onto the runes and just prevent that build-up, prevent that top-up for Mikado every single time.
Yeah, I mean, the idea was there since the draft, right? We knew that there wasn't really any good tiny lane matchup. So Amel's mostly picking this part for the game. He's confident that he should be able to get at least a decent amount out of this lane. And I think what's going to stand out for me is these early rotations. We want to see not just rotations mid for the tussling around, but if Amel starts making these moves to the side lanes, I think there's a very high chance of a kill either in the bot lane or in the top lane, right? The thing with this Phoenix and the Medusa is that they don't really present a kill threat, but if you can come up here before it's nighttime and sort of creep up on WS, between the three of you, you should have enough to take him down. And sure enough, take a look at the harass WS is already taking. It is daytime. 1 more minute until he gets to that sort of juicy nighttime regen. It's kind of interesting that he didn't even bother skilling Hunter in the night, because what's the point, right?
Yeah, might as well pocket it, see if he needs it in this lane, if he can even get anything done with it in nighttime. You have some good snipes. Jokam sniping away Ponyo's courier. Quite nice, going away from the lane just a tad bit. There is vision there, so they can kind of spot if he's trying to get a little bit too frisky into a mid-rotation. And so far, so good for both sides. Again, Talon eking out a slight advantage from that first blood earlier on, but laning phase has been quiet outside of pokes. You are getting a pretty free lane still for a bot. Just no pressure onto Dedusa to be expected in this Night Stalker matchup. We'll have to see if the 5-minute mark changes anything here. Ponyo!
Jokum! Did he actually just finish this kill? Dude, that's such a play from Jokum.
I mean, he knows, you know, sending a message to Ponyo, I suppose, in that sense. Nah, I'm pretty sure they're all good friends. Ran into Ponyo before. They're chill. They're chill, you know. But yeah, I mean, that was just such a great flame breakout, and I do appreciate, you know, just having blood grenades.
Bot lane
has been good. Although
Natsumi gets blood grenaded and shot down. Nice setup there from Jewel. They knew Kuku was pulling, and they take full advantage. Even though Cox had low resources, just enough for one Starbreaker, and that gets the job done. I'm not gonna lie though, I was like, when Talon first announced that Ponyo was leaving, I was so sad. I thought Ponyo was a really good sort of part of that team. But I guess when you kind of got to make way for the Godfather, right?
Yeah, and I think I don't doubt Ponyo individually as a player. It's more of that Kuku provides Talon, and this is some insight, I guess. Kuku provides Talon with like a guiding voice, right? Because these guys are quiet. Mikado has kind of stepped up to the plate and shot calls into the late game, but early game dictation, movement, like opinions expressed. Kuku's a very expressive guy as he gets jumped here. Ooh.
Snatches away the illusion rune. Mikoto's just gonna come over, but he doesn't really have mana for a secondary toss. We'll have to pop the one charges for it. The Dream Coil actually gonna finish off Kuku first. There's that Cluster Cloud easily finished off by Jokum. And Amel, 1 more second for the orb, tries to get out to safety. No chasing Avalanche again. Mikoto dry on the mana. Kuku had to snap up that rune. But yeah, I mean, ends up being a 1-for-1 actually in Kukui's favor, because they bring in 3 members on Talon and they still trade 1-to-1.
It opens up the side lanes a little bit more, but I don't think you're missing out too much in the side lanes. Big thing is that Natsumi's game has slowed down a fair bit, to be expected, but they are starting to apply that pressure onto Cox.
Bring in 3 members off of the respawns. Jokum with the rotation over. Very, very nicely done. And would you look at that? Just in time for the 7-minute, they're going to have to try and bring Ponyo over. But the thing is, Ponyo, he can't really contest into this. Maybe we'll try for a dive because he kind of has to. Not clicking fast enough, and 2 Wisdom Runes going the way of Talon. Jokum juking around, still has a Fairy Fire. The Fire Spirit's not going to connect, and Jokum has been outplaying this Phoenix all throughout this early game.
That he has. Again, they've been playing really well, even just the coordinated movement outright. And that's the kind of thing, I think, where you can see the apparent difference with Kuku on the team. He would be the one to say, okay, guys, let's go Wisdom Rune, guys. We killed him. We can take the rune. We have number advantage. Then they just run down there.
Kuku,
it's my poor attempt at the Kuku impression, yeah.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
People don't understand. When you make an impression of someone, it's out of love. You have to understand the person to impersonate, right?
True. They always say imitation is the best form of flattery, right?
Yeah. And, you know, and again, that's the difference. Kuku will make those calls for the team. Like, look at this. They're heading top. They drag Natsumi as well. This is something they used to do with Akashi. But it doesn't quite pan out. Still enough space to try to play off of this Night Stalker level 6 you got in WS. Maybe not committing too much to instantly bail. Already getting some forward movement as well from Jokam. Checking the jungle. Although he will be punished.
Getting Coil, getting Gorgon's Grass there, way too much magic damage for him to survive through. But now
Abad's low in mana.
He has 1 charges and a Lotus. He'll have to rely on them. No level in the Stone Gaze though, this is problematic. Dark Ascension, and look at that HP pool melt. Doesn't have a lot of it to work with and will just go down. Silent Start means that Ponyo can't cancel the dive, but that finishing Lightning Bolt will get the kill. And now they're looking at Jewel. Dark Ascension still has time on it. Mikoto in with the toss and the regen rune. He has more than enough resources to keep this one going, but they don't want to risk it. They're focusing down on the bot lane. Cox able to TP out, heads up play from him. Jokum coming off the respawn to try and make things happen. Talon, they are all over this map right now. And this is one of the things that really impressed at least me and Adam when we were casting Talon in some of these recent close qualifiers. They seem to have very set kill protocols in place. They're really good at combining hero units, 2-3 players across the map, 2 different locations striking at once. And it's very hard to kind of understand what your priority should be unless you already planned these moves beforehand. In terms of Kuku's, their response as well, you can see it's a bit more scattered.
That it is. And I think this is something Talon's been very good at for a long time now. Like, they've been very good at even just dragging their safe lane in. They spot out Armel.
Solar Guardian coming in though. Cox is that level 6. Runs into an avalanche and Mikoto looking for a toss. Jokem will eat some shots of the hammer, but the last little bit of a stun not gonna land, and now Cox, he's found himself in a pickle. The rest of Kuku are running over, but is this really the fight that you want? Kuku, he'll offer a nice little hand wave. Bye-bye, Jewel. So nice of you to see us here. Nice kill, double kill for the Godfather himself. And Mikoto still on the chase, even throws out an avalanche just in case Armel was greedy enough not to jaunt. In this rune, the chase is still going. Mikoto, he's so aggressive, not giving any quarter to this Kuku side. 9-3 at this early stage of the game and a 3k gold lead already. Talon, they are looking great.
I like that aggression from Mikoto. You know, he's just really looking to ensure Armel pops that Invis rune early, so he's not going to get a rotation out of it, just forced to regen up because of that threat. You know, you're buying a lot of space. This offlane of WS, we're again seeing pretty free time after that pressure from Abad. He's now up a level. They are trying to make a move in, though.
Don't really have a way of doing damage to him. That's kind of what we were talking about, right? The Medusa and the Phoenix, and even by extension, the Medusa and the Shaman. You need that puck to come in for the damage, or maybe even Cox. But yeah, not enough to threaten him at the moment, which is probably why WS so confidently picked this and the Blinding Void to boot. We can see how scary he is as well the second he pops that Ascension. It just feels like there's nothing that can stop him. So has that available. 4 more minutes until the nighttime, but funnily enough, even though Talon did get 2 Wisdom Runes, Jokem is still not level 6. He's still level 5. He spent a lot of the time on the map just running around.
That he has. And that is costing him just a bit, but he is going to hit that 6 soon enough after soaking from the wave. We'll have it. So, you have your tools available. You've got Lasso ready to go. I do appreciate the defensive vision here from Kuku. He's watching that river area down bot. A nice aggressive ward, or a nice defensive ward up here on their top jungle as well. Just watching these angles that Talon will be trying to take. Like, the movement's already spotted out. They saw Jokem poking in and out. Kuku does take the Watcher, and he's just solo poking here, although Armel.
That avalanche was just slightly off to the left. If they caught Armel, that would be enough damage. Kuku. That was kind of ballsy of him, just sending in the damage onto Armel, knowing the phase shift was already used. Gorgon Grass off the mark, and looks like Kuku might be punished. Nice avalanche to try and hold them back. They'll actually get a kill onto Ponyo. What the heck? And now you might have an Arcane Rune as well, but Jewel threatening a potential catch for the Shackles. Mikoto will have to give that one up, especially if Cox threatening to connect. There still is that Solar Guardian available, which is probably what they were a bit worried about. Toss in with the lasso, pull back into the claws of Natsumi. And this poor Dawnbreaker will get run down. Just all around the map, it feels like any time Kuku's run up into Talon, Talon are the ones with the damage, with the control, threatening these kills. And Kuku there's a very muted response. There's not much they can really do.
I feel like if you're Kuku's right now, you have to understand what Talon's doing. Because what they're doing is buying space for WS while he's weak. Right? Like, you said you said it earlier, you can't really kill him with just the Medusa +1. I'd say when you see this commit across the map, you know WS is going to be alone. That's when you should just try to make a movement up top. I don't care if you go through the gate, TP onto your outpost, whatever. Punish this Night Stalker, because this is how Talon tends to get that tempo. They play fast, they actually buy a ton of space for WS when he plays a slower hero like this, and bank on that. They do have the right idea now, looking to target Natsumi, but they might lose their Dusa in the process for this kind of trade.
Dusa is very deep in though. Not sure whether Talon have enough damage to cut through the wand charges as well. Wrapping around to Natsumi, both carries under threat, but Natsumi so quick with the rage. Are you serious? He was ready for that one, and just because of that, the move foiled. Again, every moment that passes is just time closer to the next nighttime. The more daytimes WS can survive, the scarier he gets, because realistically speaking, what item are you getting on these supports to survive? Even if you get something like a Glimmer or a Force, you're still a ways away from that for one. And for two, this Night Stalker is capable of buying a 80 gold dust to kill you anyway. It's not that big of a deal. Jewel only just now hits that level 6 at the 14-minute mark. That is painful stuff. I mean, Talon, they are all over it right now.
They really are. Still setting sights from Armel.
Oh, forcing the John away right into the hands. It's beautiful. The turnaround of the Dream Coil, pop the Dark Ascension, limiting the vision for now. Mikoto is deep, but again, there's no punish. Now, Jewel, looking for a target, the dive across. He's not sure whether he wants to pop. That's Serpent Wards. They will just use a defensive 8 to limit WS's movement and vision. But now of it coming back up, the blink forward, Natsumi committing onto Ponyo, swipes down his former support. Then Sanity though, with the Stone Gaze on the front lines, Gorgon grabs nothing. Meanwhile, WS still trying to kite around. Again, they just don't have the control. They now will try and shackle up Natsumi. Nighttime ends, but there's the silence, crippling fear, stopping the shackle. And then Sanity, he has no more mana. One last one chance to try and pep him up. Natsumi. The swipes of the hammer will keep Jokum back, and Armel, he's committing deep for WS, but he pays the price. Turns around and gets control. Perfect team fighting from Talon. You couldn't ask for anything better. And that was 3 kills, basically. All the ultimates used for Kuku's. And John, I have bad news. It is now nighttime. For the next 5 minutes, things are only going to get worse.
Oh, that it is. Spectacular juking around from Talon. I have to give them props for their positioning. Mind you, Kuku's were trying so hard to find the angles. Armel looking at those 2 low HP heroes on WS and Natsumi, just not able to get the cleanup, not having really damage coming in. No Witchblade yet in this puck. You know, that little bit of DOT might have been enough to at least clean one as he dies, but you're not finding that punishment. And you're forced to stagger their spells on Kuku's. They get that one combination of Solar Guardian plus Dream Coil, but they're not able to drop the egg on top. The egg comes later. They get vision out from the egg, so they can reposition away, but not fast enough. And Talon's just kind of dancing around the Kuku's right now. 14-3, 6k lead. They are eyeing up top. Natsumi could be a nice target. Do they have enough, though? They're dragging everyone.
Get Hex out. Pretty nice. The rest of the team coming in with the Armel damage. It should be enough. Nicely done. That's a pick they very much needed. This is what you were calling for, John. You said, okay, you know how they're going to play. They play around WS. Now that it's nighttime, they're going to be grouped up around their Night Stalker. So you just need to go to this one target, farming off all by himself. Maybe a bit too greedy there, sticking up there, not thinking he could die.
Not expecting to punish that hard. Now maybe looking for a little bit more, though. They're going to be taking that tier 1 bot. Still no blink on Jokum, but they know where Cox is.
Holy. Mikoto starts to channel the Watcher. That's not going to matter. Nice little flame break pull back. Do they have the damage? The slow from the hammer was pretty significant, but not enough. And they immediately smoke out, maybe just to escape from this area, but I'm not sure whether that was spotted by the Watcher. I'm sure that Kuku's know that there's some sort of a rampaging train on their way, but yeah, they're backing up.
Yeah, play it safe. You know that they've still got their spells. A little bit of a disconnect from Jokum. Mind you, Talon is not at boot camp, as they are... I believe they're taking this time to also process visas, and that does require everyone to be in their home country. So...
Right.
So, you know, they're all back home, which means we will get internet connection issues. A little bit of a fun fact, I do believe at some point, Jokum had to play in an internet cafe. We heard that story from Mr. Lane yesterday, right? Mr. Permasneeze, Mike? Like we did hear.
Yeah.
He heard the background noises. They had to deal with that, but hey, you got to do what you got to do. Sometimes at indie home, you know, you don't get that packet Phoenix. and then you get sad, or you get the pack at Phoenix and you're still sad. That seems to be the tendency. Man, a lot of my friends have not been having a good time with their indie home right now for the past like month. It's been bad.
Is that the provider for Indo?
Yeah, I think it's the main one.
Cheap. I guess cheap is like their way of saying chief, right?
Yeah, because Filipinos turns F's into P's, right? So he's saying, Natsu was saying
Chief?
he's reporting to Chief Armel. He's being trash talked by a bot. A bot is saying, "What? You're the #1 carry right now." Jewel's saying, you'll die at top." He said, "You'll die at top again." A bot's just saying, "I can't trash talk you." Kuku's just saying, "Don Main," and Kato's like, "Ha!" Kuku's asking if he doesn't want the Kufra. I have no clue what Kufra is. What is this? I'm instantly messaging Kuku now. I don't care if he's
This
in
is some insider. This is some insider like inside joke type shit.
I have to ask Kuku. What is Kufra? What is Kufra?
You gotta keep in mind as well that we're on like a 15-minute delay. So he made this joke like 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, I mean,
he
he'll
might be
know.
in the middle of like a
team fight.
Kufra
So he gets
is
pinged.
an MLBB hero.
Oh,
Apparently, according to our chat.
oh, cool. What's ML? Mobile Legend Bang Bang Yudhoyono? No. The joke is Mobile Susilo Bam Bang Legends Yudhoyono or something like that. You know
I love that name. I love that Susilo Bambang Yudo. It's
Right?
such a badass.
It's such a name.
It
I don't know
kind
if
of feels like something that was written in a movie, right?
Right?
Like, you like Quentin Tarantino would make that shit up.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like Armel, it's not gonna give pause time now. Ping issue Joe Cam. Packet Phoenix. Oh yeah, WS asking Ponyo.
Phoenix
don't give. Don't want
oh,
at
the
all.
Talon voice line. Ay, this guy.
But yeah, back to it. Like Sisula Bam Bang Yudhoyono. It's such a cool name. I don't know anything about the guy. I don't know about his leadership or whatever he's done to the country.
Yeah, he could be like
But
the
name.
worst politician of all time, right? But who
Look,
literally...
dude, I have this one take. There's this one dude who also has a sick name. He's probably a pretty not popular leader, let's be fair, but his name is so cool. Pratsilo, what's that? Chanocha. Pratsilo Chanocha? Oh, what's his name?
Chanocha is
Prayut
kinda
Chanocha. Yeah, it goes hard, right? Prayut
Wait, is that
Chanocha.
Indonesia as well?
No, that's Thai. That's Thai. He's
Okay.
one of the. Did he become a? Yeah, he's the most recent coup d'etat in 2014. So, maybe not the best person in the world, but his name is kind of sick. Prayut Chanocha, right? Like, it's a cool name. Sisulo Bambang Yudhoyono though is like top tier.
Okay, I will say though that I think in terms of general cool names, I think Thai names are insane.
Yeah, give me
Like
some. I mean,
Thai names are.
look. I lived in Singapore. Right? I'd see these ads, and the guy's name was Porn. And like, how hard is that?
Oh, Porn
That goes,
Sack, right?
Yeah, Porn Sack, but he
Like
just
that
goes
guy-
by
yeah,
Porn. And it's like, god damn, that goes hard.
I feel like out of all the Thai names, using Porn Sack as like a example is kind of sad. Like the you know what I mean? Like it's a poor representation.
True, but it's also kind of it goes hard, man.
I guess so.
What other Thai names? Give me some Thai names here.
Dude, you know part of I don't know whether you've had this experience, but part of having been like quote unquote esports journalist / Dota 2 writer before is because the common thing you need to do for just writing is when you say a player's in-game name the first time, you need to put their full name. So you wouldn't just say for example, you wouldn't say Japs, you'd say Anucha. Japs Jira Wong.
I get that.
So like there's this whole set of fucking players in one generation of Pro Dota that I just know all their first name and last names. I feel like a fucking passport control officer. Like Anucha Jira Wong is Japs, Mekchai Warawit is Q.
Yeah.
Tan something Wei Shen. I don't know what his surname is because he's a bit newer. But I know his name is Wei Shen.
Yeah. That's WS, right?
Fucking to me, John Vargas, right?
John Anthony Vargas. Excuse me.
Oh, how dare me? Disrespectful. I think Mamang Daya is Try something. TRI, that's his first name.
Tripungko Daya? Pamungkas?
Oh, yeah. Daya's in there.
Yeah, Tripunco Daya Pamungkas, I think, something like that.
Pamungkas.
Yeah,
I didn't write a
Pamungkas.
lot about him because that was the Mamang Daya flop era. I think he literally had health issues, right? It was so sad. I think
I think he did.
his
Yeah,
career is always
legitimately.
one of the Southeast Asia like careers that I feel like really could have taken off, and it just kind of got stunted by factors out of his control, which is quite sad.
Yeah, I think who is it? Who else was there? Like 458, the Vietnamese player. 456 was the team. His name was 458, right?
Yeah,
I
456 is the team. 456 is the team.
Yeah, 458 is the player, I think, and he was always sick. But when he played, he looked
That's
so
unfortunate.
badass. But yeah,
That's the miracle effect. Like it's like you know Jujutsu Kaisen, the fucking dude who controls the puppet. Like it's the heavenly restriction, right? Like he's always
Yeah.
fucking sick, but he's a beast.
yeah, that's it. Can only
That's
bring them
miracle
out
in every
now and
land,
again.
though.
Oh yeah, definitely is. Wow, what else?
Okay,
is
no
there?
hate to the Miracle fanboys. I like Miracle as much as the Knicks Batchester, but I will say they've been looking fucking sick with Ghost. Like Ghost comeback
dude.
out is super cool.
I think Ghost has always been fucking good. That's the thing. I think Ghost has
Yeah.
legitimately been always fucking good. It's just a matter of finding a team where
Where
he
it works,
melds with the
right?
people. I think okay, this is I'm not dissing these guys. I love the twins. I love Chucky. I love Ghost. They're great guys. You know, I
Yeah.
talk a lot with Chucky because we always run into each other in events. But they're both they're like really nice fellas, but their pub personalities are pretty bad. They have probably one of the
Wait,
worst, the widest
Oh,
swing
like
between
they're like-
pub
they're
and
like-
in person. Oh,
Wait,
dude, they're
legit,
super
like,
toxic.
they're both like toxic
Dude,
ass
they are
motherfuckers.
legitimately just muted by a majority of players, I think, in pubs. Legitimately,
Wait,
I think they are.
I didn't really strike Ghost out as this person who'd be like super toxic in pubs. Like he just kind of seems like the guy who probably wouldn't talk at all.
I think
Is he just like
Chucky's.
flaming?
I think Chucky is worse, to be fair, but I know
I know
Chucky said
Chucky's
they're
bad. I know
both
Chucky's
equally
bad.
bad. I know Chucky said Ghost is not as, not too far off from him, he says. So, I don't know. But, I love they're really good players. They just need to calm down.
The weird thing is, the weird thing with Ghost and Chucky is, I always knew of Chucky, but I never knew that they, number one, were related, and number two, were fucking twins. So I remember one time I saw who I thought was Ghost at the event, and I'm just like, what the fuck is Ghost doing
no.
here? And they're just like, what? Ghost is not here, and then it took someone else a while to put two and two together. We have a
Mikado?
fight though. We have to hold that thought. Jumping in onto Mikoto, a
Oh.
lot of damage laying into the Tiny, and it should be enough.
What?
Hiding in the Glimmer Cave. Are you
Oh.
serious? They pop the egg just to get that vision, and even with the lasso onto the park, it's not gonna be enough. A great fight for Kuku. Thanks to that egg holding back WS. He's still gonna try and swoop in, finish off Jewel, but the cluster clock keeping him safe for now. The innate not even pop. That was just a manual cluster
Natsumi's
clock.
running in. Huh?
I mean, it still is Dark Ascension time, but they just don't have enough control without their Tiny and their poor Bat Rider. And that was just unfortunate timing, right? Mikoto getting caught out there.
Yeah, all by himself, no backup. They put the numbers in, and the Kukuis do manage to leverage that great single target control on an isolated play. That's where they shine. That's where they've been finding these openings on Talon, forcing them to stream in almost one by one. And for Talon's part, have to be a little bit cautious. Maybe not a spot they'd expect that kind of movement in, to be fair. Like, they do have their tier 1, they feel safe, they have a TP point, but maybe that pause also just, again, mentally reset just a bit.
Yeah,
And
I mean, I know
kinda
we were
wipe their
mentally like out of. We were talking about Chucky and
Yeah.
Ghost, dude.
Look. Onto that ghost story, I will say, the first time I met Chucky was at, okay, I hate saying their name, but it was at the ePulse app party for the end of the DPC's Tour 2.
Satch.
And
Rest in
Chucky was
peace.
there. Chucky was
Uh-huh.
there. No, there's no resting in peace for that one. Well, Chucky was there, and he was like, hey, do you know me? I'm like, yeah, you're Ghost. It's like, I'm not Ghost, I'm Chucky, I'm his brother. I'm like, oh shit, my bad. And they did it again.
Yeah.
The next time I saw him was they kill off Ponyo once again. Slowly.
It's taken a while. I get him. Natsumi comes in for the last hit, all part of the plan.
Of course.
Fine.
Cortex.
Yeah,
as you'd
but
expect.
I do feel like that's like a uniquely twin experience. I'm sure he's like used to it at this point.
I think he finds it funny. It's like, ha, you didn't know. I
Fucking idiot.
know.
Surprise.
I know if I had a twin, I'd be fucking around like that all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
it's
sure.
Ah, you
I
couldn't
think that's
tell.
one of the only benefits of having a twin.
Dyer's top tower isn't looking so great.
They can do that sort of. They always like write TV sitcoms about like twin swaps. Like
Yeah,
you try like be two places at the same time type beat. Like, oh, can you take this class for me while I go hang out with my friends or whatever.
There's some
the fuck.
unethical stuff you can do with twins, you know? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
There's some deeply unethical stuff you could do if you taught hard enough about like circumventing business laws or insider trading shit, and you just walk into a company, you know, and pretend.
That's true.
There's some unethical stuff you can work up to, I'm sure. If your twins are psychopathic or sociopathic, then that's certainly a possibility. Next time, hot tips here from the Permasneeze John X Fire stream. If you have a twin, look into how you can take advantage.
Because obviously coming from us, who we are obviously twins, right? So that's you're taking advice from professional twins here.
That they are. 17-6. Again, the game's evened out. It was a 6K lead earlier pre-pause, down to just 2K. The side of Kukuis are striking back. Oh, and they've about to hit this butterfly timing on a bot, almost done, just lacking the full talisman of evasion, going for a Crystallis into a Daedalus. They trade a tier 2 up top. The map opening up a little bit more for Talon, but they do drop the wards down bot here, looking for someone to bite the bait, and Jokam will eat that bait up. Why not? Still no blink in this Bat Rider.
It's pretty interesting so far that a lot of the Bat Riders we see, sure, I think, you know, between POS 4 and POS 5, it's not that big of a difference. But even on Jokum, on this POS 4 Bat, he's chosen to sort of go for these auras and be a bit more tanky instead. I think last game when we were watching Mongols, they went for like double bracer, just cloak. Kind of foregoing the blink first, which is what we saw for a long time from this hero. And he's actually building up into a pipe. Okay.
I think it makes sense. You don't want WS to have to go into the Aura build-up. You want him to just frontline, do damage, be disruptive with a Void and the Blinding Void, and just get that job done. I was chuckling a bit because Jokam, he cleared out like 3-4 wards, and then he started auto-attacking before the tower hit would come in. And so he'd miss out the rest of the wards. I'm like, what are you doing, buddy? That's not Packet Phoenix. That's Packet Brain Loss. Right there,
yeah,
buddy.
He doesn't have an excuse, actually. You can't blame ISP on that one.
Like, look, he would be much closer to this Ring of Tarask if he got those 5 extra wards. Free money.
Oh,
you know, as a support, it hurts even more.
True.
What can you do, I guess? What can you do?
What got real nice? What got real yummy? Closest thing to a last hit you're going to get in the game. I guess it's not so bad with the Bat Rider because you do have ways of farming. It seems like there's some sort of a setup here from Talon in the top lane. They want to... I mean, it's not like it's going to be nighttime anytime soon. You can see WS just playing away from the team now. But they're still planting their flag up here. Not too sure what this is about. It's not like there's a tier 2 tower. Do you have any read on what they're trying to do here? I guess it's a decent item timing because the Tiny finished Kanda and, you know, you have your SNY complete. But, I mean, no one's going to be up here from Kuku's.
No, they're looking for a deep flank out. It's a little bit interesting as well. They double ward into this area up top. So a lot of commitment for vision there, which is very much overlapping vision as well. See if the smoke aligns into Enting Mikado. Again, he's got that blink infest here. Just need to find a target, and they might be able to spot out Armel if they're lucky. If not, Ponyo's already bailed out. Yeah, they don't manage to make that
have a shield rune though.
I suppose, yeah, that is a
yeah, still a park, right? Still a park. I kind of feel like they need to connect with WS. Oh, try to get a snipe with the Thunder God's Wrath post Tormentor, but everyone's still decently healthy. Ponyo's going to get that very nice shot. This is such an important part of the Phoenix kit once you pick it up, because it just amplifies your pressure in the... Oh,
hang on. They did?
Wait, what the... Huh?
That was enough?
Hello?
They just blink Avatos with a Conda up? I didn't expect... I guess the stun lock duration was long enough, no wand flying on.
Yeah, I mean, was he already low on mana or something? How
yeah,
did he just get blown up so quick?
He was around 3/4, maybe? 3/4 mana? Maybe 3/5. I was like, is that enough going in like this? And it was. That's kind of crazy.
Huh, okay. Well, yeah, I mean, what the hell? They just literally full burst the Deusa. I did not expect that. I thought the Deusa was getting to the point where she's probably like low-key unkillable. Jewel doesn't get fully taken down. Solar Guardian coming in to look to punish Mikoto, but a haste rune available. He's gonna run and break the coil, but it's too much damage. The Tiny's still trying to kite around, able to escape. Are you serious? Here comes the Dark Ascension. And WS gonna connect with the rest of the team. This haste rune has paid off big time for Mikoto. You know, how has he been able to survive? Now looking at the Dawnbreaker with an additional catch. They found Cox as well. And the chase down, it's perfect. Mikoto, he's on fire this game, setting the path ahead for his team. And there just isn't anything that Kukuis can do into this Tiny.
It kind of goes back to what we were saying about this controller, right? And that was them dropping Solar Guardian, Egg and Dream Coil on a Tiny with really nothing in terms of defensiveness, just armor from Grow, and he's still able to just run away. Your burst damage just isn't there. Your magical damage isn't nearly high enough to eat through 2.8k HP. Maybe they can try
Trying to
here.
get control out onto WS, but there's a lasso available to cancel that immediately. They can't connect with the remaining disables, and a nice Infest Glimmer Cape out. Even bull-whipping the Joker Bat Rider just to help him out a little bit. I think part of that fight, I'm not sure whether Jokum was in the perimeter to provide that type of insight aura, but that might have been pretty integral in terms of helping Mikoto survive. I do think he was a bit out of range though, but still, the fact that they have that up now just mitigates so much damage, specifically from the supports and Armel. And speaking back to Armel, his game has not been great. 3-1 and 2, kill score pretty decent, but in terms of game impact, he's been completely shut out by Mikoto, it feels like.
Yeah, and it also feels like it comes back to that point like when we talk about Alchemist. Now, Medusa almost functions in the same capacity where you're draining all of your extra gold into that Dusa, you're sacrificing Armel and Cox's game for that. This puck is pretty far behind, not by a significant amount compared to WS, but you know, he'd want to tie in himself with, say, Mikoto's farm at this point. You're not getting the extra items you need to really have that damage. Roche is being taken, a smoke out from the side of Kuku to try to snipe in, but Roshan is just down. 2 lives up on Natsumi, and he's working onto that Ags next. Gonna be able to dodge out these smoke gants as well with gate usage, although Mikoto will stay frisky here by his lonesome. He does have that deeper ward coverage, but not in that flank.
I mean, they don't see anyone on the map right now. There's 2 options, right? The second you see this Aegis, either you're feeling more confident on Kukuis to try and group up and find some sort of punish, or you're just gonna back up and play safe. And it seems like with the position of these Medusa illusions, I think Talon should have an idea that the whole team's in this area. Kukuis aren't gonna just be walking around all alone at this time.
Radiant's top tower is in trouble.
Are they trying to contest for this Wisdom Rune or the Tormentor here? They know it's not taken just yet. This could be risky. Natsumi's just gonna run in. Down Ascension pop. This might just be very ill-advised. Cox trying to run away. The Stone Gaze keeping Natsumi in place. And the TP out by Mikoto. Huge avalanche on the 2. Cancels everything. And now they'll get the control out though. The Tiny dropping low. He doesn't have that second life. Solar Guardian coming in.
This is bad.
The egg. They will be able to melt down the Mikoto and get the bat as well. Natsumi, he's forced to run away. And WS, with that being daytime, couldn't contribute, ended up being a bait after all. Kuku is able to disengage cleanly despite a really nice initiation from Mikoto. He ends up far too deep. He needed a BKB to make that move pay off, and they get punished for it. Close to a 2.5k gold swing for the side of Kukuis. That was the fight that they needed, and they'll get what they came for. The Tormentor steal, Jewel now with his shot.
That's a nice shot to have as well. Just casual pushes coming in, casual pokes across when the lane shoved out. I think the big thing for Talon is that they managed to get that cancellation, but the Stone Gaze was still running. Mikoto gets frozen up. Even with BKB, he would have still gotten that Stone Gaze stun, and that just kind of breaks it apart. Like, they managed to get that chase down. It might have been better to actually allow a bot to TP away, because by then there's no damage, right? Like, this Dusa with the Daedalus and Butterflies out of the picture. The damage coming out from Armel, again, isn't that big, along with the damage on Cox, really non-existent with this kind of durability build on the Dawnbreaker. And I mean, look, it looks good in the moment, but it's one of those things where, like, maybe we shouldn't have left the Dusa here, because that's where the troubles arise. Like, yes, the combination still flies on, Solar Guardian Egg still flies on after that point, but the Dusa's not there to pump the damage in. So I think that fight simplifies if you actually allow the TP to go off. And it just kind of cost them. I mean, they couldn't insta-burst.
Realistically speaking, in any other position on the map, Talon win that, because the whole reason why they lost that fight, at least from my perspective, is because Talon are chasing Kukuis in one straight line. When you're in that linear fashion, you have no choice but to run one direction. You can't really wrap around. So the second the egg pops, you get that daytime extended sort of period where WS just doesn't really have a route into the fight. We saw the Shadow Shaman basically get a full Shackles control out onto Mikoto, and no one could interrupt, right? So I think Talon, they need to be a lot more aware about what are the positions they're taking the fight in, because if WS can't find an entryway back in, it's so much of your net worth down. Now, they'll try and fight in the triangle now. There still is a Stone Gaze available, and Densanity, that fresh Daedalus, is going to threaten a lot of damage. This Medusa very quickly getting to the point where she can be the front line tip of the spear for her team. Look at how aggressively he's positioning. He knows that if anything were to happen, even a scratch coming his way, Solar Guardian Egg is there to back him up.
They're going to force this one on Talon. They smoke up instantly. Not broken out by that dive from Ponyo at the very least. But this is still an awkward spot to fight into. It's still a clustered area.
Kukuis? They spot out the the boss here.
Oh!
Mikoto up to the high ground, tossed back. Lasso immediately, the control is there, but do they have the damage? Solar Guardian coming in, not really healing up the mana, but the Dusa is still fine, trapped within her own army of snakes. She'll stand her ground and survive. In comes the Nimbus, holding this high ground, but there's the egg. Pushing them back, Natsumi dropping very low on the life stealer. He still has that second life, ages for another one. Huge avalanche again onto 4. Do they have the damage? Armor forced to pop the BKB and drew with the control. WS being hunted down now, but will be able to force that cluster clock. Natsumi trying to full focus down this Medusa, but he just doesn't have the damage. Then Sanity is still trapped in these wards. Again, the Shadow Shaman kind of messing up the Medusa's position. They'll try and turn around and fight. Then Sanity, confident in his damage, Natsumi just doesn't have enough. He doesn't have the right click potential. He doesn't have the support, and he just has to invest and try and hide. Meanwhile, Armel juking away from WS will get right click down, and they do finish off the puck. Natsumi is still fine though, but then Sanity, no mana for what feels like the large majority of this fight. It hasn't stopped him just yet, and they're gonna try and get the chase down. Glimmer Cape holding Natsumi in place now, doesn't have a rage for another 8 seconds. Needs to rely on this infest, but Joken back in the fray. Is this gonna be enough? The Flame Break pushing them away, but Natsumi, the last minute little infest. Disarmed for now on the Medusa, trying to turn back around and fight. Natsumi is doing so much in this engagement. The Nimbus to cover him as well, and then Sanity somehow still alive through it all. No one's focusing on the Medusa, and he'll just right-click down the poor life stealer. I mean, this evasion from the Butterfly has kept him alive for what feels like 2.5 minutes straight, and he did 16k damage in that fight. Woo!
That is a stupid amount of damage. And again, for Talon, a very forced fight. Like, they knew the general area that Kukus were playing in. They saw that dive from Phoenix. They surely realized Ponyo would not be alone to scout that area when they smoked up. And they just find themselves in a very awkward set of choke points. Into that ramp, onto the triangle, into the ramp, onto their bot jungle. And you just don't have the consistent damage coming out yet from Natsumi. He needs that full MKB up, which he is queuing up now, as he's not able to get any hits off. He's been doing a great job of just weaving in and out with the infest, trying to snipe, managed to equalize that fight just a little bit. But now you have the problem of this Dusa turret. You didn't go for anything to try to hold that Dusa down as well. You know, you didn't go for any cute build like, say, Disperser in this game. So it's going to be a long, slow process to eat through all of that mana. Of course, on the Dusa, no ways of trying to slow her down from running around. And this game is getting a little bit more complicated. It's that lack of hard hold. It's the fact that you're reliant on Avalanche Toss to help hold a hero down. You're reliant on Lasso to just pin down something slippery like, say, Armel, which is easier said than done, especially since Armel has the BKB. So Avalanche Toss won't handle him. It's all down to Lasso. This game is getting more and more complicated for Talon. And props to Kukuis. They had a rough start. It's a lot slower in lane. Looked like Talon were in control, but they ride into this point where their win condition is just fully online, and Talon doesn't feel like they really have the best answers at this moment. I don't know if they'll find any good answers until at least this MKB is up. Even then, Natsumi left alone into the void is not going to do much if he's kited around as well.
Oh, this voice line especially apt. Telling Talon, you are nothing but little birds and the little fangs of the snake ready to rip away this game. Number one, we were talking about the disparity in terms of skill between Talon and the rest of their competition, and Kukus might actually be able to do it here. Then Sanity, I mean, this Medusa has to be one of his signature heroes, it feels like. I've seen him carry a game from the brink for this team multiple times on this hero. It's just something that he's so comfortable with. And that fight was hardly ideal, right? We saw for a large period of time, the Medusa was stuck in the snakes on this cliff. But somehow, it's just Talon. They don't really have a way of punishing, like you said. The MKB going to be so important for Natsumi, but even then, I don't know whether that solves their big problem. They just have such a reliance on Natsumi. The Night Stalker going for a bit more of this support-oriented build, even disassembling the SNY to get the Heaven's Halberd first. Looks like a fight is brewing here, though. Kuku gonna get some vision, jump out on the Phoenix if he can deny the egg, that'll be huge. Ponyo out, 45 seconds. Stone Gaze used though, locking them in place. Jokem's gonna get traded out, and looks like Kuku is gonna be next. Ghost Scepter runs out, both supports down now for Talon. You still want to take this fight. There's a Dark Ascension available and no way to force daytime. You can try and push the issue. WS Still circling around the area, getting the vision for his team. But Blink Hex out in the mid lane. Natsumi in some trouble, but the silence is there. He needs to invest, gets into the Medusa at the very last moment, but he's going to pop out with not a lot of HP to work with. Viscardi slowing him down. They will be able to take down the Shadow Shaman. Mikoto there with the reinitiation. Now he's the one under fire from the Medusa. West trying to play interference as much as he can. The silence stops any sort of a hammer follow-up from Cox. And all that remains is 3 cores aside. Went a lot better for Talon, honestly, than I was expecting.
It did. Still a little bit messy. You still maintain that 6k lead on Kuku's, but Talon are finding some ways to try to break it apart. And that feels like the ideal. You take care of this Phoenix upon you, you take care of the egg before it can come in, and then you're just stuck with Solar Guardian and Dream Coil. And, you know, you don't need to worry about the Dream Coil until level 25, which is still a ways off here for Armel. So you just kind of need to try to look for the backline, and Mikado had the right idea. It does pay off, even though they trade out their supports. What you really need now is just maybe more utility out from Jokam, right? Like, this lasso is going to be important if you try to gun down the puck, or even just try to isolate and try to put the Dusa into a bit of a vacuum. It's going to be a slow process without that solo control from Jokam. And even keeping Kuku alive is pivotal, because he is a lot of consistent damage. Damage is an issue right now for Talon. Outside of this initiation avalanche toss, your right clicks on Lifestealer is just naturally not that fast. You know, he's a hero that tends to enjoy solo pickoffs. A prolonged fight can be fine, but you really have to be able to dance around like we saw last time around there from Natsumi. And again, for Jokam, he's just going full utility. Going for the Force Staff next. Not looking for anything like that Blink. But it does feel like the positioning of Jokam and Kuku has to be on point. Easier said than done, of course. You've got the puck you have to worry about. You've got the Shadow Shaman that can just blink in as well. It does make the game extra challenging for Talon. That's just a circumstance of this draft. Now even harder. Full MKB up on a bot. He's not going to care too much about the Radiance anymore. MKB of Natsumi still a ways off. Just lacking about 600 gold at this point. 500 gold closer to. So once that's up, maybe you can start to put some damage onto that Dusa. But again, it's such a difficult target to actually focus down with all of these things to protect. Like, this is a great draft from Kuku in just playing around area control. Egg, Dream Coil, Solar Guardian, Stone Gaze on top. Like, it's so hard to break that area of control that the side of Kuku's can establish for themselves.
Yeah. It's just really about playing with Medusa, right? I think it's the type of hero that you need to know how to play around as a team. And with it being one of Densanity's signatures, this is something that Kukuis have a lot of practice with. Aegis now even given over to Armel because they just know Densanity is not under any threat of dying. He is just such a menace in these fights. And it's going to cost Talon way too much to initiate. You're starting to see the Mikoto Tiny fall off a little bit, which is kind of crazy to say about this hero-player combination. But he's gone a bit more of a sort of support-oriented item build going into this AC. He understands that he needs that armor. Forced to pop the BKB, no way of stopping him. Solar Guardian try to come into the cancel. Eggs! It's going to stop him. Mikoto held in place. Dream Coil as well. They'll crack that Tiny into little dusty bits. Very, very nice catch from Armel. I don't even think he knew the Tiny was there. Just stumbles into a freebie.
That just gets running a little bit. Mikado gets a little bit greedy post Roshan, not respecting gate usage and just wants to clear out a small camp of all things and maybe a creep wave. Severe punishment coming out from Kukuis and the side of Talon. I mean, like you were saying, you know, you're at the point where you're going AC on Tiny just to buff up everyone else from getting critted down by this Dusa. Not really the ideal circumstance. And it's kind of going all in on Natsumi to be your answer. Which, again, it can be, but it's such a slow process for the Lifestealers to dig into that Dusa. We'll have to see if the MKB is going to be enough, but it just doesn't feel like it. Now, even more trouble coming in. Full Ags up for Armel. So much damage coming in from that Dream Coil. He does have his full Parasma up. He's managed to recover nicely after a slow restart in this game. And for Talon, this late game just does not look good. Like, you do not have that same presence out. Your ace in the hole for late game is actually really Lasso. And maybe this offensive Infest. Otherwise, your presence of WS and the silences kind of fades away as BKB start to go on. It's always relevant to the supports at the least, but they have 4 stabs up. Starting the high ground now as well, with all of this damage on the bot.
Look at Jewel with this very, very deep ward. He's going to be able to escape with it too. Failed the 4 staff down to the low ground, but now the ward's on the front line. Natsumi has to be so careful. Can get jumped. In comes Mikoto with the toss back. They're trying to get the catch onto the Medusa. Pull her back in.
Oh.
But take a look at Kuku. The discipline is there. They're burning through the mana first, but then Sanity standing his ground and delivering. You might have disarmed him, but he still has 4 members of his team completely fine. Now they will kill that Medusa, but now Natsumi's left in no man's land and everybody else will collapse on that poor life stealer. 2 buybacks being used and Armel now on the hunt. It's his time to carry now, but the buyback coming out from Natsumi. Punishing Jewel, plus the clock will pop, but maybe a bit too deep, maybe a bit too ambitious. They'll even buy back on the Medusa to try and rejoin this. Maybe taking advantage of the fact that WS is out, but it's still going to be a 4v4 situation unless the Shadow Shaman also wants to buy back. They didn't even end up getting the racks, right? They just got 1 tier 3 tower and then that was the setup from Mikoto. So high ground, obviously still needing to be respected. I honestly didn't think the Medusa could die, but the response coming out from Kuku is perhaps trying to be patient, a bit too patient.
Yeah, just a tad bit. I think you're happy in the end because he did still manage to force Natsumi to buy back first, and it's a little bit tricky for this lifestealer without a BKB. He certainly needs that second debuff immunity to be up and running. Again, for the side of Talon, they all kind of ran into that area of control once again, with the Dream Coil out, with the Solar Guardian, with the Egg. And the supports just get insta-gibbed. And you really need this damage to keep flying out. You really need these free cancels with Lightning Bolt to be there. Bot gets started onto the racks again. Free hits coming out. Talon actually not playing that area. They've completely surrendered the bot racks, pinging the mid instead, looking to defend elsewhere. I think they've had an idea that the ward's there. They did drop the sentry. They just haven't been able to clear out. So let's see if they can try to get something done.
It's also hard, right? Because it's still daytime. They need to wait for that Dark Ascension. 25 seconds. He might just lose another lane of racks. Natsumi has to be so careful about his position. Again, the jump forward hexes from Jewel. He's not been scared to just throw these out. We might just have to keep our eyes out on Mikoto for another toss back. It feels like that's the only way that Talon can reliably start a fight. Oh. There we go, Mikoto tossing back in Densanity. In comes the Solar Guardian again, not really affecting the Medusa in the ways of healing her mana. And they've been able to kite back for now. If Mikoto can just walk this off, it's actually a lot being used for not much of a result. They'll even TP in. Looking back for the collapse. WS, it's nighttime now. They will get that Nimbus, but now collapse on top of the Medusa. She's doing way too much damage. Melting down Natsumi, melting down WS. And the daytime force by the Phoenix. GG is called. Carry div. What can you do? God damn. Natsumi was complaining that he was getting trash talk. It's not gonna end here. What a performance from this Medusa. Abat definitely backing up his words there in the all chat.
I mean, that he was. Look, Abat was actually saying Natsumi's the #1, but now a carry div coming out. You know, it's a brutal one. That's what you expect when you have Kuku up against the Kukuis. A strong performance out from Kukuis. Talon having a really strong early game themselves, but falling flat with a strap. It's just a very high tempo, going for the tiny mid. And Mikado was having a great time. He was winning out this puck matchup. It's just not enough to carry out. And I think there was a couple of things with the draft. I do understand why Night Stalker's a great pick. It did feel like the impact of WS did drop off super fast. Like, it didn't manage to hold up. You had no protective items as well coming out here for WS on himself. Nothing like a BKB to try to play forward, to utilize his Dark Ascension better, only having the Glimmer Cape to kind of save. Felt a little bit rough. And I think the side of Talon, they shouldn't be too disheartened. I think this was such a good showing from the side of Kuku. So that looked amazing.
Yeah.
I'm glad to finally see a team be able to whip Talon down a little bit because I want to see more competition. Can they carry through in the second game? Was Talon just kind of toying around the draft? Because every time I see WSNS, it feels like this is the same story every time. Like every time I've watched Talon. I see the NS come out, WS has a great time early on, and then you hit like this 40-minute timer where suddenly it just doesn't do much. You know, maybe this time itemization played a part in it without the BKB, but it still felt like that impact from WS really wasn't felt, considering all the space he was eating for himself. So I think that's something Talon will have to look back as well. But again, big props to Kukuis. They played amazing there. And I don't know if you can give away big win conditions like this to Abat anytime soon. Stuff like that do so he's just way too comfy on.
Yeah, this is Abat's, like, if you ask him to play the best Dota of his life, this is the setup that he's going to ask for, right? He's going to ask for a game where all he needs to do is hit that critical mass, and he is going to play that sort of late game scenario to perfection. People might have been questioning, okay, why buyback on the Medusa? But you got to keep in mind that against a Night Stalker, you need to milk the most out of a daytime, milk the most out of the lack of a Dark Ascension, and it's not something that WS can adjust with his skill alone, right? He might be one of the highest MMR players in the world. He might be one of the most skilled offlaners in the world, but he can't magically snap his fingers and just change the time of day. That's one of the major limitations of Night Stalker, and I think that's why maybe on WS, even though it is a great hero for him, it just feels like he's limited. You want to give WS something that he can show that skill expression on, and that's what has been carrying Talon for so long, right? So maybe that's an adjustment that they need to make. The Night Stalker not really working out despite having an amazing game, and yeah, Kuku's Essence going one game up on Talon. That's pretty based.
That it is. They're one game away from securing themselves into the grand finals, and for Talon's end, I mean, backs against the wall, a little bit of a scary time. Upper bracket finals, you want that smooth ride into the grand finals. We'll see if they can carry that momentum, try to rally in up against Kuku's Essence as we head into that game 2. Take a little bit of a short break. It's going to be a bit of wait until, of course, we get into the lobby, as it tends to be. Let me just check that they're in the game. Not yet, so it's going to be a little bit longer than 15 minutes from this point, but we'll take a short break. We'll be back for that game 2 in short order. Bye-bye.
Take some time to just look at chat real quick. I think Neff. By the way,
Neff?
do you want me to turn your mic off on my stream?
No, it's
are you
fine.
okay with?
I'm just on the standby. Neff,
Okay.
did he do something?
I think he raided you. He raided you.
Did he raid me? I don't see it in the mod actions. So I'm reporting
It
him.
was like all the way up.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he
wait.
did raid you. He brought in quite a
shit.
few people.
Neff Sensei.
I think
Neff,
he's
my
gone
boy.
now though. It's like super late
Yeah,
for
yeah.
him.
Probably no, that guy's a degenerate. He's probably awake playing something.
That's
Probably
true.
playing
That's
RuneScape
true.
or some shit. Yeah,
But he was
he's
casting
awake.
the whole day though. He's
Yeah,
casting.
but he's a degenerate. You know, Neff. He's a
Okay.
degenerate. I don't see it now.
That's true.
Bloody Twitch.
Oh,
sometimes
Snare
for
was here. He said, "Bro,
Yo.
why is your camera so zoomed in? Is it really? Was it? I don't think so.
My
You
camera?
were fine. I guess so.
I
I think he means like in-game ops camera, right?
My in-game obs. Yeah, I don't zoom out. I'm too lazy to zoom in and out. You're stuck with that,
Okay.
guys.
Someone
stuck
said it was bad Natsumi had to buy back, but then Medusa buy back, so it's fine. Yeah, GG's. Blame that NS. I don't know whether... I mean, it's more of the hero than the player, right? It's kind of tough.
Yeah, I think it's more of the hero to an extent. I think maybe the no BKB also hurt them, but I don't know how big of an impact it would do when you have Solar Guardian Egg to worry about as well. So it's like he would still get area denied, and it comes back to that draft, right? Like you pick Night Stalker, they get Phoenix and Dawnbreaker. Like there's 2 daytime forces. It's like, you're not feeling good. Even just with the Phoenix, right? Egg comes in and you kept saying it. Like, what will WS do in Night Stalker? Nothing. It's just
Yeah,
nothing to do there.
the front to back is just so easy for them. Like when they play in that linear fashion, like how are you gonna run past it? J-Dog Dota 2 in my chat. How crazy. Someone says, buy BKB, you idiot NS.
Yeah, I saw that.
I don't know if that changes anything for him, to be honest, but maybe you know something about Night Stalker that I don't. Bat and Zeus did nothing after like 15 minutes in. Yeah, I can see
I
that.
agree
It's like
with, yeah.
it's a bit tough. Diffusal Disperser not bought on like Dusa? I don't think she needs it this game though.
On Lifestealer, I think would have been okay. Because it felt like Natsumi
Yeah,
was being
true.
kited around a couple of times, and you know, just that self-speed bonus, even if you're not focusing on like the slow on the enemy, but self-speed would allow him maybe to weave in and out a little bit more. Maybe have some more impact on the Infest and the Dusa, because it was doing small chunk damage. The Disperser would have given a little bit more. You know, it's something. I don't know if it's enough. Like I wasn't completely sold in my own idea, honestly.
I don't even know what's considered a Southeast Asia team. Maybe like 5 members from C. I mean,
Yeah.
both of these teams are Southeast Asia. Actually, I think Southeast Asia is the region that's most untainted, mostly because nobody is thinking like, yeah, you know what? I'll go play in Southeast Asia, right? From these other regions. I think the only recent example I can think of is Loranov, right? Other than that, Southeast Asia has mostly been
right, like a bunch of the Aurora guys. Came
Oh
in and
yeah,
out.
yeah. That's mostly Aurora being like Eastern European org, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, Southeast Asia teams are like pretty pristine in terms of like, I guess keeping mostly Southeast Asian.
I guess South
It's
America's
these
the
other
same, huh?
regions. Yeah, South America's the same. There was one intruder like randomly out of nowhere before Smiling Knight was on Avilus. He was playing in South America for a while, like randomly. It was quite funny.
Yeah. I remember that.
But I remember like after, because I was casting like South America games, and then I met him at TI. I'm like, dude, you don't know this, but like I've been following you play in SA for a long time. Like, and then he's like, yeah, I want to get the fuck out as soon as possible. I'm traveling Western Europe. I'm like, fair. Sorry, South America, but it's valid. I mean, South America, every like 2 months they do like a big old shuffle, so it's a bit hard to have anything consistent.
Yeah, it's fair. All right, I'm gonna go actually go pee. I'll be right back. ladies and gents, we are back in for game 2 of Kuku's Essence up against Talon. Special shout out to Mr. Snare in the chat. We are here on 2 streams, on my stream, John Xfire, and on Permasnee's Mike's stream as well on that side of the river. Sea, I guess. How we feeling here?
That's correct. I am grateful because I think so far, at least across some of these close qualifiers, the games have been a lot more one-sided than I expected. So the fact that Kukuis are sort of punching back, and at least to me, it looks like Talon and Kukuis are on somewhat even footing coming into this series. It bodes well. We're going to get some good Dota. I think you accurately broke it down, John. I don't think that's the type of game where you point at Talon and go, wow, they really fucked up. Wow, they're such a bad team. Wow, this, wow, that. Kukuis just really played well. They were disciplined. They understood what they needed to do up against this last pick, Night Stalker. And the only thing you could probably point your finger at is that Night Stalker pick, not even WS, because they picked that into Dawnbreaker and the Phoenix, right? So there are already so many limiting factors for WS there. Felt like they were setting themselves up for a bit of an uphill climb. Still had an amazing early game and all that. So hopefully Talon are still able to bring that aggression, because I think that's like their signature at this point.
Yeah, it certainly is. We'll see if they will be allowed to do so, and if they'll try to dip back into that Night Stalker pick again. As we do have the draft on hand, Kuku is banning out the Terrorblade and Monkey King. Looking for their next ban here, and Talon do take care of the Lina, Puck, the Nyx, and the Alchemist. They don't have first pick, so they can't go away with something like a Nyx pick. They can try to set up for a Dawnbreaker pick, but chances are Kukuis might try to gun for that first as well, as I feel like that's probably one of the most open first pick cores here in the game so far. Lycan being respect banned as well by Kukuis, not wanting to deal with WS and his Alpha Wolf shenanigans. And it will start with a Clockwork first, so a rather interesting divergence, prioritizing the Clockwork over something like the Dawnbreaker. It is a steady support, it is very popular in the meta, it is very strong, but I'm just surprised it's priority over like Dawnbreaker, especially when Nyx is banned out.
Radiance ban.
I mean, it also is a bit of a deterrence to the Tiny, which is why we see the Bounty Hunter come up. Next down the line, the Bounty Hunter always taken out of the pool. So this is something that Joker will gladly snatch up for himself. The Alchemist is banned out. What else do we got? Technically, Bristleback is still in the pool, right? They could go for that. So the fact that Kukuis forgo that for the Clockwork instead, I guess right now we're at that stage of the meta where we're slowly getting over the hurdle of these first picks being unshakable. People are realizing, okay, if you first pick the Lina, if you first pick the Tiny, if you first pick the Monkey, the Bristleback, what are the responses for it? And we're back to sort of that maybe train of thought of, okay, let's start our draft a bit more neutral. Clockwork's always going to be a solid pick. Phoenix is always going to be a solid support. Let's see how it plays out from here. At least that seems to be the philosophy for Ponyo with these drafts. And I don't mind it too much. It gives them a lot more response, of a response later on in the draft.
That it does. There's some leeway here to kind of adjust on the go. See what else they take care of, as Kukuis take care of the Abaddon, and waiting for the next one. The Bristleback will be taken out of the picture. Anyhow, so Dawnbreaker, DK left in the pool. If those are some core options you'd want here on Talon. Stuff like Earthshaker still there as well for Makato. They ban out the Morphling. They'll instantly go into the Phoenix, so they get to have fun with that Phoenix on their end, but they are running that Phoenix Bounty Hunter support through. That can fall flat. I'm curious to see if Talon will get to build around to try to get this egg in actual game, as that does feel like something that has fallen flat with some of these drafts. I don't know, like this is still decent enough. I'm curious to see how the lanes go, but at least, you know, Clockwork doesn't really deal with Phoenix Egg at the very least. It can kind of deal with the dives with the cogs, but Egg is not something Clockwork can deal with. Snapfire is a dead hero. You're going to be looking at maybe your right-click mid or off lane to deal with it, or safe lane. And they will go with the Dawnbreaker. They managed to snag that away on Kukui's end. So I am interested in that. Again, prioritizing Phoenix over the Dawn. At least you don't have the Dawnbreaker Phoenix on one side here for Kukui's, which did a lot of work last game.
10 seconds remaining.
Like, this is such a Muerta game, right? Like, you're not really threatened by the Bounty Hunter. You have good catch for him. It's a direct sort of answer to the Phoenix. It's a terrifying lane with the Dawnbreaker. Just kind of feels like Kukuis have a pretty good setup in this draft for now.
Yeah, wouldn't mind seeing
I wonder
that.
what they're thinking about though. Like, I wonder whether they're considering a core pick here. Feels like it's a bit too early.
I think they've already got the Dawn out. I don't think you need to go too crazy. Yeah, they'll just steal the Zeus away from Talon, so take that away. Not that they could slot it in anyhow when they have Bounty Hunter Phoenix. And this is their way of tracking down the bounty without digging too deep into the economy. You've got the Lightning Ball to at least help keep track. You have a pretty good pseudo-global strat, wherein you have a lot of global vision, at the very least, right? Like Thunder God's Rat, Hookshot, Rocket Flare. You can make these plays like Hookshot in after Thunder God's Rat onto a target with Solar Guardian on top. Can be a nice way for Kukuis to kind of run and gun here. And Talon might not be ready for it fully. So I want to see what Talon has in mind. Mind you, for Kukuis and for Talon to an extent, to a very great extent actually, you don't really have the best lockdown for highly mobile mids. Puck is out of the picture. But something like, say, an Earth Spirit doesn't look too bad for either side because, well, you can kind of roll in, silence up the Zeus, and just kind of dance around. For both sides, it could look really nice because there's nothing to stop it. Maybe you could think about something like Queen of Pain, but that hero has felt pretty dead. We haven't seen it too much here. Instead, Talon will start off with a Lifestealer ASAP. You have some sort of infest in Bounty and Phoenix. The healing synergy is nice. And I don't think Natsumi did a bad job last time around. He worked this lane really well. You're laning into the Dawnbreaker once more, and it looked pretty fantastic. He did have the Zeus last time. Maybe a bit of a different story with the Phoenix. Not as much consistent damage to win out the lane. So, keen on seeing what the ideas are, especially on mid. It feels like it's going to be a bit too early to show that mid, but chances are you might have to dig into that now, if not WS Hero. But I feel like WS Hero is the ace in the hole for Talon, and you always give Mikado something consistent. Which goes back to like some mids here. Earth Spirit, Earth Shaker still on hand, although, again, stuff like Quap is still there, which can be annoying for either matchup. Pangolier is in the pool. You don't see that too often.
Yeah.
Instead, Invoker comes out. Okay.
All right. Mikoto Invoker. That's very interesting. You have the Alacrity Lifestealer, but it doesn't really sing out to me as a very big combo. The main thing that I'm curious about is, you know, with a Bounty Hunter, you want something like the Quap, the Park, all these other sort of heroes that can run around and make action happen. I'm not really seeing that, and I feel like once again, it's going to come down to the WS hero in the last pick. I was going to say, what kind of heroes are good into Lifestealer? The PA really stands out. It's not really the best egg hitter, but then you're just kind of playing in and out of the fight, juking out the egg, bouncing back and forth. This Dawnbreaker Phantom Assassin core has been something that a lot of these teams have been using as well.
Yeah.
Just the second you pop that out, you get all the information in the world and you're able to just kind of reassess. Speaking of information, you got that from Rocket Flare, you got that from Zeus.
Yep.
Kuku just have a lot of ways of informing Densanity on this PA, what kind of targets he can go on and what's a viable fight. And I think that's so important because as much as you can point a finger at position ones and like, oh, you know, you made a wrong decision jumping in there and it's so pivotal for PA, a lot of the times you might not have that vision or the knowledge of who's waiting in the wings, waiting for you to jump in. So I like this setup a lot from Kukuis.
Yeah, I'm digging their draft a lot more. I don't like the core-to-core matchup for the Lifestealer into the PA later on. PA outright wins. She just has more damage until you get like your Ags, and then maybe you could try to do stuff, but PA can also just blink away and drag you to a very unfavorable position, so it can look really ugly. I don't see anything good on the off lane for WS to kind of try to provide a little bit more in these fights. Like, they ban out the Timbersaw and Kukuis, which is really nice, especially with Dawnbreaker on hand and PA. That lane tends to feel
so
pretty
the
bad
interesting
for PA.
thing is they have like two heroes that have gone completely ignored at this stage of the tournament in terms of these first phases, the Doom and the Beastmaster. Two heroes that Talon were not scared to first pick for what feels like the longest time, just because WS is so confident on them. We might see them come back here because the Lycan banned already, the Timbersaw being taken out. The Timbersaw would have been pretty solid here. They have damage, but that's about it, right? On the Kukui side.
I feel like out of those choices, you probably want to ban out the Doom. The Beastmaster, for the PA and lane, it's actually pretty fine. I feel like that's one of the carries you used to pick into the Beastmaster. You just play dagger, you play back.
Oh, that's true, that's true.
Kind of
and the Zeus is fine into it as well, right? You zap the ball and whatnot.
And so I think you take care of the Doom. Perhaps that feels like the best answer Talon has on hand. I was going to say maybe like big team fight, Enigma's there, but Enigma into Clockwork Dawnbreaker Zeus early on doesn't feel amazing, right? It feels pretty awful. And even later on, like, Hookshot's going to be amazing. Solar Guardian on top of Black Hole just is ass. So they ban out the Doom, which is a safe call. And now you're just looking for probably your mid here for our Mel. And he has a lot of options. Like, he's laning into Invoker. You don't have the Lina to really win out. You have some cheeky matchups. Like, one of the cheekiest ones against Invoker used to be Ricky, but I don't think you go that route anymore.
Yeah, I doubt it.
You probably don't. It is funny, though. I think... Who was it that loved doing that? It was someone on SMG. who was mid on SMG for a while? Do you remember?
Mid
Was it
one?
mid one mid? Yeah, I think it was straight up just mid one. He'd run the Ricky mid versus Invoker every time and it looked pretty good.
That sounds like a mid one ass hero pick. Okay.
It is.
So Tiny left all the
Okay.
way to the end there.
I don't mind that here. Again, really
Yeah,
good burst
yeah.
jump in. Lane matchup is fine against Invoker. Not particularly amazing, but also not awful. So should hold steady here for Armel. For Talon,
Yeah,
it's
you run
just
around with the Zeus, right? Like, and then you just get kills across the map.
pretty much, which is what Talon was doing last time.
5 seconds.
Wonder what Talon wants. Like this offlane has to be amazing. The one thing I'm seeing that could be decent is maybe Mars, but you're not playing against range cores, so Mars doesn't feel amazing in blocking damage. It is team fight
Yeah.
control, it's egg control, but not
It's
a
like
fan.
either Mars, Doom, like Beast, or if he really wants to get weird and funky with it, the Brute Mother is still available, although I don't think Brute is any good this game. The Doom gets banned
No.
out, I didn't realize.
Yeah, it was banned.
Oh, this is tough.
Yeah, like the only things I'm
See?
seeing is, I don't know, Enigma is probably your safest like team fight bet, but it also is awful. Like
It's
an
actually
actual
so bad
awful
this game. Like there's
Yeah.
no way. WS, what hero do you pick here? The Magnus is still in the pool, but with so many ways of getting information on Kuku, it feels like it's such an impossible task.
Oh
what the
my-
Froge? No, offlane
Phoenix
Phoenix.
off?
Offlane Phoenix, of course. Of course,
Yeah, it
right.
should be. Like WS would not subject
Bro,
himself
is this the
to
Kuku
Venomancer.
Mancer?
I think that's the only way I'm not
Holy
mad.
shit.
Yeah, it's the Kuku Mancer. Mind you, Januel did win it with.
Alright.
Are they really gonna go Plague Carrier?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the strat these days. You literally always go play carrier because you can scale up. I guess they're just confident that WS can make the Phoenix work
No,
in the
but
offlane.
Januel went for the Lasting Presence? The other one, whatever it's called. Patient Zero?
Wait, Patient Zero. Patient Zero.
Patient Zero. And I know that's better for support. Like, Plague Carrier is interesting because it's for scaling, but that was like, I think Venomancer scaled best when it was like, Execration was playing it mid with Lewis, and again, you had like Tino running Centaur Ags Rush. You get Ags Rush on the Venomancer as well, then suddenly like, oh, look at this dumbass with like 7 serpents on his head, spitting away on a cart. That was the best time for it, and it's been nerfed to hell since then.
Are you... So, John, let me get something straight here. Are you fucking questioning Kuku's Venomancer
Yes, every
knowledge?
time. Yes, because it's lost
No
so many
hesitation.
pivotal
He
games.
doesn't fucking
No,
care. He doesn't
100%.
care.
When we watched TNC, it fucking lost awfully before. You know, when me and Mike were casting games, we were like, oh, here it fucking goes. March has to deal with this shit in the offlane? What the fuck? How does March allow this? March, you've dealt with this shit for how many years? We see the Kuku Mancer come out.
Fucking taking a nap. March taking a fucking nap,
I
actually.
don't know.
March is asleep after that game number 1. Jeez.
I mean, look, okay, I'm memeing a little bit. I don't think it's that awful, but it also does limit a lot in this game for Talon. Like, your control is awful. Like, your control is actually just awful.
I'm about to put myself under fire here, but as someone who enjoys Venomancer, let me try and build a case for it this game, okay? Let's just take a moment here. The problem with this Phoenix offlane, plague my enemies. All right. The problem with this Phoenix offlane is that he wants to build his own items, right? So he wants to get Shivas. He wants to sort of be a bit more greedy. Maybe we see something like a Midas, but it's very much a singular focus on himself. I don't think this Phoenix wants to or can afford to build pipe this game. So that's kind of where Kuku comes in. He can be the aura carrier. Between Jokum, him, and WS, they have a lot of item flexibility as well, allowing Mikoto and Natsumi to just focus on their own games. It's going to be very important. The other sort of small thing is Jokum probably going to get taken down for first blood here. Runs up the wrong neck of the woods, unfortunately. But yeah, depending on... Actually, if they give this to Armel, it would be huge. There's Armel's with the first blood. But okay, continuing on with this whole Kuku discussion with the Venomancer, there is also the Poison Sting health regen reduction, which does affect the Solar Guardian. So that's something.
And again, there's justifications, right? If you're going Phoenix, he's going to get the Veil of Discord, he's going to get the Shiva's Guard for you, you're going to get free Septic Shock Presence anyhow. There's that. It's still a 3 bounty rune trade, so I guess beating First Blood doesn't hurt as much with 120 gold for everyone else. Economically, it's a little bit... Well, it's not better, but it's a little bit even-er, at least. I don't know. Like, I can see a world where this does make sense. Like, the debuffs are nice, the damage is decent, in lane. Like, Lifestealer gives you a ton of debuffs to play with as well, right? With open wounds, Radiance build up. So there's a lot of debuffs on that can amp up the Septic Shock without the Venomancer investing much, which means his wards will be enjoying it. Right, so...
Yeah.
Well, if he gets
I mean,
axed, that's a long way off.
The main thing for me is just like, every time I see a hero that's like a Tiny, who really relies on these multiple blinks back in, disengage, blink back in, I'm just so happy as a Veno, because I lay down a field of wards, and I just keep track of him in the fight, and suddenly these reinitiations are not happening. It's a lot more peace of mind, maybe, for this Invoker, for Mikoto, because he doesn't have to worry about Armel swooping back in, tossing him back, swooping back in, tossing back. Like, we saw, even though Mikoto did end up losing, that previous game, the Tiny was still such a major problem with so many of these initiations.
And was. Yeah, I suppose that's one thing to watch out for as well. A bot almost dropping low with the shuriken tosses coming out from Jokam. Good pressure coming in, just not quite enough. I do have to say, this bot lane, I mean, again, you're off to a rough start with Jokam feeding First Blood, but it does feel manageable enough for WS, right? You just spam out the Fire Spirits, clear out the wave a little bit. Jokam's not the tankiest body, to be fair. But Ponyo's already out of mana. He does have a Clarity and a Mango for himself. One piece each, so he's still going to be able to spam out, but WS isn't under too much pressure. Neither is a bot, and that can be concerning considering what we've seen from this man when he is popping off. His dance moves are to die for, so you will have to temper yourself out there and try to find precedent. I think the big thing is that Jokam's not allowed to really just pull and soak EXP, so it's a slow go for the Bounty Hunter in this kind of game where he's just standing in lane soaking away and not really applying that much pressure outside of Shuriken.
I guess the Phoenix is fine with it, because even though I'm sure the Phoenix could lane solo, the fact that this bounty is still sort of in lane with him means that you kind of almost have a bit of an insurance against Ponyo and Densanity just jumping at you, right? Because the second your Fire Spirits are used, they can just wait for that to be on cooldown and then start running. But the threat of the Shurikens just coming through and through and through again, it's quite a lot of damage that builds up. So for now, that's the benefit of the Zeus 5 though. You can easily clear away these sentries and unblock these camps and get the pulls easily. But again, I'm not really expecting much action here. Some tips coming out, Kuku. Dropping an early one onto Jewel, probably just the Clockwork trying to find an angle to get that Battery Assault out, but yeah, Kuku knows what's up.
Yeah. All he has to do is spit at them, slow them down long enough, and suddenly you can't run up. And it's, I guess, one boon. I mean, to be fair, look, you're playing Venomancer into a dual melee lane. It's probably the ideal circumstance for a Venom pick. So there is that, and it feels pretty damn good for Natsumi once he does manage to start to get some right clicks off with the Gale going. They make an attempt, Cox and Joel end up losing a little bit more than Natsumi would, and he's having a grand old time in terms of farm. Again, kind of matching what you're seeing from a bot, but all the cores on Kuku's are having a slightly better time, especially on mid. Like, Armel is certainly pulling away as you'd expect on the Invoker Tiny matchup. Mikado's doing what he can to manage this mid lane. Has the one Wraith Band up, but it's not going to be enough. Tiny is also just not a hero that you really enjoy poking as the Invoker. You lose so much damage with even just the craggy exterior innate. Like, you get all the stacks up, 20% damage reduction in lane's actually a huge HP boost. His EHP is just insane. I don't know why he needed craggy exterior like this as a hero.
Yeah.
Like, he has 1.2k HP with 2 gauntlets even. Not even like a soul ring or a full bracer up. He already has 1.2k plus potentially 20% damage reduction after right clicks. It's like, why?
I guess it's to make up for his low armor, but like, I don't know why they needed that. Jokum going down in the bot lane. Just the full commitment there from Densanity with the Lotus. Able to survive, but Ponyo will get clicked down by WS. So a bit of a trade kill going on here. I don't think this is too bad for WS, because we talked about there not being really an egg answer on the side of Kukuis. With the Shivas, that's going to get even more problematic. The fact that he gets that aura early on the Core Phoenix as well is just going to make these teamfights a lot more manageable for Talon.
And it will. It's already gearing up for that again off the back of these solo pickoffs at release after Jokam's sacrifices. Double Bracer is also a decent point in lane for WS. Going to be a little bit harder to shove out, although the magic damage burst is still a threat. I think the one thing that maybe Talon's going to lack down the line is perhaps ways to help Mikado pressure mid. Again, it's been a little bit slower going for the Invoker. You're seeing a 9 CS advantage for Armel, which is to be expected for the Tiny. But it is a slow go for Mikado. At least no emphasis on mid, so no one else is securing runes either from the Kukuis. And they have been just tracking Kuku in the jungle. Like, Joel, he dropped that early ward a while ago. He's been just tracking up and get a freebie.
Oh, through the Twin Gates! What a play. They bring in, they do the pincer maneuver. They slowly use Jewel to push him back towards the twin gates. And then in comes the PA out of goddamn nowhere. Just gets himself a freebie on the Venomancer.
He does.
Haha, nice gank.
Kuku. He's living that Veno life already. Not something he wants to experience that early on, but hey. At least it's not Natsumi dying, but Natsumi's also not able to just sit and farm. Nabat's going to be feeling good about that gold injection again. 2 kills already on the PA. Starting to build up. Of course, the battle fury is still a ways off, but looking like we'll hit that 13 to 15 minute timing here. Things hold steady. And already a 3 to 1 lead for the side of Kuku. He's less than 1k in terms of net worth, but you're having a fantastic time on Cox. You're really
Natsumi?
building up. Aha.
Natsumi's
Okay.
gone. I think he used the rage a bit earlier on to escape from Cox and his spells, but nice little wrap around.
Yeah, Cox is saying, haha, keep playing LS. Keep playing Lifestealer, boy.
Radiant's bottom tower isn't looking so
We're
great.
feeling it on the side of Kukuis. And from Talon, well,
Kuku Mancer.
yeah, it's like, look, I'm looking at this, I'm like, alright, he's farming. He's gonna hit Arcane Boots, cool. Eventually, right, we'll see something come out, eventually. Mech, Pipe. All according to plan, just sacrifice your other lanes for that.
Yeah.
This is the
Everyone
classic
bow down to
TNC
the. Yeah.
I mean, it could have been worse. That used to be off lane. Hell, I remember even Forev getting into the off lane Venomancer when he was a player still. I was, Jesus Christ, please. Can we not do this?
Dyer's top
Please.
tower is in trouble.
Can we not?
I mean,
At least
all
it's
of the lanes
crossfire.
basically suffering as a result, right? Like, Natsumi's going to jungle at level 4. Take a look at the pressure that they're putting on here. Kuku's very heavy emphasis in this top lane. They know that, you know, Kuku is off just farming in the jungle, relying on Natsumi to be an independent laner, and it comes at a huge cost. It's eyes really on Mikoto and WS to try and drag attention down maybe to this bot lane and start forcing some rotations over so Natsumi can have some space. It's a little bit rough here. I mean, the Invoker is a hero that can scale up into this very strong right clicker eventually as well. The question is whether he's actually going to get that space in the team fights to right click.
Dyer's top tower is under
That is the question. That isn't that clear yet.
Radiant's bottom
I think the
tower
launching
is
point's maybe level 6 as Natsumi's just
Oh,
dead.
Natsumi. Damn.
Okay.
Dyer's top tower is in trouble.
All right.
I don't know what the idea is now. I mean, Natsumi's farm is matching Kuku's. Kuku's a semi-core at this point, sure.
Dyer's top tower isn't looking so great.
Not exactly what you'd want to see from your Lifestealer, but hey,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
you know, it is what it is, as they say.
Dyer's
We've got
top
level 6
tower
up in
is under
Kuku, whereas Natsumi's still stuck at 5.
Bro, this is the classic definition of like this game. You need to challenge your "it is what it is" potential, because that's all Natsumi can say. Like, he literally cannot do anything. All he
Yeah.
has to hope for is like Mikoto, WS start bossing up and like actually putting on pressure. The Shivas is still quite a far away from WS, but he has that Veil to start, so not too bad. And he has a lot of free space down here, so they're just relying on their Phoenix, who's top CS right now. The one caveat is that, you know, we were a bit frustrated with the Night Stalker pick because there are limitations there. Jewel being tossed back into Kuku. Level 6 on this Venomancer will just give up that EXP before going down. He gets the trade kill onto Jewel, but now all slowed up. EMP threatening to burn the mana. In comes WS, ready to punish, and Cox will go down. So this is part of the plan. I think when I was casting some of these recent close qualifiers, Adam was saying that, you know, when you're playing up against Talon, if Kuku runs up to you, and it looks like he's gonna die, you need to ask yourself whether that's actually the right thing to do to kill him. And that is that situation personified right there.
And it is a good trade for Talon coming out. And honestly, Kuku is doing a fine job. I'm memeing on him, but he is making use of that level 6 nicely. I'm sure when he has Noxious Plague back up, he's willing to run forward, set things up for his team once again. And this casual Veil timing is already big as they go again.
Oh, WS can just pop the egg if he's too scared. Actually got to throw it out, but a nice tossback from Amel actually got to preserve his life. You need one more little bit of a shuriken, but WS with the lingering burn damage, able to get the kill on the Tiny. Now diving in for more here, WS is so strong on this Phoenix. Level 8 with level 4 Fire Spirits. He's just burning up these heroes along with the help of the Cold Snap. This is the timing that they were waiting for from WS. He brings his presence mid, makes it known, and now they're threatening this tier 1 tower.
That they are, and I feel like there's a little bit of a whiff here from the side of Kuku. It's like, you look at the itemization coming in, Cox is going for Blade Mail over Pipe. This is one of the games where, if you're running the offlane Dawnbreaker, I feel like a fast Pipe ruins Talon's plans. You won't have that.
Yeah.
So there's no magic damage mitigation. There's the Veil constantly running. Armel just TP'd back in here.
He's being chased down by Jokum, dropping very low. The lingering dive, very nicely done from WS, and we'll just clean it up. Now this Phoenix is in trouble. Nice deafening blast, not just playing out Insanity. Yeah, and far too deep, and WS somehow surviving. That last hit, he's not gonna get it. A triple kill for WS, and now Jewel still level 5. They are starting to run a rampage under these towers. And so many track kills. Pockets lined by Jokum's ultimate there. That is almost a 3k gold swing in the mid lane. Nice.
Oh, god damn it, John Anthony Vargas. Oh my lord. He did make... Dude, to be fair, this does stem from that decision to bully out the Lifestealer top. Because what did you get in the end? You got a free jungle for Venomancer, right? They were very good with tracking Kuku earlier. They let him just play the triangle. WS had free reign down bot. He manages to get that Veil timing. He's very close now to that full Shiva's, only 400 gold away. And you don't have a pipe. You don't have an early Glimmer Cape, of course. It's a little bit too soon to expect
immediately, that. I don't know whether he finishes the Blade Mail. Let me check his career real quick.
I think he does.
Okay, so he does end up finishing the Blade Mail. Yeah, I don't know whether I agree with this decision from Cox. I kind of get it, but because if he goes a pipe first, he's basically screwing over his own game, right? His farm is going to be slow. He's maybe worried about the space on the map that he gets compared to the PA. But now the space on the map is going to get cramped anyway because the Bounty Hunter is in full effect. He's level 7, stacking up these track kills. They can try and set up for more here. Looking at Ponyo in the top lane, these two supports on Kuku are still so low level. Not even at that level 6. Cold step out. Ponyo already used that jump earlier. They're trying to focus on Mikoto. Cox coming in with the Solar Guardian. The bait was set and it ends up working out. They punish Mikoto. WS diving in though, finishing off the kill onto Ponyo. Being really good at ducking and weaving.
What is that, Joel?
By Cox, not what you wanted. Jewel probably had his camera up ahead, didn't see the thick Dawnbreaker in the way.
You should have just said tick Cox. That's a Cox block if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, that's true.
Good job coming out right here. I mean, that's still a big trade.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
It's still a huge trade.
Wonderful stuff from John X Fire.
Yeah, of course. You got to bring it out. When the Cox is there, you got to take it.
Oh, that's true.
If anyone bothered to clip, they'd have a field day right now, but no one cares, so we can roll with it.
Yeah.
But 4-10, 7-10, 4k lead coming out for Talon. And I think WS has done a fantastic job of actually making it feel like Talon has a shot. It's still dire straits.
Shivas. 12
it's insane.
Shivas, are you fucking serious?
It's absolutely insane. They have to play off the back.
I feel like I've rarely ever seen this, like, a Phoenix have such high goddamn net worth. Like, this is insane.
7-0-1, man. Like, WS is just popping off.
Dude, what? Do they know where Insanity is? Look at how deep they're playing. The ping comes out. It's almost like they know that Talon are spooky around in the area. Ponyo will get tracked, and he knows it's only a matter of time before he goes down. Just a very easy pick off. Way too much magic damage, and more money in the pockets. Monster kill streak for WS now. All the side of Kukuis can do is split and avoid this terrorizing trio. Everywhere they go, kills surely to follow.
Yeah, 5k lead for Talon off the back of all these track kills. Again, they've done a great work mitigating this early spike from Kukuis and buying space for Natsumi. I mean, he's still in a terrible game. But look, he's not the only one having a terrible game now. Armel's 100 gold ahead. Abad, he's only about 500 gold ahead after a pretty decent start. So they're all having atrocious games. Considering how bad the start was for Natsumi, that's a decent thing to see for Talon. It's still bad, but it could be worse. Kuku is 600 gold off from Armel's net worth. So this is working out. There goes the pipe for Kuku coming out soon.
I don't know. I have no idea how this is working out. It's so funny. They really... Dude, Lifestealer space is real. Like, Natsumi actually did it. Like, just by fucking sitting around up here and doing, like just being annoying.
You know what you said? Like, he has to channel that it is what it is energy. He channeled it so damn well. He really did. He's like, yep, this is my game for a while. Kuku, take the reins. Yeah. Kuku, take the wheel, as the song goes. Kuku, take the wheel. Take it from my hand. I don't know if you know that song. Is that too
I don't
old
know
of a
that
song?
Is that real? Is that real?
Damn, yes it is. Jesus, take the wheel.
I thought you were just. Oh
No.
Okay. See, I thought there was an actual song called
Oh.
"Kuku Take the Wheel," and I was like, that sounds familiar. What the fuck?
There is now.
I don't know how deep the Filipino community memes. You know, they could have very much written a parody song or something. I
That's
know the
true.
Kuku lovers go hard.
They do go hard. I got invited into the Kukui's private Facebook group as well. I don't know who
The
spotted my
private
real
Facebook
name.
group.
I don't know
Oh
who
my
spotted
God.
my real name and invited me in, but I got in. And the first thing I posted was something Kukui's. I said, just seeing if anyone would know me. Not many did, so I was happy about that. So yes, no one bothers checking Wikipedia. I brought my okay. Well, there's a little bit of time. I brought my laptop in for a repair. Right, my non-sponsored laptop in. I was very annoyed. Apparently the battery was loose, but the technician's like, yeah, the battery's loose. As I hunt down a bot first.
Noxious play. Does he have anyone to jump to? He just has the TP.
Oh,
Sounds right.
come on! Ah,
No, that's
not
not
that
enough.
much.
It's not enough.
Oh,
Oh, meanwhile,
Oh.
bot lane. WS? He still has an egg. Guys, he
uh,
still has an
he's
egg.
not dying. He's not dying. You're
Guys,
dying.
he's not fucking dying. Like, this egg is not
What are you
fucking
doing?
Guys, he can he doesn't have Shivas, but it's still like
they're
you're-
dying.
Guys,
Toss it to Cox.
guys, guys, he has an ultra kill. Guys, the GG branch. WS, please kill WS. Oh, okay. So this is the plan, right? Hang
Oh,
on. No,
Mikado,
no,
salvage it! Oh my God! Let's go, Mikado! What the fuck? Holy! I mean, that's a huge kill streak to give. Sure, it's not good, but damn, that was stylish. That was awful for Talon, but that was stylish from
He just
Mikado.
fucking ultra killed them. That's fucking insane. I mean, how much gold was that to fucking Densanity's pocket?
1,000.
He got like 700 from that. Because he ended up losing some
Even after
from
dying,
right?
yeah. But goddamn, WS, Wei Shen,
Yeah.
the hell? He
This
played
is why.
Nas soccer.
This is why. Yeah, like this is why you just gotta give him a fucking hero that he can flex on kids on, and he's absolutely doing that. My God,
Son, kids, he's a kid. He's 19 this year, isn't he? Turning
he's
like 20
flexing on the
next year.
boomers. He's flexing on the
And
boomers.
he's flexing on the boomers. That's what it is. God damn. And WS. Bloody hell. He's just one of those things you don't expect. Landing all the fire spirits and watching a tiny with no attack
Yeah,
speed
like-
try to ride. What is that, Kukuis? Come on. You know better. Be better. Channel your Homelander,
insane.
guys.
I can't believe they let that happen. Like that was I feel like I was watching a natural disaster happen in slow motion.
Yeah. Just like it's like the Philippines when a typhoon rolls up and you know we're not ready for it. We're never ready for it. We're gonna get flooded. And then you're watching news like, oh, they're flooded. It's like, yeah, we knew. You know,
Yeah.
that's what it was. That's a Filipino typhoon in September to December time. That's what it was.
Yeah. It doesn't sound like Filipinos are that sort of well prepared for natural disasters, and WS is most naturally a disaster here. Like he is causing so much havoc.
Considering the
Sorry,
story
was that too-
from Lane. No.
Was that
Considering
too
the stories
rude?
from Lane,
Yeah.
that's great. Mikado?
Mikoto in some trouble,
Oh,
trying to
wait,
sustain
ah.
here.
Oh, what?
shut
What?
up.
What?
I
What?
felt- Wait,
Huh?
what?
They missed!
Dude,
He's
you're
alive to
fucking serious.
infest! What?
Okay, well this is okay. Well, Ponyo's dead.
The hell?
Yeah, okay, well, I think we're getting a game number 3. I might be a bit early to call it. But like this is like Kukuis are like fumbling the bag so hard. Like I feel like they have opportunities, right? But they just keep fucking it up. They keep fucking it up actually.
Well, are they going? They're going double Radiance as well. WS is going Radiance and Natsumi is. I figured one of them would bypass it. I thought Natsumi could go S and Y first. But they're going double Radiance.
I guess so. I mean, you have that pipe complete now. TP? Oh, cold snap. Cold
Oh, you
snap.
can't run from this.
Yeah, bye-bye. Donk.
Donk?
That was,
Are you a
that was a bit of a
Counter-Strike
360 no scope. He like 4 staffs in, tornadoes point blank to the face. You ever been hit by a tornado in the face? I haven't. Sounds
No.
miserable.
It sounds very miserable. Fortunately, that's the one natural disaster we can't have. Compensations for that, the fact that we have Filipinos here. So that's one additional natural disaster to make up for it.
Okay,
Sorry, Mel.
Jesus, relax.
Gotta keep that spice flowing! The spice
true,
must
that's
flow.
true. I'll try the TP.
Not gonna work.
Donk. Okay, easy.
Radiant's bottom
I mean, that was ambitious, right? He's kind of hoping that he manages to stun Jokum before Jokum makes it around that tree line to hit him.
Yeah.
Of course, Jokum.
No damage.
High on the move speed.
You gotta
Yeah,
love
it's tough.
Craggy. 40% attack damage reduction. Why?
It's so stupid.
Why? The hero
Okay, there's
has
a max.
The Radiant
70.
bottom
Yeah,
building.
there's a max stack, sure, but
Radiant's
that's
bottom tower is in
stupid.
trouble.
He has 17
Wait, so you can
armor.
get up to 50%? Like,
Yeah.
Because
Radiant's bottom tower.
Bro,
Max stacks
what
a
the
10. Yeah. It's dumb.
wait, did WS just solo kill? Dive in and then Shiva Sunray. My God,
And he has Radiant Sub
that's a
flying in.
monster.
This
That's
is
true.
this is a game. 9-2-2. We're divide the 9 by 3, and you're having a magic number there. Sunstrike.
Ooh, Ponyo
In trouble.
jumps over the Sunstrike. Didn't know that was possible. Very cool. Yeah, double double radiance. I don't know
No.
whether I like that choice, but I guess WS doesn't give a shit.
I think it's more that you look where WS is playing. He's not playing with his team sometimes, so he needs that Radiant Spirit, right?
I guess so.
This ensures they've always got Radiant Spirit on one of them, and the Radiance is big. I think just it is a high value Radiance game because you're playing into PA, right? This is
Yeah,
a
true.
PA that's not going to get MKB anytime soon. So if WS has jumped solo, he's protected somewhat. Protects the egg a little bit nicely too. If Natsumi's jumped, he's also protected. You can play the fights. You can play distant Radiances, like positioning yourself very far from each other on the Lifesteal
Right.
of Phoenix, and the Radiance covers everything.
Top tower is
So I think.
Oh, that's true. Like
look,
two circles of evasion
Yeah.
in a way, right?
Look, I'm reaching pretty far, but that
We're
is a
coping, we're
justification.
coping.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's bad. Don't do double Radiance. But it
I
can
mean,
have
with WS, you can
uses.
do whatever the hell you want. Honestly,
yeah, no.
like easy.
You can take a cab and think it's a shuttle as they manage to get the tornado onto Ponyo.
Bye bye Ponyo. More track gold.
Track.
Now you're just showing off.
Money, money, money.
Oh man, I missed
You
that.
know what I
Armel-
dislike about the endgame screen? They don't show you how much track gold you've got. They
Armel-
only show you how much Jinada gold.
Whoa.
He's fine.
He
He's
dies
dead.
in the fountain. Beautiful. Love it when that DOT tick is there. Yeah, no, it doesn't show you. I feel like it should. Just like, we see
Yeah,
how
that's
much
what I'm
int you've
saying.
lost.
Who cares about Jinada gold stolen?
Bot
Everyone wants to see
tip.
that track money.
Natsumi's getting
Did he do
revenge
something?
because
Is
he's
he
dead.
Oh, he's dead.
Natsumi. John Anthony Vargas.
Bro,
What did he find?
someone
Joe.
in chat is saying bad comms on Talon, presumably referring to the double radiance. I think
Oof.
I don't know how to break this to you, but if you see this game and you think like the double radiance indicates bad comms, I don't know whether
I
you've
don't
been
think
watching
so.
the rest of the game where they just run around non-stop and coordinate moves and fuck up Kuku is real bad.
Yeah, I don't think this is bad coordination. I think they really they understand what they can do with playing this map. Like, again, for the most part, WS is playing in one area and Natsumi is playing in another. Even when these fights break out, WS is playing without his life stealer, right? We haven't seen
Yeah,
really
yeah,
a big
yeah.
5v5, so the double radiance in this state of the game makes sense. Later on, it's gonna you can point to it and say, "Wow, that was really fucking stupid." But right now, it's like, yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay right now.
We leave the flaming it for later. We leave the flaming it.
When
When
it-
they start
yeah.
losing the fights, then we go like,
When they
oh,
lose, it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, all along where we told them how fucking WS so bad, and then we'll come back to your message and I need to write you an apology letter.
Oh, Joker.
Amel? Jokam's fine. I don't know about Amel though. Patient 0 on Cox. He just has to TP out because he wants to rejoin the fight with the Solar Guardian. That's not gonna matter. Amel's already gone.
Radiant's middle tower.
I don't know whether there's a fight to come back to. Ponyo actually
love killing
clips
Ponyo.
Insanity. They want that PA. Solar Guardian gonna save for now, but the egg in the middle, they're not gonna survive. The Insanity just goes down. Cox can do nothing but get trapped up amongst 5 heroes.
call it.
That's GG. We're going to game 3.
This is alright. We're going to game 3, but to be fair, our 2 games have been 24 minutes apiece. Not even like, keep playing Dawn. It's for people with no brains. Alright,
Dang.
we're getting the spice.
I think from the
we
life
took-
stealer player is crazy though.
That is true. From a live Come on, John Anthony Vargas. Calm down. I can send Lane over to you in Cebu to give you a bit of a slap to wake up. Calm the hell down just a bit. You were a space creating life stealer. Buddy, this game wasn't
Bro,
really
his
on
hero
you.
damage down is 4,000. He dealt 4,000 hero damage in Radiance.
Oh my lord,
He
yeah.
done
no.
nothing this game. Then you look at WS, he did 22k. Holy shit. What a
Oh,
performance
yeah.
from WS Phoenix.
Yeah, and this is why WS can get away with going into a taxi thinking it's a shuttle, because he provides the goods to back up that taxi fare, right?
That's true. That's true.
He literally
Dude.
look. This game looked awful.
The Talon.
But man, WS made it. WS was it. That WS was it.
You just know the Talon accountant has this like is working from home right now, has the stream right now on her second monitor, and like the second WS carries this game, she processes the claim for the taxi fare. Like it's fine, we'll waive it off. It's okay. Like if he ended up sort of feeding and losing the game, then they're just like, oh sorry, you have to pay out of your own pocket. That's not covered under the contract actually. That's the whole setup. You gotta sort of keep tabs. But yeah, WS definitely. I think that's what's cool about Talon, right? They kind of feel like a Southeast Asia Falcons, where Natsumi is fitting into the role of Skitter very well. It's not always Natsumi that's gonna be this be-all end-all carry of the game. That's why they always pick him these very neutral carries that can kind of do their own thing. Regardless of if the call-to-call matchup between the PA and the Lifestealer is bad, they're just fully confident that Mikoto and WS, the talent on their team, can sort of shine through and take them there. And Natsumi is just very happy playing a supporting active style of carry, which I think fits this team very well. So Kuku is definitely maybe getting a bit ahead of themselves in the draft here, getting routed. We weren't super confident about Talon, but you know, maybe March knew something. Kuku plan, you know, it was all part of Kuku's plan.
I mean, Venomancer worked. You know, I think the key thing is Mike LaPhoenix cannot be present when Kuku picks Venomancer, because when he is present, it loses.
It's a curse.
So the key thing is we have Permasnee's Mike on. And then, it ends up working. That's the key. All right, we'll see. We'll see what's allowed through, because I don't think you ban Venomancer, and you probably do ban Phoenix. You might have to actually ban Phoenix. It felt like a key part.
Or like snatch it, maybe.
Or snatch it. We'll see. We'll take a little bit of a short break. Let me double check right now if they're already in game. Yes, they are. So it's not a long wait, guys. Maybe around 14, 13 minutes considering our talk time here. Take a very, very short break. We will be back, or I'll be back. Mike might be hanging around. I'll definitely walk away from it.
I'm gonna take a break.
All right, we'll take a break and we'll be back.
See you guys in a bit.
Guys. Alright, ladies and gents, we're back. Game number 3. Talon up against Kuku. Kuku up against his boys. And we got some insider knowledge here from Mr. Lane, who's joined us for a moment. He did say game 1, Jokam was playing at 900 ping, so hey, maybe that explains a couple of things there. Perhaps, no excuses though, Talon did lose. But they took game 2 with a Venomancer, and Natsumi acting as a space-creating carry, so hey. Well, I'm looking forward to what happens here in game 3, and it's like what Permasneeze Mike has said, Phoenix will be contested, first picked up by Kukuis, but the Abaddon comes in for the side of Talon. And that's going to be an interesting one. With positionless, Talon put that in. Spoiler alert, I did see, because I watched from WS, I right-clicked with WS and saw him. And WS was playing Abaddon, so we can spoil that at the very least here. Permasneeze Mike, WS is going to play the Abba. No surprises there. I mean, it's still surprising, but, you know, we'll see what that amounts to. As again, they start with the Phoenix on the side of Kukuis. They banned out the Bristleback and the Invoker. The Clockwork as well, and the Bounty Hunter with the Terrorblade. Talon did take care of the Lina, the Puck, the Nyx Assassin, and the Alchemist. So, covering their bases just a little bit here. Mr. Mike, are you back? Not quite. Also, shout out to this. This is bad. Like, my headsets, my earphones are just busted, man. Like, you can't see it. Maybe if I cover. Yeah, there. You see that? It's cracked. It's cracked, Bayer Dynamics. It's only like 2-3 years old, and it's already cracked, man. I'm annoyed. I'm publicly annoyed, Bayer Dynamics, and I know you guys won't replace it. These are expensive headphones.
10 seconds left.
I mean, they're not super expensive, but they are expensive, so I'd expect some sort of warranty coverage for that. Permasneeze Mike, you back? I see you lighting up. Not quite. All right. Shadow Shaman to be picked up by Talon as well, so they have a lot of the spells on hand here. Did I somehow make it that I can't hear Permasneeze Mike? No, I don't think so. Okay. Now let me stop the streaming on Discord because we lost Lane, so save some resources there. XM5 Supremacy, dude. I have XM5s, WF 1000 XM5s, the wireless buds. But these Bayer Dynamics are really good sound quality. They're the best closed backs I could buy. DT700 Pro X, but man, the plastic on this batch is bad. I know this is an issue, but just look at that crack, dude. Look at that crack. It's just busted. I had to super glue this damn shit. It's so annoying. Get the Grimstroke out on Kukui's Essence, an interesting pickup. Not something we see too often. Something that I tend to associate with, say, Lil Gun back in the day when they'd run Lycan. I don't know if you'd want to do that option here. Alrighty. In Mika D2,
10 seconds left.
No, I mean, you know, everyone can have a different taste. Get the Mars out for Kukui's Essence as well. So you've got the Arena Egg, but Mars has not felt like a great hero. We saw JT play this to their elimination a while ago on Mudang Warriors, so not completely sold. In fact, I'm really not sold in this too much. I feel like Abaddon can kind of save you from Mars. Shadow Shaman can kind of save you as well. It's a bunch of stuff that saves you. I'm curious to see how the Hex kind of works with Soulbind. I feel like, I mean, it's not dispellable, so surely it just tracks the real one.
Holy Grimstroke? What the?
Yeah, exactly. Grimstroke Mars coming out here for Kukui's Essence. Welcome back, Permasneeze Mikey. Hang on here. How am I? Fractal SG. I'm doing great. If you're from Singapore, I forget where I bought this, but I bought it at City Hall, and this is already cracked. I'm pissed off. I want this replaced, but I don't think they can, and the replacement part is like $150. And I don't have that.
You talking about your headset?
Yeah, like, look. I mean, the plastic's cracked, dude. I'll send you a picture in Discord.
Unlock.
I'm not happy about that. And I've already contacted Bayer before saying, hey, look, I got a batch with really bad plastic. Can you guys replace it? They're like, oh, we don't cover this with warranty. It's like, why did I pay so much for these headphones if you won't cover it with warranty? You guys suck. And everyone, I
Yeah,
just realized
true.
everyone that says Bayer Dynamics is great is European. So they're happy because they get European coverage. You buy it in Asia from an official Asian retailer, they don't give a flying fuck.
Don't worry, Pritchard's already on.
Lesson learned: never listen to white people. Thank you very much. Hard lesson
God
learned.
damn. True.
getting
It doesn't
based
really. Yeah, I think white people wisdom doesn't really work for Southeast Asia.
No, it doesn't. Like, oh yeah, these guys will cover you with warranty. It's like, no, they won't. They don't give a shit because you're not in the right region. It is what it is. Another thing, again, I did spoil this a while ago, Mr. Permacees. Abaddon is going to run offlane because I searched up WS's name to
10
watch,
seconds left.
and it already showed him level 2 Abaddon, so it's a WS
Okay,
Abaddon.
that's fine.
5 seconds remaining.
Someone said, "Hey John, is there another official broadcast?"
There
Unlucky,
is
bro.
the Kuya Nick. there's Kuya Nick for Filipino. He's on a 3-minute.
Yeah,
3-minute
I mean
delay from
English-wise.
English-wise, not quite. Isn't the lesson that you need to copy European laws? Sure, I guess to an extent, but also no. It's more of a matter that corporations here just don't honor shit. It is what it is.
Dyer's
Let's
turned
see.
to best.
Get the Slark out. This
What
is something we were
the-
calling out earlier on. A Chucky Dota? Is that real Chucky? Is that real Chucky in my chat? Who we were
Wait, is
talking
that
about
real
earlier?
Chucky? We were just
Yeah, it's
we were
Lonely
talking
Chucky.
about it.
Yeah, it's Chucky.
Oh
Follow.
my fucking god.
What's up, Chucky?
Dota.
Hope you're doing well. Hope I'm
Oh
sorry
my
I didn't
God.
get a picture with you and Ghost in Malaysia. I really wanted
5
that, but
seconds
we had
left.
to run off. It's
Oh,
all
it's
been
real.
good.
It's real fucking
It's
Chucky.
real Chucky. Yeah, hell yeah. Hello, Mr. Chucky. Hope you've been doing well. How do you want to close out this draft on Talon? I'm wondering, Mr. Permacees, Mikey. Like,
Dyer's bad.
I came
we're
back a bit
looking for
late. I was doing
mid.
some laundry. I'm trying to sort of take this in now. You're sort of putting the last pick back on Mikoto. You want someone mobile, right? But at the same time, there's that sort of contradiction because someone mobile probably not really like the Grimstroke ult too much. But I don't think you have a choice. You can't afford to get locked down by the Mars. You need some initiation to run along with the Bat and the Shadow Shaman. Did they ban out the Invoker? Invoker could still be
it was.
okay.
It was banned out by Kuku's this time, so no
Oh,
access
yeah.
to the Invo. No access to Tiny being banned out as well. Puck was banned out by Talon along with Alina. There's stuff like Quap. There's maybe an Earth Spirit as well, but those don't feel particularly great into maybe the Slark and the Grimstroke. There's some counterplay there. Chucky, we'll get a chance to meet again. Don't worry. Hell yeah.
Radiant's
Hopefully sometime soon. See the Earth Spirit banned actually from Talon. Sniper's in the game. That's a good call here from Prodigy's 23. Sniper is in the game. That is something that Mikado has liked on mid. The backline jump isn't amazing. It's not like Slark goes Shadow Blade nowadays. Mars Blink's probably your best
I mean,
bet.
but Mars is like kind of goated into Sniper, right?
In a way,
Like,
yeah.
You
like
basically
block the
force them
damage.
to get a BKB. They might still go for it though. That's actually a great shout.
Like, that's the thing. Like,
They banned the Pango and the Earth Spirit. I guess this is like super Sniper-esque bans, right?
yeah. Maybe a Sniper, if not Earth Spirit, could be an option. There you go. Earth Spirit banned. Kuku's
Spirit
Essence don't
banned,
want
yeah.
to deal with it, so... They'll take the Quap themselves, which again, we've been yapping away as one of the options when no mids are left. So Armel will get to play the Queen of Pain. Do you really just Sniper here? Aurelius314 calls for Warlock. No. No. No way in hell.
What the fuck is he talking about? What
No way in
is he
hell.
Just saying, what are we just randomly naming fucking Dota heroes? Ogre Magi,
Lion!
Shut
Lion!
Yeah, what the hell
Centaur
is he-
mid!
I'm not making fun of you, Aurelius. I just
No,
like you.
just...
I, mean,
I don't know, maybe
get-
he's
I
delayed.
get- I think he has a perspective of like maybe the Fatal Bonds is gonna do very well. They go for Ember Spirit. Okay, Mikoto Ember.
Yeah,
Hog.
which is I like. It's a specialty coming out. And it's going to be interesting to see this one. Ember versus Quap. I would say Quap is a little bit better off,
5
but
seconds remaining.
it is still playable. I'm surprised Monkey was in and they didn't opt for it on the side of Talon, so Ember it is. Keen on seeing how this breaks out. A little bit more standard from Talon outside of maybe the Abaddon off, but has also felt standard nowadays. I want to shout out, hello Reg. Thanks for dropping by. If you're still with Essence, well, unfortunately I'm having to cheer against you guys. Let's see this for Talon. Let's go Talon, boys. Let's go Southeast Asia. Talon.
Kuku's enjoyer here. Hey guys, hello Hades casts. Kuku's Enjoyer. Okay. Weird green pick
heck
with no
yeah.
combos. I mean, it's
I don't think it's
interesting
that
because
important.
they basically pick it to lane with the Mars is one thing, and I think the other is this seems to be Kukui's answer to the Abaddon, which I don't fully understand yet. Maybe it has something to do with like you throw the silence on him and he has to attack, and then that stops him from dispelling other shit. Maybe that's the idea.
Maybe. I'm curious to see what
That's
they do.
the only thing I can think of. I don't know what else like you would really sort of use it for. He goes the fine art facet, so something that Cox probably has to keep in mind that this Grimstroke doesn't have the remote detonation ability from that Inkswell. It's not going to be that much of a reliable chain stun on whoever they throw it on.
You have, I guess, some of that flexibility to kind of decide how to throw out your stroke.
Everyone ready to
You
win.
can. I was gonna say something very. You know what? Yeah. you're getting out the strokes with Cox on hand.
Yeah.
Okay, Cox is saying, "Wag ka na mag-angas, Dags. Don't be stiff. Don't be angry." It's a very rough translation. I don't think that's exactly it, actually, but something in that line. Onto Natsumi. Get about actually saying game. So we do have that game on hand. Cluster clucking, stroke of fates with your Cox on hand.
Yeah. Some lassos as well if you want to get freaky.
Lasso your Cox. Lasso Cox.
Yeah. We got a masochist in here as well. Lots of real, some real dirty stuff happening in here.
I missed the time when Geek Fam Cox was on Geek Fam. They had
Cox
to
is
keep saying Cox is going in. I used to say that, yeah.
I'm gonna say that shit. I'm gonna say that shit later.
Gotta do it.
It's gonna be
If he
funny.
does go in and out. Cox
Gotta do it for the
launches a
culture.
spear. Koch impales them.
Yeah. Cox tips out. Okay.
May the best team win.
We're fucking 2 years old, actually.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
1 year old each. That's how it works. Okay,
does
Slug Pick. What the hell is it just to face up against the Abaddon because you steal stats against him and he can't actually trade with
Yeah.
you in lane?
I think that's legitimately it. It's just trying to play into the Abaddon, trying to counteract it. You have a great time going in. You can kind of dispel off the control as well that Talon's providing, right? Like Shackles, Hex can be dispelled off, which is really annoying into the Slark. So you do have this for a bot. And I'm curious to see how much WS can get out. I mean, he was popping off hard in the Phoenix, but he's not in the Phoenix any longer. It's Ponyo on the Phoenix, so he gets to have a little bit of fun there. You also have to remember, you missed out on that little conversation. We had Lane for a moment here, Mr. Permiste's mic, and he did say...
Oh, he came in?
Yeah, and I was asked, like, what happened in game one? And he's like, well, Jokam was playing on 900 ping after the reconnect. He couldn't fix his internet. They just played it out. And then he ran to an internet cafe afterwards into game two. That's why game two was a little bit stalled out. He ran to a net cafe again. Indie home back at Phoenix, baby.
Yeah, well, unlucky. Wait, hang on. Need to refresh my memory a bit as to what happened in game one. Because I didn't necessarily notice Jokem lagging out or anything.
Yeah, but he also wasn't lassoing. He didn't get the blink on Batrider.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
It makes sense now.
Oh, that's
why he went
unfortunate.
full aura and force staff. So it's a little bit rough.
Bro, 900 ping, you're not even playing the game. You press fucking lasso one time and it happens like half an hour later.
Pretty much.
What the hell? Unlucky.
Very. See Joel stroking a fate. Wait, stroke of fate.
Yo, relax.
Stroking a fate.
The fine art's kind of dope actually. I think people didn't really consider this facet just because of the Inkswell detonation one being so good. But hang on. Just spear back. The sort of benefit of this fine art is that you can send it flying through a creep wave and build up that damage.
Kuku's like, all that effort to do nothing to Kuku. Fair enough.
Like, it's so random. Kuku is he's such a character. Like I feel like there's no one like him.
There really isn't. You know who's the biggest character I feel in Dota 2 in the Philippines? It's probably Bob.
Yeah.
I think if you've ever watched a Bob stream, again, I go back to this moment where I saw Bob, and he's not even in this game, but Bob was playing up with Young PH, and he kept saying, Young PH, Qualify for our land. Kept laughing like that. And he just kept going, and they were winning the match. They were just playing and winning the match, but Bob was just trolling
Wait,
young
was
PH.
he like flaming young PH? Like was
They
young
were
PH
flaming
playing
each
bad or
other.
something?
They're flaming each other, but they were winning the match. Like, you qualify land first. It's just going like that, like Jesus Christ, Bobby. That's a
Just
character.
relax.
Oh,
Yeah, true.
Yeah, he's insane.
I think Bob's a little bit more like
Joel.
you know Kuku. I think
Oh, yeah,
sometimes
he's
the
dead.
all chat, sometimes the interviews. Oh, what's going on?
Oh
here?
yeah, he's just dead.
Chase on Jewel.
Now you got my attention.
Where's the haha, Kuku? Where's the haha?
This is like one of his signatures, right? Like the Kuku Bat Rider. We always meme about the Venomancer, but like unironically, I think his Bat Rider is actually his strongest pick, like one of his strongest picks.
I think it is. I think maybe a little bit more of a spotlight on his Zeus is there. I think personally, I do enjoy his clockwork the most. I think he had amazing plays on the clock when he came back into Talon. It just looked like, wow, where was this Kuku when he was on Blacklist? You know, that kind of vibe.
True,
So
true.
it's good to see again Prime Kuku kind of coming back in, and so far the lane's looking pretty decent overall. You are getting a little bit more for Armel on mid, but you would expect that for the Queen of Pain versus the Ember matchup. No walking around for the Water Rune Denial though, so Mikado will get topped up the same way as Armel will. Which again, we've seen less.
I mean, I feel like
emphasis
these
of
Queen
that
of Pain
lately.
matchups have changed so drastically over the last year, right? Like in the past, it's always like, oh, Queen of Pain is gonna dominate this matchup. Oh, Ponyo does go down in the bot lane. They're out trading this Slug actually. Someone in chat did say this, that he thinks that the new Abaddon just out trades the Slug, and it turns out to be the case. But yeah, back to this mid lane matchup. I think Queen of Pain early laning isn't actually what it used to be. You're just screaming the wave and backing up, screaming the wave and backing up. It's not as dominant. Mikoto's doing just fine.
Exactly. Like, he is clearing out the wave much more efficiently than Armel. But he's not really able to dish damage out. You know, Mikado, every single time he gets the slight out with no creeps around, free damage onto Armel. He already has that Blightstone. It's starting to get a little bit painful for Armel. And that's where the trouble arises. You know, one thing I'm curious about, and this is down to tooltips not showing, is Withering Mist dispellable? Because it just says breakable. Like, can you dispel it? That doesn't. I mean, I think the circumstance I'm thinking of is if it does it linger through Shadow Dance. Like, if you Dark Pack and Shadow Dance, if it's not dispelled, then your Shadow Dance is useless. So that's my one
But
thing
we have
I'm
to
thinking
see.
about.
Like we have to. Does it not show up on the tooltip?
No, it just says breakable.
No, as in like if WS attacks him right now, is there like a Withering Mist
Yeah, there is.
debuff?
There is. So we can
Hang
kind
on.
of watch as
Armel.
Armel gets blown up with a
Lol.
rotation from Jocam.
Nice rotation. Windlace
Okay, it
boots.
is dispelled.
He's rich. WS is
enough.
in big trouble though. They see that the Shaman went mid and they TP bot immediately on Jewel to get that kill. Great capitalization there. And I think first edgy of the game. There we go. Starting to farm that up. Infinite scaling Pog.
Very much so. You know, someday we'll get a pro match with Pudge, with I would say Lifesteal
Lion.
before, but it's kind of shite. Yeah, Lion, Slark, Silencer.
Radiant's bottom tower is in trouble.
What else is there
Centaur
that
Wall
steps
Runner,
away?
War High, or like Raw High.
Centaur
You
is
go to
better,
like 100. Yeah.
It's way better than Lifestealer now, sure. Lifestealer would have
Yeah.
been one too, but yeah, that's kind of a meme at this point. It's not a lot of HP.
Is there any other infinite scaling? I guess Muerta, right, with the shot?
True, true. There is that. Someday we'll have an all infinite scaling draft. That's gonna be great. And then the game goes 2 Rs. And there's no stats to
Yeah.
steal as Armel. This is
Again?
doozy.
Uh-oh.
Dyer's middle tower isn't looking so great.
Just to jump forward. Slide.
Oh.
Yeah, he knows exactly where he is. Mikoto. There were like 3 options. He could have slided forward, slided to the right, or slided to the left. He had no vision whatsoever, but he just had a very good read. Meanwhile, bot lane, they're diving WS, but the help is coming on the way. Mikoto, he's doing so much damage into Densanity, forced to jump away. This is a nice timing though for the Wisdom Rune. Densanity gonna try and sneak through, but he can't afford to even snatch it. Just gets cut down by Mikoto. Oh, this Ember is starting to pop off now.
Yeah, it's a scary time, and your hold for it is not amazing. So you're chasing down Cox just a little bit up top as well. They do manage to at least give Cox a Wisdom Rune here on the side of Kukui, so there is that. But a 1-5 start. Talon again off to a great time. Jocam could be punished a bit here.
It's kind of based. Just running in. Amel. Ink swollen up. Whoa. WS.
Oh, what? Oh, the whiff!
Chief. That's not the right move, but in comes the rest of Talon now, ready to cut through Amel. He has to blink out back to safety. He can't challenge this, and then Sanity still no level 6. Another one on the chopping block for Mikoto. He just can't stop eating up these heroes.
He can't. He's been so active. He's constantly getting the bottle top-ups. That Wisdom Rune pickup is actually huge. Armel comes back in, takes a double impact, and that's a quarter of his HP just gone. A little bit more than a quarter, actually, almost. And this is kind of ridiculous. Bottle top-up is there, at the least, so he's going to be fine, but all of this happens while you're giving free space out to Natsumi. Like, he's not under pressure solo to Cox.
Yeah.
There's not much Cox can really do to stop this. Cox is under pressure, actually.
It's different, right? Because in the previous game, Natsumi had to sort of pay the price with his own game. This time round, he's fine. Like, he's actually still keeping up in terms of farm. WS has been the target of focus, but it seems like this Slark counter pick in the lane, whatever this Grimstroke was intended to do, it's not really working out for them. They do have some nice stacks to go back to. Armel is gonna enjoy this nice little boost of gold, needs it. But the main person really struggling is Cox. He's not going to be able to go in and out like that, you know what I mean? He's just going to go in and immediately get sentenced to death.
And he will be. And Cox will be in the chopping block for sure, and that's not a pleasant time for anyone.
Yeah.
Talon is just
very
constantly
flaccid
pressuring.
game, if you will.
Flaccid game. I like the way you think. There you go. That's what we're doing. That's the way we should do it. Every time Cox is around, you know, you gotta reach for the low-hanging fruit. That's all it is. You gotta reach out.
You gotta really reach for it and give it a good squeeze, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly it. 2-8, 5k lead. Talon feeling good. I mean, they're going into Echo Saber now for WS. Withering Mist with Orb Corrosion is pretty fantastic, of course, to play
disgusting.
with. It is such a disgusting thing. At the very least, you know, Chris doesn't give you the silence anymore, so I guess it could have been worse. I miss those days, though. So funny when you played Abaddon when Universal was out.
That's true. I will say that maybe there's not enough respect on this Abaddon because this is like a first pick ABBA, right? And as a response to this first pick ABBA, they pick basically 3 heroes that rely a lot on healing. Like this Ponyo is going to drop really low. Jokum, Arena in the top lane. Cox finally able to get himself on the board here, but Mikoto, again, full HP, full mana, ready to chop down Armel. Armel will get a kill, but he drops first, so he doesn't even get the EXP. And Natsumi able to come in and clean up big time. Big winner of that fight. So much gold going his way. Of course, a lot of the heavy lifting still done by Mikoto, who is having an absolute burner of a game right now. Working towards that Mage Slayer already, and it's already a 5k gold lead. This is looking really, really bad for Kuku.
That it is. Like, only lacking the gold for the cloak now. On Mikado, that's going to really cut down the damage you're pumping out. You're reliant on from Armel, and to an extent from Ponyo and from Joel as well. You've managed to give free space out for the Abaddon once more. WS was just hanging bot the entire time, shoving in that one, shoving in waves, and allowing this Abaddon to reach that Echo Saber timing into potentially the Harpoon timing as well. They're starting to circle around up top where they see Cox again. They've got no lasso already. It will be
oh, nice spear
Kuku
timing.
Levels.
Very, very nice spear timing, but
Lasso
Kuku still
Cox.
has the lasso. Yep. Wrap that ring around Cox and leave him with nowhere to go. Very, very sad.
I don't care how immature it is. I always find this stuff funny.
Yeah,
I just,
you're egging me on a little bit. I feel like I usually would not play into this, but it's you seem to be enjoying it very much. Cox not so much though.
You gotta enjoy it when it's there, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
You gotta have fun, Snare, with Eastern Europe. Have fun with your community cast as well. As Talon's certainly having fun. 4-12, 7k lead, and it's really just down to almost clean gameplay. Like the coordination from Talon's kicked up into notch. It feels like everything's set up for themselves. You've got a very streamlined game for Natsumi. Just going into the Ags. He did go for the drums plus Falcon Blade. Has some disassembly down the line if he so wishes as well. There's that. Allowing him to have some early presence up. That Mage Slayer we were talking about in Mikado flying out now. And they're still constantly on the hunt. Ponyo has been very easy pickings. He does have the egg ready at the least, so it's a little bit harder. But you're level 9 in WS, which really doesn't mean much. I mean, the egg, level 1 egg in comparison is really just not that much of a threat. I have to see if
look
Kuku
at the
can start
warding
finding
from. Look at Talon's warding as well. They got 3 wards scouting out this top part, maybe to protect Natsumi. And there's a reason why, right? Kuku is turning an eye towards him. Armel is gonna scream that creep wave. That group of hard cam creeps is so dead on my screen right now. It's unbelievable. Meanwhile, Ponyo tried to come through the twin gates, gets tracked by WS and killed off. A very awkward attempt there, and they're not done. Mikoto, they have the chains, holding down the Grimstroke. It's a very easy kill, and now Cox throws up the walls of the arena, but Mikoto, right there to join him, will even send a spirit through the walls again. Try and chase down that Mars. WS, full steam ahead with the phase boots, perhaps a bit too deep for them. That's not going to stop them for now, but
Tower is under attack.
just come to their senses a little bit. Tier 2 tower still up, and they'll give up on that chase. 7k gold lead now, 4-14 at the 13-minute mark. Talon are completely stomping this game.
That they are. It's just been under their control the entire time. A little bit surprised. I feel like they whiffed 2 spells there. Like they did not manage to connect the Inkswell onto Natsumi to jump in, and they didn't connect the Scream of Pain. The Sonic Wave, I think. Maybe if the Inkswell connects, that's a kill on Natsumi, but I'm also just flabbergasted how you just didn't manage to gap close. It looked like they should have been close enough. And that's one downside, again, of going for this other facet. You lose the ability to control this well, and can be a little bit harder to try to get that timing right every single time. They almost burst down WS at the very least. Barely getting away with a sliver of HP, not popping the borrowed time yet. So...
Yeah.
They're
gonna try and contest for this Wisdom Rune now. WS still has his ultimate. We'll just pop it preemptively, but he didn't really regain any HP in that moment. Kind of a tricky situation now, as it looks like both supports might go down. Meanwhile, Natsumi was able to punish the Phoenix for trying to get their own Wisdom Rune. So, not too bad. Talon being kind of sent away here. And I think, you know, you've got the point nailed down on the head. The fact that this Grimstroke is playing more for the Stroke of Fate, it means that Cox can't swell when he wants to. And as we know, that's extremely embarrassing.
That was good. I had no idea where you were going with that.
That's my. I'll be here all night. And by all night, I mean just like this game.
That was a good one. But
it's legit, right? Like
it is legit.
You see them like jumping in, and like they're expecting there to be some sort of follow up to stop Natsumi from just dead ass walking away. And this whole time he's just fucking. He's like, yeah, peace the fuck out, guys. You can't Inkswell when you want. And it's only level 1. Like the whole point of Fine Art is that you win the lane off of the back of that increased power of Stroke of Fate. And that just never happened. Natsumi was like piss chilling up there, top of the net worth. And meanwhile, you look at Densadity, this dude's having a rough old time.
That he is. 6.7k net worth. Hunt down Ponyo again. Once more, the freebie presents itself. Oh! The tomato creep!
Did they just clap him?
It did!
God damn.
Why? They're so random with when they decide to cast sometimes.
Yeah, he's mad. He wanted unlimited rise.
Yeah. That's the clap once, then clap twice.
Yeah, what's clap once? What's clap once?
Nothing. Clap once is you're dumb. What are you doing?
You're like, what the fuck are you doing? Do you not know how it works? Type B.
Clap twice, you get the rice.
Ah, okay. There's a Dr. Seuss ass fucking logic going on here. Jokum running in pretty brazenly. He still has to watch himself, but he's tanky just enough and has the backup of Talon. Beautiful flame break back from Kuku. Densadity in trouble. Huge Sonic Wave though, managing to punish the Bat Rider. But Natsumi still surviving. The Mephitic Shroud reflecting so much damage. The A will cover their tracks for now, and Ponyo able to do a lot of work in this fight. It's some sort of miracle that Talon weren't able to find a kill, but that's because Mikoto, he's not in just yet. He's gonna start sliding now. You gotta watch yourself cowering. Cox is gonna get cut down into pieces. And Armel jumps forward just to get shackled up. Mikoto, he's far from done. Gonna chain them all up for the kills. And Talon trampling over Kuku is here. Joken was the one who ran in brazenly, but doesn't even get punished for it. 4 for nothing exchange. It seems almost impossible that no one died on Talon. They had like what, a perfect Grimstroke out, perfect Mars out, Sonic Wave over their heads, and now Densadity's in trouble. Pops that Shadow down, still had it available. WS needs to be careful. No more ultimate available, but trust the side of Talon to play to their absolute limits there. What a game from them so far.
They're flexing so hard. That was the ideal fight for Kukuis as well, right? You get the Egg Arena combination you're looking for. You manage to get the Entrapment. You get a good Soul Bind on top. But the follow-through damage is not there, and it kind of goes back to how underfarmed you are on these cores. Like, Armel has only a level 1 Dagon, no Kaya up yet. They'll try again. They do have that Blink on Cox to try to set up with a Spear back at the very least.
Still no Arena, though.
It's
They're 15 seconds off from it.
Radiant's middle tower is
This feels so preemptive. Surely you can wait 10 seconds, but that's just the desperation that they feel in this moment. The only people they could have probably found are Jokum or Kuku, and they're just gonna give up on it. They know that without the arena, it's not really viable. Look at the deep wards again. Talon spotting out everything. They're gonna see now some of the heroes like Densanity show up. He knows he's spotted, but yeah, gonna start dewarding. That's the power of the Slug, but into the Rosh are Talon. Yeah, just running away with this game.
Yeah. No contest for the Roshan either. A freebie secondary life coming out for Natsumi as he already has his Ags up. He's going for the BKB into that Daedalus build-up. He's had a fantastic time on the Jar, but an even greater time, of course, for Mikado on December. Like, I love this build. Mage Slayer into S&Y. Just tank through some of the damage up front. More HP. A little bit more damage to play with. He's already a menace to try to contend with. Getting your control here is not amazing.
Damage issues, right? Like you literally have Natsumi pumping in so much early game damage. WS is helping in that regard as well. What's going on here? Densanity trying to challenge Natsumi in this bot lane. Flame break, nicely done. Cox will back him up though, and they're able to escape. That was a little bit weird. Maybe thinking that Natsumi might have been alone.
Perhaps. Not really the safest bet. Now you don't have Shadow Dance as well for a little bit longer. At least Kuku doesn't have a way of gap closing and trying to play with lasso. So kill is a but Jokum does.
Jokum does though. Okay. Bye-bye Densanity.
Tsumi with a tip. Feeling himself here. The bot can take this time to at least break out the dance, I guess, for the content.
Radiant's bottom tower is gone.
Up top.
Okay, in this top lane. Wait. What? Huh? Okay,
Yeah.
well, I mean, Cox gets out, I guess.
Monster kill.
Yeah, I guess he realized that he was in trouble there, so he just immediately blinks out, but that leaves Ponyo for dead. Again, Ponyo has had such a rough series, it feels like.
That he has. It's been a tougher time overall. Like, again, we've seen this with the Mars. We saw JT play the Mars, and you know, you and I were chat was asking if he's washed. I think it's the hero. I don't think that Mars has been in a good spot for a while.
Radiant's middle
Even with this combination on hand, it's been hard to play.
Yeah, all I'm saying is if ATF and Collapse can't make it work, you ain't making it work. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like, WS probably in discussion for one of sort of the more prolific Mars players as well. But like, okay, bit of a catch here. Cox finding a good opening, but do they have the damage? It doesn't seem like it. WS's ult is just gonna pop. You throw up the egg, but the egg's just gonna get focused down. They finished off Cox already. Densanity still trying to find stats to steal, but he's gonna run out of tools here. Natsumi turning around and trying to beat into him. The problem is, Natsumi has a second life. You don't. 4 members of Kuku is just being wiped out. And the last remaining jewel just hiding under his tier 3. Look at Jokum, so aggressive, waiting for an opening. He gets pinged out. I think that was Kuku. He's just kind of realizing that, yeah, okay, Shadow Shaman's here. I guess nothing to be done here. Looks like a tier 3. Looks like a Rags.
Yeah, at the very least, respawns are short, but ultimates are on a fairly long timer at this point. Not going to be able to stop at least this one Rax take. Maybe a little bit more is a bit greedy from Talon, considering Armel coming back up along with a bot. It might be a little bit dramatic, but honestly this does feel around a time where you would say you might consider putting your finger over a G and get ready with the enter button. I mean, it's look, they have a tier 2 mid, right? They have one outer tower left. They have the Slark that I mean, it scales well, but you don't really have the early permanent agi to snowball off of that. And it feels like the Slark right now is just fighting against the world, trying to play with a Shadow Dance Depth Shroud. It's a little bit overwhelming considering the underfarmed status of everyone else on your end. Cox is below Kuku and Jokam's farm. This is a hard game for Cox, like you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
It's
Can't
just
swell up.
Yeah, the problem with Kuku is that with a Slark, he's never really a hero that you can get away with 1v1 or even 1v5, right? It's a hero that requires his teammates, at least in the initial interactions, to cause a distraction, right? Take attention away, you know, get the enemy heroes low, and then that's where he starts picking and choosing his targets, singling them out, pushing them out of the fight. The problem is you can't even really get on these supports because these supports are all over you. Kuku and Jokum, they're just jumping in, disabling your allies, and You're busy trying to steal stats from Natsumi. He has, what, 2.5k HP, BKB? It's not happening. They're gonna try for one little wrap-around play here, then Sanity. You find Mikoto first. That's not really a target you can afford to go on. They'll try and focus down the gyro. Egg on top of him as well. Arena wants to try and protect it, but it's too low level. It just goes down. BKB pop from Natsumi. Now he is dropping low, but then Sanity just doesn't have the damage. They won't even throw the Sonic Wave out. GG is called. They get Natsumi as the dust settles, but they lose everything. And unfortunately, Talon, they have to dispatch their boy to the lower bracket. Good luck in the lowers. Just good friends all around for sure, like you said, even though they did end up sort of switching out Ponyo for Kukuis. It's all good vibes, and yeah, just some all chat at the end there. Not sure what that was about, John.
Yeah, just a little bit of like, they were saying Natsumi was cheating, Et was cheating, Daya, you little rascal. But yeah, I mean, well played from Talon. That was a very clear-cut victory. Game 1, again, was a little bit topsy-turvy. Maybe that delay in Jokam was a factor, maybe not. You know, props to Cookies for finding that. Game 2, a little bit more even. And then Game 3, a one-sided affair for Talon. I mean, that was chilling. I think this Mars has got to stop. Like, these teams are looking for, like, these combinations with Egg. You know, I appreciate that. I appreciate the circles, thinking with circles, but this was not it. Talon just wiped the board again. Mikado, like, perfection. This is Mikado when he was carrying 23 Savage and jabs. But they're not even losing the early game. Right? Like, that's one thing. They weren't even losing early. He just goes 10-0-13. He plays like a maniac. It's like, wow, perfection. Mikado. Wow.
Yeah, I think just masterclass from Mikoto. This is what Southeast Asia fans love to see, though. You love to see sort of a player flexing like that. WS had his time in the sun last game with the Phoenix, and now it's all Ember Spirit. I think Talon, they're able to sort of end this series showing exactly why they're cut above. That first game, if it was really the delay that kind of caused them so much trouble, then I mean, we weren't very happy about the Night Stalker pick regardless, right? So I don't know whether Jokum having less ping would have suddenly made much of a difference. But yeah, a bit of a confusing one from Kukuis. It's clear that they had some sort of a preliminary idea about how to deal with the Abaddon. Maybe it was the Grimstroke. They had some sort of plan, but unfortunately for us, we never really got to see it come to fruition. What is this Agonyms? Did he have that the whole time? Was he building towards that the whole time?
Who?
Ah, okay. So he did, at the very end of the day, on this Grimstroke, sell all his items just to buy an Agonyms for last Hail Mary fight.
Ah,
the Dark Portrait.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Maybe that's the plan with the Abaddon. Maybe you get like a Dark Portrait of the Abaddon and suddenly it's scarier, but you know, we never even got to that point because they got ran over.
I just... his profile picture, I just realized, and it's Amel. Okay, getting a little bit silly there, but yes, what a time. And I mean, they tried inside of Kukuis, but just fall flat. And again, Talon, like you mentioned, showing us why they're the top of Southeast Asia. With that, it is going into our last series here, and I'm not sure if I'm actually going to be able to stick around for that. My family has some plans. Mr. Permanent Sneeze, are you going to be able to hang around as well, or is it time to go?
Yeah, I think it's time to go. I got some stuff lined up later. I'm glad that we got to cover this series though. This one was pretty fun. And we will still have. I don't think I'll be around to cover the finals tomorrow.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll be. No, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. I'm sure you'll find a VTuber Kuroki to join you.
Yeah, maybe we get that. Maybe we get that.
Yeah, but it's been fun. I mean, there's still so many more qualifiers ahead, Southeast Asia especially, and I think like at least what I've noticed is that Southeast Asia doesn't really get a lot of love in terms of EN qualifiers, like casts. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, gotta do it for the region. You know what I mean?
Exactly it. And yeah, thank you for being around, Mr. Permisnees Mike. Hopefully you have a decent time doing whatever it is you need to do. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Have fun with that one. And I'll put the stream on standby on my end. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to cast the entire series. Again, my family kind of wants to have something, have a meal together right now, so I'm not sure. But I'll put it on standby for now while waiting, and we'll see if we'll be able to get back. I hope we can, because I know people want to see it. But thank you again, Mr. Permisnees Mike. I'll miss you. Would have been happy to have you
Aw.
tomorrow. I didn't know you're not free. It makes me sad.
I'll be on. I mean, it is Valentine's Day. I gotta.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
it
think,
is Valentine's Day. Oh.
yeah, I think I.
Oh.
No. So like I've spent the past 3 or 4 days being either at my other responsibility or casting Dota. So I think
Yeah.
I want to spend some time with my
Of
partner.
course, you should, and you should enjoy it. But
Yes.
gonna go
I
on
will,
break
I will.
again. On my stream, say goodbye to Mr. Mike Permasneeze. Give him thanks.
Bye
Follow him
bye.
on his Twitter, which I think is also at Permasneeze, right?
Yes,
Is it?
sir. That's
Okay,
me.
follow him on Twitter. Follow him on his Twitch. Send some love. We'll go on break on this end, and we'll see how many games you can cast for that next series. We'll go on break for a little bit. Catch you. Hell yeah.
world's relying on the poor, but how are we supposed to? It's either gold or gems or oil, that's why they want the coastal country made it hit. Somehow they get to call it war. The West protects its interests by ignoring every law, I don't know how to feel, so I just stay in my mind, thinking about the folks in Gaza that they hurt on my kind. When will enough be enough? But we ain't got no cash money, let no free time.
Mother Earth, then tell you what it's all worth. Capitalized off our hurt, paved our path just to leave us in the curve. Learning history they try to bury in the dirt. Now this olive branch operates its roots into the outskirts. Cause ain't no limit, our freedom shouldn't get you timid. But if it does, fuck it, it's uncomfortable to hear it. Try having to live it when you brown and lost in who you are from your history erased. How could you not see yourself in they scars and bleed they pain?
They ain't gon' make it easy, that's why it's called a fight. With this summer, who will make it home tonight? We'll make this cash money, land and free time. We gon' get this cash money, land and free time.
All right. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. It is John Xfire alone now. As our friend.
Turn to ban.
What the hell's happening to my Discord? What the hell's happening to my mic? Is it alright? My Discord's not responding, so. Yeah, there was a Discord issue. Alright. We're back. We've got Chicken and Friends up against Boom Kukuis versus Kukuis again.
10 seconds left.
As it feels like that's all we're getting at in these Southeast Asian qualifiers. The Kukuis against the world.
Dyer's
Against each other. No camps for a bit. I just ate some stroganoff and I'm in a little bit of a mess. You have the draft. Chicken and Friends. Picking up themselves a Bristleback with the Earth Spirit. They ban out the Alchemist Doom, the Bounty Hunter, the Nyx, and the Monkey King. Boom Esports for their part.
remaining.
Ban out the Zeus, Tiny, Abaddon, Morphling, and Lena. And they do pick
5
up the
seconds
Bat
remaining.
Rider for themselves here. So keeping it nice and comfy so far.
Dyer's pick. Radiant's pick.
See if they maintain. And we'll pick up the PA now on the side of Boom Esports, an early Jackie pick, but a Pugna on hand. Rather interesting. So that is a little bit of a soft save up against the Bristleback to an extent. Kinshin
10
X.
seconds left.
Hey John, long time no cast. Yeah, it's been a while. I was sick for the few qualifiers that were happening online, so we couldn't do a community cast. I'm still a little bit sick, honestly. But Permisnee's mic dragged me in. I'm like, I might as well go all the way. Will Boom win this one? Who knows? We'll find out. I'm a little bit intrigued by their opener. Pugna Batrider doesn't really give you control. I like Pugna to punish Bristleback. Legitimately, I think Netherward is actually one of the more annoying things as a Bristleback to play into. You can't spam out quills. You can't spam out any of your stuff. And again, to an extent, Decrep is a good save up against the physical output of the Bristle. So you do have that going for yourself here.
Radiant's pick.
So you get the Muerta out as well. Alright, let me see. I think I've just fixed my thingamabobby here. Alright, there we go. Have the cams back up.
10 seconds
And
remaining.
the Muerta comes in. Now that's a really good solution to that PA. A great solution for the Pugna as well, because you can just hit the decrep targets with your ultimate. So I like seeing this from Chicken and Friends. And also just the calling to stop the Batrider from being too comfy in the lasso backs is already pretty damn good. So nice answers so far from the side of Chicken and Friends, but I'm sure Boom Esports has a plan. Just gotta see which way this plan goes. Don't think you're going for anything crazy like a Pugna core. Najadorel, John X Cats, yes, hello. And hello A on YouTube, thanks you for dropping by as well. It looks like my Facebook video has ended. I do not know why. So, we are now only live on Twitter and Twitch and YouTube.
10
But let me
seconds
try to
left.
fix that right now. Live video. Go live.
5 seconds, boss.
Good, got the Venomancer coming out for Chicken and Friends, so picking up something from Kuku that we saw there. And hang on.
Dyer's turn
Advanced
to ban.
settings, persistent stream key, copy. Get the Pangolier out for the side of Boom Esports, so that's a Mac Pango very early on here, but can't really fault them. Error failed to connect to stream. Okay.
Radiant's
It's
back.
probably just Facebook not liking long streams. Always has been an issue. Start. And Facebook should be feeding out. Binisaya ang mid-ani. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's Yoe up against Mac, and that should be a good time.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Alright, Facebook won't restart anymore. So the Facebook stream doesn't seem to really like it.
10 seconds
Yeah, OBS
left.
is just crashed. Sorry about for anyone who is watching the Facebook.
5 seconds
Facebook decided to die, and I can't really reset the stream. We'll try to sort that out next time. I'll update this RTMP multi-streamer. But yeah, Venomancer coming in. Pretty green draft from the side of Chicken and Friends. Love the thematic relevance here as well. And they do ban out the Dawnbreaker and a Magnus, so taking care of some big combinations with the PA. Especially in that Magnus for FBZ. For Boom's part, again, we're expecting this to just be a Mac Pango. Pango versus Earth Spirit lane. It's pretty fine. It's a pretty happening lane. They're banning out some annoying cores that
5
could still
seconds
come out.
remaining.
The Bloodseeker's a big one that kind of stops the PA in its tracks. There is a DK online as well, if they want that. Najadorel, sorry, that was supposed to be John X Cast. Thank you. But John X Cats. You know, I accept that. I would love
Dyer's pick.
to play with some cats. They're cute. But, I have something cute here, though. This is, what's his name? Albert. I didn't even take off his tag. Albert from Hong Kong Disneyland. The little thing I got in, like, October. It's a very cute guy.
10
He's in the
seconds
ride,
remaining.
which one was it? The, something mansion. It's like their
5
Haunted
seconds
Mansion ride, but not quite but it's cute. He's cute. Little Albert. A mischievous little Albert. Just hangs around here by my closet. Anyhow, what was it even going on about? They banned out the Night Stalker as well, so covering their bases in case it is a safe lane bristle here. Which could be a possibility. And the question is, what are you going for on Boom? What FBZ hero are we looking for? If FBZ plays Lycan, you have some good backlines to eat up. Morta maybe not so much. Venomancer certainly so. Mars has been a dead concept. Timbersaw is still there, but it's an alright Timber game. You rip through Bristle, you rip through Earth Spirit, right? Like, they didn't ban Timbersaw. Super Monkey Ball plushie? Yeah, it does look like one, doesn't it? See what Boom will want. Half a minute left. Less than half a minute at this point. For their last pickup for FBZ.
Radiant's choice.
Beastmaster.
Alright, the Beastmaster it is for FBZ. Left in the pool, this hero has been highly meta. You don't have to worry about, say, good matchups. Although I would argue Bristleback to an extent is a decent matchup to deal with creeps.
5 seconds.
What's going to be here for Chicken and Friends to close out? Are you going safe lane Bristle or off lane? It's fairly open here for what you'd want to do. For Palos. And they'll go with a Tidehunter, so it is a POS 1 Bristle. I'm not completely sold on this. Like, Tidehunter into PA is a decent lane, but you can also just sit back, play Dagger. You do have a really good hero to kind of plop on with Venomancer. Like, Plague Carrier onto Bristleback is really nice, so Eris should have himself a good time. And we have seen the power of Veno if it is allowed to kind of just build up. So I don't really fault the side of Chicken and Friends for going this route. At the same time, like, you pick two heroes that are breakable. You're playing into PA. Phantom Assassin's just always going to enjoy breaking you up. So I'm not sure which way to lean. I'd say I'd favor Boom's draft just a little bit more. I think the PA is really the big X factor that can just kind of destroy this Bristle and Tide. Like, they are tanky, but without their passives, without their passives, it's not as tanky as it could be. It is a green lineup, though. You are right, Naja Dorel. It is a green lineup. Can I really go against when you have green plus the green cosmetics and Bristleback? You know what? Chicken and Friends have done the impossible. They've stayed true to a thematic draft. They've stayed green. They're playing Warcraft 3 Orcs. So maybe this just goes to Chicken Friends. Who knows? We'll have to see. But again, the X factor is going to be that Jackie PA. I think that PA is going to be the one big part that kind of makes this game easy for Boom Esports to an extent because of that innate break, because of how much output you have. So we'll have to see if that's going to be the case here for Champions who do jump into that game. And as we do jump into that game, we get hit with a pause. Be forewarned, I might be only able to do one game as we get Akari spamming out the voice lines again. Yeah, but be forewarned, might only be around for one game. Because we will have, like, a little early Valentine's Day thing with the family, because my mom and sister are going to, like, Manila, and I'm staying behind because Dream League's coming up. Right, it's been announced, we're remote casters, Dream League 25, woohoo, Sunday. Make sure to watch. If you enjoy me and Michael Phoenix's casting, make sure to send some feedback out. As that does really help. You get the weight from Palos, so wait we will. Eris is a master tier, grandmaster tier Venomancer. Why? Is he alright? Is Eris alright? Is he fine? Is he doing good? What does Eris subject himself to get this kind of result? Jing starting with the Bisaya alt stocks. Mac saying that Mac is a little bit too serious. Jing says, "Are you guys making a plan? Are you guys up to something?"
This guy totally knows what he's doing. Leave me alone.
Oh yeah, Mac's got the good voice lines up. Mac, a bro. Ayo Jude Papildi, don't make yourself lose. Don't get lost now. Don't lose. To be expected, of course. This is basically a Kuku's matchup again. Round 2.
Take him down.
Palos looking to play poke, but Boom will be able to snag one away and should be a 2 for 2. Nothing too exciting here early on. Also get the standard Kraken Swell with a damage block per kill going up, which I feel like the talent was a lot better. Like, this is definitely a very nerfed version of the talent. I feel like the talent was way better. So, I think... I don't know. I feel like this... If they left Old Tide and had the talent, I would vouch for that. Unfortunately, they divorced it, because I feel like this is not a good facet. Right? Like, Plankton Eater is kind of cool conceptually, even though it's your laning is really ass. But conceptually, it's a cooler one with how it interacts with the game. This is just the old talent as an innate, which, again, the values have been nerfed to hell. It's not as insane as it once was. But still, Akari should have a great time in lane where you're seeing that. Spamming out the Anchor Smash, Jackie not having the best of times at level 1. They are starting to get a little bit aggressive, trying to cover Jiao as he gets shot. But this is a great lane coming out here for the side of Chicken and Friends. Anchor Smash, eventually gush into Deadshot. You've got a lot of output. PA is not going to be feeling the most comfy there. You've got Blightstone pickups that can come out for Akari if you so wish, but it looks like he's probably not planning for it. See how that lane develops down the line, though. Kratos... No, we are a PNG tuber. Don't lose now, Mac, or you'll go upstairs. Yes, as we take a look in mid, you've got Mac versus Yoe, the Bisayawa mid matchup. Earth Spirit versus Pango. This is definitely a lot easier for Mac, but it's not the worst thing in the world for Yoe. He does slap pretty damn hard as well, and does have ways of playing the lane, but it certainly is a lot more manageable here for Mac. And it's rather interesting. Eris is just jungling, right? He is just going for the early jungle with Plague Wards. Right, so he's opting to just leave Palos solo, which he can do as a bristle a bit. Level 1 to 2 is not a fun time for Palos, man. Already out of regen. Having to shuffle something out here on the courier, and this is salve. Team's ensuring that this is going to be a painful road back.
Poor little guy.
And Palos, he's not having a happy time. 8 to 1. Yoe having a rough time as well. All of Boom's cores are having generally a much better time. Eris is the one exception, but he is a support Venomancer that is just jungling. So this is your classic Venomancer in your pubs. This is Venomancer, I was going to say like Blackpink in your area. This is the Venomancer in your area. It is surrendering lane advantages for this, which is not pleasant.
I'm a perfect 10 on the pain scale.
Eris again. I mean, he's getting that farm. He's going to have his arcane boots. He's getting some good levels. They just like typing log instead of lag. I don't know why. They think it's funny. Yun! Galaw, galaw, galaw! Giling, giling, giling! Good voice line. Next time, you guys should definitely look for a voice line, alright? Getting unpause. Again, we're witnessing Eris with his high-end gameplay. His wards are doing a ton of work in the jungle. Welcome to the jungle. We do have your fun and games. I mean, the fact that Palos hasn't died is pretty good. He's soaking up EXP, but the damage is steady onto him. FVZ, of course, does go for beast mode instead of the horde. And Eris comes out of the jungle. Widow's wards. Tim's TPing. Oh no! Tries to TP, dies, doesn't have decrep. And Eris doing God's work. I mean, again, you have this bristleback you can leave alone. So you can afford to play jungle. And Palos, again, he's had a little slower start, but he's going to recover either way. Mid lane is still really slow for Yoe. 14-2 up against a 23-6 of Mac. And this is just a great showing here from the Pangolier. Not the best of times here for Yoe, and that's going to stall out some initial timings. I'm wondering if he's still going to opt for something like the Urn. He's going to have to go for maybe just a quick Blade Mail to try to keep pace up here. Top lane at the least, again, you're having a better time here for Akari, but that's to be expected into the PA matchup. Not much threat from Jackie and Zhao. Trying to burst down Akari with that Self Dispel on hand. They will try, as the Dispel does pop, but Jackie, you're not doing enough damage there. Tip out for Jackie. As Akari knows he's not dying anytime soon. And Jackie just goes back to the farm game. Yoa does get the roll on top of Mac. Mac's not going to be feeling too bad here. Paolo's still giving some voice lines. But again, this jungle Venomancer is just clearing through the camp so damn fast. And there's no blockage. Look at the farm in Eris. Right ahead of Palos, matching him. Right behind Yoe, kind of tying in close to Jackie, FBZ. A little bit further from Mac. The Gale does not connect though. It means the rundown isn't really there onto FBZ anytime soon. And I like this from FBZ, rushing Ags. Normally we see that Dominator Overlord build up, but FBZ just wants the Ags up, wants to be able to sustain up front. With the drums of Slam banging away. Can't really fault the guy. Does provide a lot of presence. The healing's going to be good. I think the drums damage is magical. So it does feel good as they will start the beast mode onto Palos, and he's gone. FBZ gets some sweet revenge onto the big core. While Eris is farming, which you do. Level 5 now in the Veno. Gate moving across. See if it starts to line into anything. Actually, has the wards pumped in. Just needs to find a target. Drops the ward down to spot. And maybe now onto Zhao. But no, Eris. What were you doing there then? Like, his team was not ready. Akari and Jing did not shove out the lane yet. He goes farming. The ward spots him out and he gets good punish. Now Jackie trying to go through that gate. Want to get a rotation down to level 4 in PA. Palos does have mana to boot along with a magic wand. And Jackie's forced to just walk back top. Sentry right outside range of that Obs ward. So at the very least, Eris has accomplished something with that movement across the gate. But he did bleed out the gold he was farming. Not exactly what you want to see there as the Venomancer. So far, so good here for the side of Boom Esports. Again, a fantastic start for FBZ and Mac. And Jackie, again, not doing too bad. Do you still get the bottle top up for Yoe? But again, a little bit of a rougher time for Yoe overall. This matchup has not felt good. Still, Eris just goes back into the jungle. Works up, can kind of build up the auras they need here, right? Like, you could go for the pipe, you could go for the mech. All of that good stuff. That does allow Akari to go for the Vlads, maybe a little bit more right-click damage as well. Maybe a Mage Slayer if you want. Just a straight-up Blink also kind of works out. Palos is still having the short end of the stick, but again, he's been laning solo up against a high poke lane. Rotation out from Mac. Well, let's spot out Eris. He's got the high move speed, Rolling Thunder, and he'll just wreck Eris. 330 gold to find solo for Mac. You can be pleased with yourself as he is building into the defusal here. And again, good news overall for Boom Esports. A side of Chicken and Friends. I don't know. Like, I get Eris is getting farmed, but it just doesn't feel like that's going to be enough of a boom here. Jack is still farming away. Akari is building up.
Dyer's
This
middle
Vlad's
tower
time is
is
going to be
under
on
attack.
point. He does have Ravage ready to go if he had anything to back him up. I just tried to pressure onto Jackie.
Dyer's middle tower
TP
isn't
out
looking
from
so
Johnny
great.
Well. Looks like they're looking at mid, but they do manage to catch out Zhao. Mac will fall as well to Yowie to magnetize spam. And what did Yowie take? Is he just Resonance? Yeah, he is just Resonance. Does have a right-click damage when magnetize is up and running. A considerable amount of damage, actually. He's trying to roll onto Tim's. Ward is dropped to stall things out, and they will find it. 20 gold for themselves here. I mean, that kill on Mac is pretty massive. Again, considering how well Mac's lane's been going, that's a good amount of network to swing back to Yoa to allow him to recover into the game a little bit. He opens up the side lane some more as Jackie does get rotated with a Ravage up and a roll from Yoa. Lines up the shots. Efren Reyes right here in the billiards games.
Dire structures are
Let's get a little bit of a siege up onto the tier 1
Dyer's
top
tower
as
is
well.
under attack.
So they're starting to find that tempo. The issue is lining yourself up for Ravage. It's a 2-minute cooldown. And there is time to just punish. Here comes Mac. He knows there's no Ravage to worry about. We're just poke and prod. Get the farm. Gate rotation out now from the side of Chicken and Friends, but there is no tier 1 to defend. And that also means FVZ is playing a little bit further behind. Still 3 parts away from full Ags. 2 parts away now. As it will actually get Jinx straggling around on mid. So good punishment out for
Radiant's
Jackie.
middle tower isn't looking so
He
great.
definitely needs as much as he can get to accelerate into that battle for your timing here.
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble.
Inside of Chicken and
Dyer's
Friends.
bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, again, you're kind of fine. You just need a little bit more on Palos. But he's not lagging behind too far. Eris is still cruising along on this Veno, and he is going for a simple Pavis. Might have the mech flying in, but I don't think so. It's just casual headdress right now for a little bit more regen. And this Veno is just allowed to eat up so much space as well. Zhao tracking up, does spot the stacks, has a lasso ready. Issue is going on to the tide, not really advisable with a Dispel. Chances are you're not going to be finding kill. You do have Jackie just farming away on that jungle as well, on their side of the map here for Boom, and FBZ as well, of course, on his own Ancients. A little bit of a 3-man smoke, not spotted out by any wards here from the side of Boom. Let's see which way or what they'll find, as the scan is good from Boom. That should break off any potential on the smoke. Boom just hugging their objectives now. We are going to be able to play safe. Unless... Look to force it. Smoke is broken on Yoa. The roll is good. Connects onto FBZ. Maybe he plays a little bit far forward, but the Rolling Thunder is there. No roar out from FBZ. He will manage to get it out, but he's dropping low. Chain stunts are good inside. Yoa will be sacrificed in exchange. So mid for an off lane as Jackie starts to cop the damage from Eris. Even that's not going to be enough. There's a lasso in the side. Managed to grab out Palos. He is fairly tanky now. We'll just try to life drain a little bit on Tim's. But a 1-for-1 or a 1-for-2, a support plus your mid for your off lane.
Dyer's lost their
Not too shabby, but again, net worth wise, it's still okay for the side of Chicken and Friends, considering again the slight advantage you have in Boom Esports. And that does equalize the game a fair bit. The Fusel Blade now up in Mac though. He starts to do a little bit more on his Pangolier.
Dyer's top tower
And the
is in
mana
trouble.
melting onto something like the Bristle is going to be annoying. Like, you can't cast your Goo, you can't cast your Build Spray.
Dyer's top tower isn't looking so great.
You're not going to be able to soften up these targets for your team. And that's going to be a little bit painful.
Oh, now I feel better. Oh, now I feel better.
Blade Mail up for Yoe. Does opt for the Blade Mail first over something like an Urn. Not really needing. Guess that healing reduction, although it would be massive up against a Pugna. That is more for down the line. 5 to 6, 12 minutes in, and Jackie, well, he is pretty much done with that Battle Fury. Just needing 80 gold left, so timing is still kind of on point. 13-minute Battle Fury coming in, right around 13, 13:10, 13:20-ish. And that's going to be smooth sailing for the PA to build up, as long as there's no contest, which there's no real forward vision up top here. From the side of Chicken and Friends. Do have that full Ags now up on FBZ as well. So the Drums to Salam coming into play. A little bit of regen on hand, a little bit more damage as well. Allows FBZ to frontline very effectively, especially as the roar comes in. And that's going to be something to watch out for here. The Beastmaster can be a bit of an issue. But again, a quiet point in the game. Palos' recovery is lined up well, one part away from full Ags. You've got Eris, who is, again, just bum rushing the Solar Crest and isn't too far off from it. Go for the smoke with Yo and Jing. You do have some forward vision. Tim's is not really the target you'd want. Might be the target you get, but the smoke doesn't break yet. Yoa's smoke will break and the wards it will spot. They should know something's up. And Boom Esports will be able to dodge. A great little break from Tim's. Yoa makes it very clear they were on mid as they still get the roll forward. They managed to get that jump somehow onto Mac. A bit careless with the position. Does not have the roll stuck in the middle of nowhere. The healing coming up from Tim's is enough for a while, but not long enough. The roar's out though. Eris is gone. Lasso in the side. Keeping Akari stuck on the high ground. Does not have a TP away. And the life drain coming in from Tim is just getting some free resets here. We'll be able to still maybe find that kill. No vision. One more blast will do it. And he'll find it. Tim's doesn't manage to get the life drain off. Will be feared up. Does manage to get decrep going as well. But there comes the action. Palos doing some work. 3 for 2 as Jackie will even it out. But Jackie, this is not a spot you want to be in. He's got a lot of stacks on him. Jackie's taken out for his hubris. As Mac does manage to respawn, looking for the roll, does bounce back. Doesn't jump forward. The tip's out for Mac. Messes up a little bit. A 9-9. And Paulus is telling him that Tim's is not going to like that. Jing telling him to relax for a moment. I mean, to be fair, that should have been a kill, for sure. The fact that it isn't is somewhat rough. An even out game. A little bit awkward for Jackie to jump in, but hey, he's going for the BKB, he's going for the shard. He's going to have break. You've got the blink up on FBZ now. So you can get his positioning right on that Beastmaster. I do believe our food is here, so it does look like I might be only on for one game. We'll see. I haven't gotten messages yet.
Dyer's middle tower is in trouble.
Smoke out. Chicken and Friends. When Fur move forward, they've got the Atos out from Jing, and they'll get the kickback. Simple kill on Zhao.
Dyer's middle tower is looking so
Leading into this tier 1 siege. Not going to take too long. Maybe they can do something onto Akari, but he's still a very tanky tide.
down on Dyer's side.
Ravage coming in 10 seconds as well. The
Dyer's
counterplay
middle tower
potential is big. Inside of Boom, we'll just temper off for now. What's our pesky Veno up to? Still keeping up a network to an extent. Hasn't had as much space errors. But does have that full solar crest up. So can maybe consider for more now. Things coming out mid. They want Mac. They do manage to get the Ravage. They got the target painted on Mac's head. They managed to shut him down once again. That is Ravage committed for that. Akari has the hand up, but that's going to be an opening for Boom once the respawn's up. Remember, this is a consistent 2 minutes plus cooldown. So once that's down, you're safe. And they will take Roche off the back. FBZ will take Aegis for himself. You are starting to rake in the lead on Chicken and Friends. So, like, again, this heavy farm they're getting on Palos, on Eris, on Yoa is starting to pile back in.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Makes it a little bit painful for the side of Boom. Again, they've got answers. They've got this PA. Once you have BKB Shard and Jackie, I think the game does simplify, although I will say that's a horrendous set layout here for Jackie. I don't like the mask. again being spotted out. He will just roll and go away,
Radiant's fortified.
as he does manage to farm up a blink. Maybe he finds an angle out for this team, as they will
Tower is
regroup
under
here.
attack.
And they've got Aegis and FPZ. They can play off the back of this Beastmaster. Not going to be pushing their issue. I love the warding here from Chicken and Friends. Very awkward ward spots. Spotting into the triangle. Do see FPZ running down bot. So they should be able to punish. TP's coming in. No Ravage on Akari. We'll kill off Jowdo. There's a roar. Do they have enough to actually melt Akari? He's all out of mana, so no high fives this time. We'll get the full ultimate form from Jing, trying to burst down Timps, and there should be enough damage here to get that done. One more for Jing. No shard yet, as they do get the Noxious Plague out. Max stuck in the middle of nowhere. High five out from Yoa. Roll is on top as well, and Mac is just dead shotted again. Jing on a double kill. And you find everything they could ask for. Where did Zhao even die? He died top.
Temporary
The Boom Esports faltering a little bit. I mean, committing so much onto Akari just cost them because you don't have anything else once Yoa is up. Obviously, your PA is not going to be joining in for this kind of aggressive movement yet. And that just leads to, again, maybe a little bit of a disparity in power. Your farm and Jackie just isn't set to go yet. BKB is good, though. And again, this Ag Shard with a break on the Fan of Knives
is under attack.
could be the solution to do it. Team Green is getting it done.
Dyer's bottom tower
Four
is
staff
under
coming in
missile
for
pressure.
Eris next. As the Ghost Scepter, just in case Jackie does commit at some point. Boom now wanting their Tormentor. Should be able to find it.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
Well, life range should consistently get this done every time anyhow. Get the free shard out for Zhao, which maybe isn't the biggest deal in the world. Get the roll, get the blink forward. They tried to trap up FBZ, still has a roar. It's starting to feel true. Ravage is back up. They take care of the Aegis. They find Palos for their trouble. BKB from Yoa to try to survive True. Chasing down Jackie. No lifesteal source, but there's the lasso late coming out from Zhao. Can they find Yoa though? Dead shots out to stall out Tim's for a moment. Blast is enough. We'll trade away Mac as well. No way to cancel the TP of Jing. Maybe some punishment out on a card, but he gets to walk. It's Eris instead out of fall. FBZ and the Axis getting work done. A 3-for-3 trade. You trade away the safe laners, you trade away the mids, and the support. I have to say, this doesn't feel good for Boom Esports yet. Like, yes, FBZ's farming. He's got the BKB flying out now. But the fact that Jackie dies does feel a little bit worse than the fact that Palos dies. I mean, you are ahead on Chicken and Friends. So theoretically, that's a more worthwhile trade for Boom. But you're not comfy. You know, this PA just gets chased down. BKB duration already slipping away now at this point. Down to the 8-second charge. Actually, no. Oh, that's FBZ. Jackie did pop it, yeah. Down to 8 seconds. Boom coming out with the smoke here. A bit of a reset onto FBZ. Scan is good, so they might suspect something in this area. Tier 1 tower still stands as well, so the angle here is awkward from the side of Boom Esports. Mac just reveals, and they'll just opt to take... Oh, Kari grabs a shield rune. Put that blink forward. Rolling around, they do manage to get the roar onto Yoa. No Ravage to fly in as it's still on cooldown. Yoa just gets deleted from Jackie, getting that BKB timing this time around. Here comes Palos, not really answered by anything. FBZ actually ends up falling in the side. The damage is clean. And they find everything. Chicken and Friends. That ballsy play from Akari to come in to steal that shield rune. Paying off dividends because the tide can't tie. And sure, he doesn't have Ravage or anything like that. But his presence alone does waste a lot of spells. It rattles up the side of Boom. And looks like we have a wait DCV. I think that's just wait DC. Internet issues coming out for Jing. What I'm fairly certain is back here in Davao. I think he's he's in the Buhangin area. So hopefully the area internet there at Buhangin is fine. We do get to go ahead. And we do finally get back into the game. $19 to 14. A 4K lead coming out for Chicken and Friends. As they've done a great job of playing up against what Boom's trying to do. Like, we're at the point where Jing does have his Shadow Blade up. He's getting into semi-core status. He has that 8% natural spell amp with his shard, so he's feeling good. SNY done on Palos. A lot harder to pin down to Bristle, who is already a very big nuisance, especially as Jackie can't just fully commit with his shard. Needs that Satanic up and running to be comfy here on the PA. And you're still a ways off from that one. So a lot of time having to catch up here on the side of Boom Esports. For the side of Chicken and Friends, you're in a happy position again. Maintaining that 5K lead, your Gambit with his Venomancer support in the jungle has paid off massively. You're going to get the 4-staff timing up here. So much utility coming out for Mr. Eris. Smoke out from Boom, but don't know if they can really hope for anything here. Shall see. Looking for the angles out. Have that aggressive vision. They'll catch out Kari, but remember, he does have break. Be able to kill him off. Pop the BKB on Jackie, though. Good roll out from Mac into the back line. BKBs are forced on, and Mac just going to TP away. As they get the Gale off, Jackie's left for the Wolves here. Trying to not get in range to cancel a Noxious Plague, but it looks like he will at least one time. Magnetize out, keeping that chase on Jackie. The roar is big from FBZ. And the Ghost with Decrep save is nice, but Jackie just forced to come back in. Does just get quilled one time and dies. Just a little bit too low. And the side of Chicken and Friends cleaning up here in game 1. 22 to 15. 7K lead their way. And the side of Boom Esports, well, if you're a Boom fan, this is not what you want to see here. If you're a Chicken and Friends fan, chances are it's looking good to get that rematch with Kuku's Essence now in that lower bracket final. Getting whip off onto Mac. Mac does manage to TP away before any shenanigans can come in. So you do have that to be thankful for. But man, the 7K lead, it feels a lot more significant than it should be. Like, again, Palos had an atrocious start. Fully back into the game, so they get the roar. Trying to get the pin down onto Yoa to get the lasso off as well. And that's a nice kill for the side of Boom Esports to find. Sets them back on the right course. Damage coming in onto Max. Solo kill for Jing. And this guy is crazy in this Muerta. +2 spell amp coming in. So 10 spell amp overall. Man, 23-16. This Muerta pickup has been devastating from Chicken and Friends.
Radiant's middle towers are looking so bright. Dire's bottom.
Dust out. Tim's perhaps going to be the sacrificial lamb. And he will be. Tries to man life drain away, but nothing to really find there. As the voice lines come in from Akari. And Roshan's still down for 40, so no instant Rosh off of this. But man, look at Jing. He's matching the core farm. He's eclipsed max farm at this point on Muerta. And that is crazy. Full silver edge up. Break potential there. I'm pretty sure you can break PA right. Yes. So you don't need to worry about that hero now. And for the side of Boom, this game is not simplifying anytime soon. And BKBs are whittling down. We haven't really felt the impact of that fast ags on FDZ just yet either.
Towers under attack.
It's a bit of a shame. The Drums of Slam, tend to put up a show. And I mean, FBZ's been trying. It's going for the Shivas next. Got the BKB up and running.
Dire's top tower is in trouble.
Farming in that jungle.
Dire buildings are fortified. Dire's top tower isn't looking so great.
And yeah, I think,
Radiant's middle tower is in trouble.
not sure if I'll do the next one. I've
Dire's top
been
tower is gone.
kind of sleepy as well. I still feel sick. Into the Roche pit they go on the side of Chicken and Friends. They've got the damage for this lineup in spades. Not going to take too long. The side of Blue Esports not around in the area to contest. Instead, just farming. Trying desperately to get this full Satanic up on Jackie. Trying to get that full Solar Crest for Tim's. FBZ again, still working onto that Shivas, but should have the gold for it shortly. Around 200 gold away. And things are going bad to worse here for the side of Boom Esports. None of this is what you'd want to see. Smoke out, Chicken and Friends. Starting to get that aura play on Eris, and Akari's been able to focus all in on some damage and durability. Sanj and Yasha up. Vlad's doing a lot of work. Going for the Lotus Orb next. Get some good saves going here.
Dire's middle tower is
Find
gone.
mid-tier 2. Boom. Down to one last outer tower. And with his fresh Aegis on the side of Chicken and Friends,
Dire's fortified.
doesn't feel like there's much really that Boom can do to try to stop. Jump forward, already getting the hold onto Tim's. And that Pugna is just gone. Just ripped to shreds here. Boom for their part. I mean, what can you really expect at this point? You have that Blink Lasso on Zhao. Looking for the Ravaging back. Does manage to catch out FBZ. Doesn't manage to get the lure off. Will have to pop it now, trying to heal away. Lasso's there to try to drag Palos back, and they will. That's just a one life. Jackie needs a reset. Good roll from Yoe. Good pull back as well. Oh, Jackie barely makes it back into the fountain. They get away with their lives intact, but they've lost the mid-racks. Huge tower advantage already. Objective advantage for the side of Chicken Friends, but full Satanic is there for Jackie. Now can you take this fight? No BKBs. Jump forward. Akari just zoning out this PA. Another set racks to fall, and only the tier 2 stopping the full megas from coming out here for the side of Chicken and Friends. Boom. You're getting boomed apart. It's a little bit down to the support duo. Like Bat Rider plus Pugna. It's a lack of control. It's so much pressure on FBZ and Mac. And Mac, after a great laning start, is just behind a support and farm. And that's just the way it is. 900 gold away from full ags. You have that spike lined up for yourself here. But Chicken and Friends. And they're putting in the work. I love this concept in draft. Ultra tanky again. Like Bristleback Tide. How do you kill that off? Even the Earth Spirit feels impossible to kill off. Shiva's Blade Mail, so much armor. You don't really have big burst on magic. It's very much sustained magical damage coming out here. For Mentor, we'll go to Eris as well. He's got the Gale with even more wards on top. Has his tier 3 token as well, just sitting in there.
sitting there like a bitch.
Yo, Mr. Lane, I'm sleepy. I think this is my last match casting. Congratulations.
I'll wake you up.
Yeah, thank you. I was actually falling asleep. I'm bored. Not that the match is boring, but it's not exactly thriller.
I mean, you've been casting since 10 a.m. or what?
Yeah, it has been since 10 a.m. I'm kind of sleepy. And I'm gonna have wine and cheese because my mom and sister are going to Manila. I can't go because
Wine and
Dream
cheese.
League- Yeah, just some cheap wine. Some cheese we got from my tito who's in Amsterdam, so we're gonna have some fun. Oh, I should have asked you to bring me cheese. Like, cheese is so
From-
good as a gift from Europe.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
actual
yeah.
cheese.
There was when I was in the Copenhagen airport. Yeah, they were like
I
selling
should have
cheese.
asked you to
That's
get
what you can hear.
cheese for me. For the
I
family.
mean, I didn't know because I thought it has to be like, you know, like foodstuffs, like quarantine or I don't know.
No, cheese is not under quarantine. It's a processed good. It's
Ah, I
pretty safe.
see. It's only
It's
like
more like-
I don't know. Work.
More of like pork products are always aware. Like even cured pork, cooked pork. So like sausages are kind of hard to bring in because of foodborne illness or different bacterium or whatever the fuck. That's what they say. But welcome, Mr. Lane. How are you feeling? Making it into the upper bracket finals as we're watching Chicken and Friends tear apart Boom Esports. How will that taught? As they will not engage with the smoke breaking. How does it feel? That was a pretty dominant game tree as well, by the way. Kind of crazy. Kuku Mancer comes in.
Yeah, I mean, it was unluck. It was just unluck on game one.
Yeah, maybe.
Unlucky.
To be fair, I feel like WS Night Stalker didn't do as much. You know, I'll be frank. It
Yeah, I
didn't feel
mean, after the pause, kind of played like shit.
Yeah,
too,
that's
but-
true. That's true.
Towers and looking so great.
Then he popped off in game 2 with Phoenix.
Yeah,
Like, Jesus Christ, that is insane.
Dyer's bottom tower is in trouble.
Phoenix. I mean, it had to happen because they banned all of their heroes, you know. So it had.
Yeah.
It had to happen.
But man, that Phoenix was amazing. This game is it just me or is this game actually boring? I am legitimately, I'm awake now that you're here, but good lord, this game is actually boring. Let me share the stream with you.
I didn't see it. I don't know what's happening. They haven't done for the past 2 minutes.
I mean, they've smoked, they haven't found a kill, they're ahead 13K.
I mean, Boom is just in the base. Boom is just in the base.
Yeah, they can't
so-
play. Like, Mac's gonna have to go upstairs. Is Mac in
Ooh, I'm
Cebu
looking at
or
the
is he in Indo?
Dyer's bottom tower is
Who?
looking so great.
Mac.
Mac.
Nicholson. Yeah.
They're in boot camp. They're in Indonesia.
Ah, shit, he's going upstairs later. Gonna get called
I think he's
up.
been going to upstairs a lot
Oh,
lately.
shit. Poor old Mac.
Didn't
Yo,
Chicken and Friends beat them in upper bracket?
Yes, they did. They 2-0'd him. That reminds me, that was the 2-0 that dragged Boom down.
I'm looking
And
at
it's-
I'm looking at the graph, you know. All game. It doesn't
Yeah,
show.
it's nasty. 95% win probability for Chicken and Friends as the lasso is there. Do they have enough to burst down Palos? The roars out, everything thrown out to try to kill off this bristleback. Finally a big fight, but it's not enough. Palos life steals back in, and they're all the ones to fall. Ravage out to tie up the game, and the GG is called. Boom Esports buying back on Pugna. Tim's didn't want to see this game end. Man, let me tell you, that did not look like a happy person buyback to me. That felt like what are we doing, guys? Buyback, right there.
Oh, the Green Heroes won.
The Green Heroes did win. Naja Dorel, you were right to call it there, but very well played out. To the side of Chicken and Friends, yeah, what do you think's going on with Boom here, Mr. Lane? It feels like it's been a little bit up and go, touch and go for them.
I am not sure, my friend. Though. But it kind of looks like they've been switching up gameplay.
Mm.
Do you see? Like sometimes they've been running this pause for like a Riki bounty, you know. Then suddenly they're gonna go back to a more standard one. And,
Yeah.
like a like a lion or like a bat or like a really standard pause for and some heroes. I think that
Yeah.
happens. I mean, I've been with Mushi for quite some time.
Yeah.
I mean, when we lose like some games, like say like this, you lose game one and you were trying things out, and definitely it's like okay, let's go back to our our own heroes, so like our own play style or something like that.
Hmm.
But I'm not sure. Maybe this is their hero. It's just a meta hero. So I
Maybe.
haven't seen the game. I mean, I come in, stayed for 5 minutes, the game is over. So
Yeah, that's a quick one. All things considered, 30-16 for Chicken and Friends. I'm curious, before I probably close out the stream, I'm feeling a little bit too tired for this, and my family just wants to have cheese already. But, how are you guys feeling coming into another grand finals here for the qualifiers? What's a thought process like for you, seeing the team make it all the way there?
grand finals. Oh right, we're in the grand finals. Fuck.
Yeah.
I
How does it feel?
I honestly forgot that was the upper bracket finals, to be honest. Because I was, we had a problem. I was like more focused on the Joe Camp's
Yeah,
problem with the internet.
Sure.
I mean, it's the job. It's not being too cocky, but it's our
Yep.
job to qualify. I mean, we are arguably. I'm just gonna say arguably the best team in C. So there's no bias. So I think it's our job to reach the grand finals. It's even our job to qualify. There's only one slot,
Yep.
and yeah, I mean it's good. I think, but the main focus right now for the team is kind of to be more stable, because I think that's been more of the issue when we are in the main event.
True.
And
True.
with the pulse seat, we're kind of strong in the laning stage. So what they keep saying, then we can just like throw our lead. I mean, that's what the people are saying. So I mean, we're not blind to that problem. So I think it's just fixing the issues here, coming back to see and learn more.
Fair enough. Good to hear. And hopefully, we'll see. We have exciting matchups tomorrow, of course. Again, I'm a little bit too tired, guys, to cast the next game. I was falling asleep. You know what to say? Stop talking. For anyone watching the stream, I'm just sleepy, man. I can't. And since it's my stream, I can just say no. So I'm gonna say no. And I'm just gonna try to rest. Who would you rather face? Who do you think the team would rather face? Out of these three teams, let's not count Boom out yet, but Kuku's
No
Essence,
disrespect.
Chicken and Friends, or Boom?
No disrespect, but I do feel like Chicken and Friends is stronger.
No, I mean, who would you want to face off against? Between
I
these
mean,
three
yeah,
teams.
we want to face Chicken and Friends because we already
Oh.
faced like Kuku.
Okay.
I mean, for
Chicken
me
and Friends.
personally, like just fighting everyone, I mean, Boom is nice too. I mean, if they can pull off the reverse sweep. I mean, anyone basically, but I think just fight anyone, like everyone.
Okay, fair enough. We do have Mayu on hand. Welcome, Mayu. Welcome back, YouTuber AI Kuroki.
Kuroki.
Welcome back. Let me just check if the food's there. Because if the food's there, I'm gonna go. Because we're supposed to have is the food there? I will stop streaming.
Yes, I have returned.
Welcome back. Did you manage to catch the games? Or were you busy?
I was working,
Fair enough. Fair enough. Working. Ha,
but
would not know.
I
what that
did
means.
hear. I don't know.
Chicken and Friends. Paulo Siove.
I can't believe I missed everything.
That's fine. It was kind of fun.
I'm gonna.
We did have some fun games.
I'm gonna solo cast the next game. Is that it?
I mean, I could leave a stream up, but you don't have control.
No thanks. No thanks.
Hang on, let me see. If my food's there, I'm going. Sige, stop gonna. Alright. Pizza's there, which means I'm gonna have to bond with the family, and I'm just gonna rest.
Oh, pizza,
I'm
cheese,
still
and wine.
Yeah, I'm still sick. I mean, not sick enough to not have a glass of wine, but
Is that
I
what
was
rich
sleeping.
people eat?
dude, it's like cheap ass
and
wine.
wine.
The cheese is fancy, sure, I'll give you that, but that's a gift from my tito.
Cheap as
In
wine
Denmark.
from 2013, the best harvest
And
year.
wine. Who does that in the Philippines? Only the.
Oi,
The bourgeois.
oi, oi. Yes, that's true. I'm not gonna deny it.
That's true.
But
That's
yeah. I'm gonna call it here. I'm gonna switch the stream on standby. Thank you for dropping by for some insights, Lane, and thank you for making your presence known, Mayu. Thank you for everyone for watching on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. Thank you to Permis Sneeze Mike. I don't think he's around tomorrow, so I'm solo casting tomorrow, unless there's some interest here from Lane or Mayu. Otherwise, I'd probably join the Kukuis for that one. I don't know. I feel like without Armel, though, it's a little bit hard. I feel like I jive best with Armel on a cast. Or Zhao. Zhao's just standing there to go, mm-hmm. That's all he does when we're casting. It's like, me and Armel talking, and Zhao is there, and it's like, mm-hmm. Love him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we'll see. We might be with the Kukuis tomorrow, but we will
that's
take a
sad.
rest.
Me out.
What? No, I mean, you're going to work, right? So...
I think so.
Oh, Gabby was solo? Legit? Alright, since I'm going to be solo tomorrow, I'm going to jump in with him. But I'm not sure. If he's using the Kuya Nick stream, I kind of want to be able to read chat. And technically, if I'm using like a live stream, I have to put a delay. I mean, if they're using Kuya Nick, he's on a 3-minute delay. But I don't think they're getting fed the 3-minute delay. You know, if they're getting direct feed from Kuya Nick, that's going to be no delay. And then they have to add the 3-minute delay themselves.
Getting the Kuyanik
Are they watching Dota TV then? Dota TV line?
I think so. I think so.
Okay, okay. If it's Dota TV, then we're fine. All right. So we'll take a break here. Congratulations, Chicken Friends, taking game 1. We'll, you're gonna have to watch on Kuya Nick. For the rest, I'm gonna take a break. Thank you again, Lane. Thank you, Mayu, and thank you, Permis Sneeze Mike. And I will catch you guys next time. Babush.